Chapter 801 Blue Lancer National Day Pelican. Audrey was born and grew up in the shadow of the royal scandal, which was inevitably influenced by her mother, and she was deeply concerned about her father's lover. Just listened to the tragic story about love and betrayal. I felt the same and couldn't help but say a few radical remarks. But I didn't take into account my brother's mood. Holden was also a victim of his parents' extramarital affairs. As an illegitimate child, his situation was far more difficult than that of his half-sister. Deep down in his heart, I'm afraid it's not as sunny and cheerful as he usually shows, and there are also wounds that are difficult to heal. I heard Audrey's criticism of extramarital affairs just now, and it is natural to think that she is insinuating and sarcastic about her biological mother. With such thoughts, Joan showed more sympathy for Holden. "Stand up and say to Audrey, I'm going to talk to Holden and persuade him to pass his breath." Audrey was hesitant and said quietly, "Perhaps I should go to him in person and apologize in person." Just then, there was a whistle outside the door. Holden held a handkerchief and wiped his hands as he walked into the dining room, still cynical smiling on his face. Joan, Audrey and Hyla's eyes immediately focused on his face, but there was no sign of a strong smile. "Why are you staring at me so strangely?" Holden shrugged his shoulders in surprise. "Just now I was just anxious. When I went out to the toilet, wouldn't you think I wanted to escape the bill? My sister treats me for this meal. You can just stare at her. Everyone knows he is doing a play, but he is still amused by his funny look." The atmosphere in the restaurant has become relaxed again. Joan couldn't help but secretly sigh. Holden's emotional intelligence is really high, and his mind is also really forgiving. No wonder flattering. Instead of being in his position, he would not only want to show his face to Audrey, I'm afraid he could do it on the spot. After a small storm, Joanne saw that Audrey was still a little embarrassed, hanged her head in a pretending manner, embarrassed to speak, and took the initiative to revisit the topic about Pelican. Psalms passed down in ancient times are often because of the consequences. According to the characteristics of Pelican's habits, it is not worth taking seriously the origin of this creature. In my opinion, the reason why female Peliwinter needs to eat the human heart during the breeding period is probably due to some special physiological needs. It's like a mosquito. Male mosquitoes usually don't need to blood, and female mosquitoes only have to blood frequently to promote their own ovaries to mature and then lay eggs. Understanding this fact, it would be ridiculous to look back at the legends claiming that mosquitoes originated from vampire ashes. I'm not a mage, and I don't plan to delve into why female pelican must devour the heart of humanoids in order to breed offspring. But I'm very worried about one thing. It's the mating period of Pelican in April and May. Audrey seemed to have gotten rid of her low mood, and then Joan continued. During this time, in order to obtain the right to mate, male Pelican had to leave the hilltop nest in clusters and fly to the surrounding area, frequently attacking human settlements and killing people. Male Pelican will take the victim's heart back to the nest after the killing, as a gift to please the female spouse and win the right to mate. Female pelican is mostly picky and only eats fresh hearts. In order to ensure that the heart of the prey is fresh, the male pelican usually separates the nest at dusk, using his keen vision to penetrate the darkness, under the cover of the night, attacks the human settlement, hunts the heart, and returns before sunrise nest. According to the law of Pelican's activity, it is not difficult to find that they usually don't fly to areas that are formed more than one night away from the nest. In other words, the hunting area of Peliwinter is limited to the distance that can be reached overnight. We found the main peak of Bylon Mountain on the map, using this as the center of the circle. Drawing a circle with a compass using the flight distance of Pelican about 3 hours as a radius, we will find that there are a total of 4 people in this area. Kind of township. Obviously, these 4 townships are the key disaster areas. The government authorities of the Midgard colony are obliged to maintain the security of the affected towns and villages and protect the personal safety of the local residents. In the past few years, at the turn of spring and summer, The military will send troops to the villages and towns around Bylon Mountain to support the local militia against the harassment of Pladong. But over time, people find that this passive defense strategy cannot solve the fundamental problem. It is true that during the breeding period of each year, many male Pladong are destroyed by the defenders during the attack on human towns, but this is not enough to completely destroy the entire Pladong ethnic group. Year after year, the scale of the Pladong ethnic group on the top of Bylon Mountain has been growing, and the threat to the surrounding towns is increasing. In order to solve this problem from the roots like snowballing, which is becoming more and more serious, this spring, the Midgard military planned a combat plan and decided to take an unprecedented scale of killing in early May to completely wipe out the rampage. The Pladongs in the Bylon Mountains. The military has mobilized an elite force for this purpose. That is the cavalry battalion commanded by Baron Level's Commander-in-Chief Henry James' famous Blue Lancers. You should have heard about it. Audrey looked at Joan, Holden and Hyla. All three of Joan nodded. The Blue Lancer is the strongest cavalry battalion in the Midgard colony, and is known as the guardian deity of the colony. The members of this unit are all elite selected from the various township militia security regiments, and Baron Level himself is responsible for daily training. 300 cavalrymen, all dressed in blue breastplates, equipped with the latest style of magic crystal smoothbore rifle. In the entire Midgard colony, there was only one such cavalry unit equipped with magic crystal rifles. The military was willing to send a blue cavalry to carry out its mission. It can be seen that the high-level leaders of the colonial military and political circles have reached a consensus, and they are determined to wipe out the Pladongs completely and will never suffer from future troubles. Blue Lancers is an elite force, but their enemies are more powerful. Pladong, entrenched in the Bylon Mountains region, has been breeding for decades, and the population has reached an intimidating scale. According to the information provided by the Military Intelligence Department, the number of Pladong perched on the top of Bylon Mountain is not less than 100. After all, Pelican is a powerful magic beast, occupying the air superiority, and possessing mysterious supernatural abilities. Each Pelican's combat power is worth at least 5 elite cavalry. Comparing the combat power of the enemy and ours, it is not difficult to find that the cavalry battalion of Major James alone is not enough to annihilate the Pladong family. The military also needs to seek support from other sources, especially the support of the caster. Audrey explained the military's intentions to the three friends by pulling the silk and peeling the cocoon. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 802 Shadow Seal. Audrey, I heard you say that. I understand it. Hyla supported the dining table with both hands and stood up excitedly. The place with the most casters, of course, is the university campus. So the military will jointly release the internship mission with the school, recruit a large number of college students studying in Austrian law and magical arts, and help the Blue Cavalry to fight against the Pladong family of Bylon Mountain. Audrey nodded with a smile and agreed with her analysis. This internship task officially began the day after tomorrow, which is May 4th, and is expected to last 1 to 2 weeks. For those publicly recruited interns, the military only requires them to have the ability to cast spells, but for those who participate in special tasks, that is, 4 of us, plus 4 people from the level team, the military specifically put forward 3 requirements. Only meet these 3 requirements at the same time, can you be eligible to participate in a special mission. Audrey, can you elaborate on which 3 requirements are listed by the military? Joan asked curiously. Of course I have to say this. Audrey smiled slightly. Actually, don't worry, these 3 requirements are met by each of us. The first requirement is that you must have flight capabilities. The second requirement is to be good at spellcasting, or possess magic weapons. The last item, the military requires that those involved in special operations must have strong will and courage to face danger. After hearing the 3 requirements outlined by Audrey, Joan frowned slightly and fell into thought. Of these 3 requirements, the first 2 are targeted. As for the third requirement, at first glance, it seems to be nothing but nutritious empty talk. In the final analysis, mental qualities such as strong and brave are difficult to measure with accurate data standards. Who would admit that they are not brave enough? But Joan thought about it carefully, especially after recalling the accidental contact with Pelican, and gradually reminisced, and found that this third requirement is actually not meaningful, and it is not simply playing chicken blood, shouting slogans. If you do not take this requirement seriously, I am afraid you will suffer a big loss when you encounter Winter. It would be too late to wake up, but it would be too late to regret it. The first request made by the military is not difficult to understand. Pelican is a flying warcraft. If we don't have the ability to fight in the air, we can only use magic and long-range weapons on the ground to deal with Pelican. It is not easy to kill the enemy. The situation is too passive. As for the second and third requirements, when I first heard Arnold talk about it, it was inexplicable. Later, after going to the library to check the relevant materials of Pelican, I understood the two requirements, but I dare not say completely figured out. Speaking of which, Audrey turned to look at Joan with a smile in her eyes. So we still have to ask our Mr. Encyclopedia to answer this question. The title Mr. Encyclopedia, Joanne knew he was ashamed. However, the ridicule among friends does not have to be true. The most important thing is to correctly understand the military's intentions. The first request made by the military, Audrey's analysis is already in place. I will not talk nonsense. As for the second requirement, in fact, as long as you have read the relevant entry of Pelican in Monster of Vales, it is not difficult to understand what is going on. Paladin's warcraft is born with a special physique to resist physical attacks. This supernatural ability is similar to the frost armor of the frost lizard. Although the defense effect is not as prominent as the frost armor, the advantage is that there is no fear. The weakness of the flame. Joan recalled the information listed in the book and thought about how to describe the boring data in a more understandable way. Every time Pelican is attacked by weapons, the natural supernatural armor can always help it reduce a certain amount of physical damage. On average, the amount of damage reduction is about 1.5 energy levels each time. What is the concept of 1.5 energy levels? For example, a healthy adult holding a steel-forged military longsword and using all his strength to slash at Pelican. The result is likely to be the layer of invisible protection attached to the other person's surface. The armor bounces off, causing no harm. So it's not difficult to understand why the military requires us to bring our own enchanted weapons or be good at offensive spells. Neither Pelican nor Frost Lizard. These supernatural armor of Warcraft are essentially a layer of highly compressed magic film. Ordinary weapons will be blocked by this dense magic film, and the lethality will be seriously weakened. However, enchanted weapons and spell attacks are usually not affected by this film, because the moment the two sides collide, the strong fluctuations caused by the magic interference cause the magic film that is close to the body to temporarily disintegrate, which can cause Pelican full kill. After listening to Joan's explanation, everyone including Audrey felt suddenly and cheerfully expecting him to continue to explain the third request made by the military. The last request made by the military, if my understanding does not deviate too much, is likely to imply that we should be careful about another supernatural ability of Pelican, Shadow of the Shadows. When Pelican attacks, he often projects his shadow before he rushes to his prey. If the prey is swept by the shadow of Pelican, it will be eroded by the negative energy contained in the shadow, and will be marked with a curse-like mark, and then captured by fear, and it will not be able to resist the courage to resist Pelican. Warcraft was so scared that he dropped his weapon and turned to escape. This supernatural ability that causes fear is called the Shadow Seal. It is conceivable that fighting fear requires firm will and extraordinary courage, so the military will make the third request accordingly. Speaking of which, Joan shook his head gently. In fact, the advice provided by the military may not necessarily be the best way to fight Pelican. For example, against the Shadow of Shadows that causes fear, it is the most stupid way to carry it with courage. Among the four of us, only Audrey is a paladin, with divine protection, opening the aura of courage. Under no circumstances will you fall into fear. As for other people, it is not that courage is not as good as Audrey. After all, willpower will fluctuate with the change of environment and mood. No one dares to say that he has 100% certainty to resist the projection of Pelican. Shadow mark. In this case, relying on courage and hardship is actually a matter of luck, which is definitely not a wise move. Joan, listen to your tone. Is there a better way to fight the shadow of Pelican? Hyla asked with a smile. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 803 Credit Card. Joan did not disappoint Hyla, and nodded gently. A better strategy is to prepare spells that specifically restrain the effects of fear before conflict with Pelican. Holden's eyes lit up and hurriedly said, for example, the tuned level spell Stable Mind? I will. Joan nodded. Settling Mind does have the effect of suppressing fear, but this spell can only suppress temporarily, but it cannot completely dispel the fear effect. And there is another drawback of Stable Mind, that is, it is only effective for the creatures within a certain range around the caster. If the friendly army leaves too far away from the spell radius, it will fall into panic again. Joan knows a 3rd level spell. The effect of restraining fear is better than Stable Mind, but he has not yet learned this spell. After lunch, everyone agreed to meet at the school the next morning, and then meet with the Arnold team to participate in military operations organized by the military. After breaking up with 3 friends, Kiawan returned to campus alone. 2 days before the beginning of the military internship, he decided to go to the library to copy the 3-ring spell specifically used to combat the fear effect. Using the buffer time of the next 2 days, learn a few new spells and make full preparations to deal with the Peladongs of Bylon Mountain. For more than a month recently, Joan has been in the library almost every day from morning till night, checking out periodicals. Compared with Leiden College, Mage Joan University has an advantage in that it does not require students to pay fees for accessing journal papers. It is also a disguise to encourage students to study by themselves. But borrowing spell scrolls is inevitable. This is the second time Joan has visited the scroll lending room on the 2nd floor of the library since entering school. Recall that when I first checked the scrolls, my old hat from the country couldn't understand the latest magical checking device, and was dazed by the device interface. Looking back now, Joan couldn't help but feel hot. Fortunately, I had a long time and a wisdom. Joan touched the mirror skillfully to bring up the catalogue of reels. After careful comparison, I selected 3 reels first. After hesitating for a minute, he still couldn't control his right hand, and he couldn't help choosing another arcane scroll. Back at the counter, Joan submitted his loan application. After waiting for a while, the librarian sent him 4 neatly packed sheepskin scrolls. Mr. Vader, 4 3-ring arcane scrolls, with a total borrowing cost of 1,200 gold dagger. Do you pay by check, or do you pay by credit? The school sister who works in the Austrian law library has a wide smile and a kind attitude. Joan stunned slightly. After reminded by the elder sister, he remembered that he still has a lot of credits in his hand, which can replace the cash to pay the borrowing fee. Please wait. Joan opened his storage bag and took out a cardboard card superimposed with a secret seal. Each card is as large as a playing card, printed with exquisite patterns, and the official seal of the principal, which represents a credit, and the purchasing power in the school is equivalent to 100 gold dagger. The cards are divided into 2 styles. The white one is internship points and the sky blue one is academic points. There is no difference in the face value of the 2 cards. Joan participated in an expedition internship at Swire Abyss and earned 20 internship points. The paper scheduled to be published in the core journal for review, Analysis of Arachnid Creatures in the Dark Region, will also bring him 20 academic points. However, the paper has not been formally published yet, and this academic equivalent of the 2,000 gold dagger scholarship has not yet been obtained. Joan pulled out 12 white cards, together with his student ID, and handed it to the administrator. indicating that he would use the intern points to settle the bill. The sister took the card and counted it skillfully. Then pull open the counter drawer, take out a magic mirror resembling a binoculars. First aim at Joan's student ID with an objective lens, press a switch, and the lens immediately emits a magical aura. Then, the administrator removed the lens, and the light beam shone on the card, making a beeping sound, as if to verify the authenticity of the card. After all the 12 cards were irradiated, the school sister put away the tube checker and made a record on the account book. After that, the cards were sorted out and returned to Joan with a smile. Sister, credit card. Don't need to recycle it? Joan asked curiously. No need to recycle. When I verified the authenticity just now, I already put a stamp on the card. Your school information, the time and location of the card consumption, the specific purchase of goods, and other necessary information have been included in this. There is a little magic mark. That is to say, the consumption limit of these 12 cards has been emptied and can no longer be used to buy things. I keep it myself, and just use it as a souvenir. Joan traced the question. There is indeed no purchasing power, but to say that it is completely useless, that is not necessarily true. The sister explained to him patiently. These used cards are like invoice stubs, which means that you have had these credits in the future. When you graduate in the future, they can be used as a certificate to meet the graduation standards, so you should keep them well. Finally, the school sister added 2 sentences intimately. In case the card is lost, you can report it and apply to the school for reissuance, but it's just a little trouble. If someone picks up your lost card, because the enrollment information and the encrypted information on the card are not correct, you can't use it for shopping, which is equivalent to a piece of waste paper. Joan nodded suddenly, thanked, took the spell scroll, and turned to the reading room next door. The spacious hall has clear windows and no more than 200 people can sit, but the atmosphere is very quiet. Everyone is concentrating on reading and copying notes. When they have to talk to people, students also consciously lower their voices, try to avoid disturbing other students, and reflect the quality and good education that college students should have in this era. Joan sat down at an empty table by the window, rested his cheek with one hand and fell into imagination. If you pick up the credit card lost by someone else and return it to the owner, do you still try to crack the seal of the secret law, falsify the information of the student's status, steal the credit of others, and spend it quietly? It is of course very difficult to crack and forge the magically encrypted seal, but only from the technical level. There is indeed the possibility of successful cracking. Joan was fascinated by the cracking technology, and couldn't help but be fascinated by it. After a long time, he suddenly woke up and felt ashamed that he would have such an immoral thought, and his ears were hot for a while. Take the lost property of others as your own. Is this something a college student should do? He shook his head and quickly drove these mean ideas out of his mind. After dispelling distractions, Joan turned his attention back to the spell scroll on the table. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 804 Heroic. The 4 scrolls Joan rented today correspond to 4 3-ring spells. 2 of the spells belong to the Confuse Control School, namely Heroic Style and Hypnotic Pattern. The 3rd spell, called Negative Energy, is a fear belonging to the Necrotic School. The last spell, which requires wind elemental energy, is the Jet Spring belonging to the Plastic Energy School. Joan spread out stationery and spell books on his desk, first copying Heroic Spirit. This 3-ring spell can inject a strong spiritual magic power to the subject, so as to achieve the effect of encouraging morale and suppressing fear. During the duration of the spell's effective duration, the subject is immune to all magic or supernatural abilities that cause fear. In addition, this magical spiritual power can even in turn strengthen the physical vitality of the subject. During the duration of the spell, the recipient's physical potential is fully exploded under the inspiration of the surgeon. The endurance of the pain and the speed of wound hemostasis and healing will be greatly improved. In general, The spell of Heroic Spirit is an excellent example of the reaction of mental power against material reality. An ordinary, cowardly person, who is blessed with heroic courage, immediately becomes a courageous and brave man. Joan's main purpose of studying Heroic Spirit is to use it to fight the shadow of shadows of Pelican. With the heroic bodyguard, even if it is hit by the shadow seal, at least for the duration of the spell, you will never feel the slightest panic. So, how long can Heroic Spirit provide protection? The duration of the spell is proportional to the caster's level. Take Joan, for example. The wizard level plus the 2 additional caster levels provided by mythical mana gives a combined caster level of 7. The Heroic Spirit cast by his hand can last for up to 70 minutes, enough to survive a fierce battle. In contrast, although the second ring of Stable Mind can also suppress the fear, the duration is only a minute or 2. Compared with Heroic Spirit, the judgment is high. Joanna's next copy of the spell is exactly the opposite of the role of Heroic Spirit. The 3-ring fear is a comprehensive enhanced version of the 1-ring fear. The same is the use of negative energy to erode the mental will of the subject, causing it to panic and lose their fighting spirit. Compared with fright, the advantages of fear are mainly reflected in 2 aspects. First of all, the magic energy level of fright is too low, and the negative energy used is very limited. It can only be used to deal with weak creatures with relatively low vitality. Frightening technique, used to scare goblins' little waste wood, is very effective. However, it seems to be unable to catch up on the powerful creatures, such as strong giants or advanced warcraft. The negative energy of 1 energy level can't even penetrate the flesh of powerful creatures, let alone deliberately invade its consciousness space and cause fear. Fear as a 3-rod level spell, the upper limit of negative energy that can be called is much higher than fright. Except for a few creatures that are naturally immune to fear, such as golems, undead, or paladins, most other creatures, no matter how powerful their vitality, cannot resist the erosion of fear only by strong flesh, and must withstand the will of the will. The test is only possible to overcome the fear effect caused by the spell. As for those monsters that are also good at creating supernatural horror atmosphere, such as the dragon with the dragon power, the Razor Prince who radiates the fear of aura, and Pelican who is good at projecting the seal of shadow, only good at himself the fear ability is immune, and there is no special resistance to fear. If the will is not firm enough, even if a dragon is bombarded in the face by fear, it will still be scared and farted, let alone pull a dong. In addition, fear can only work on a specified target, and the magic of fear can cover a 30-foot cone in front of it. Hostile creatures within this range must withstand the severe test of will, and the courage is slightly shaken. You will be captured by fear, throwing your arms away from the battlefield. Joan is also a process of revising while copying fear. This is his first contact with fear is not false, but before that, he has learned the first fear as the basis of fear. In addition, not long ago, he also passed out a supernatural ability called Fear Aura from the blood of Frost Lizard Patriarch. The magic mark of Fear Aura has many similarities with the spell configuration of fear, and it is even richer and deeper than the latter. By comparing the magic mark of Fear Aura, Joan has a deeper understanding of fear than other beginners. At the time of completing the transcription, he has basically learned this spell, and the only thing he lacks is actual combat training. The third spell Joan copied next is the Hypnotic Pattern belonging to the Confusion School. Don't confuse the concepts of hypnosis and sleep with the subclass of Confuse Control School. In fact, these are 2 very different spell effects. Sleep-type spells, such as 1 ring of sleep, and 3 rings of deep sleep, as the literal meaning, can make the subject fall asleep. However, hypnosis spells have a broader meaning, usually referring to the use of magic to affect the mental state of the subject and induce them to follow the caster's command to think and act. Take the Hypnotic Pattern for example. The use of this spell requires special materials, such as a lit incense or a transparent vial with phosphor fire. After the spell is completed, the magic will condense into a circle of dancing in the air. The ever-changing colorful patterns. All the creatures who witnessed this colorful pattern, unless their willpower is firm enough, will be driven by curiosity, and will stop their current movements involuntarily. Instead, they will stare at the colorful pattern and see the gods, fascinated by it. During this period, the subject's full attention will be deeply attracted by the colorful patterns, unable to distract from doing anything else until the spell time expires. Creatures affected by hypnotic patterns cannot regain their consciousness with their own willpower, but severe injuries, push-pull, shaking or yelling from the ears may wake them up. In addition to magic, some supernatural forces also have a hypnotic effect. The most typical example is the bard's professional ability fantasy. For example, Holden's singing can make the listeners intoxicated and have no time to concentrate on other things. This is a typical hypnosis effect. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 805 Jet Spring. The effect of hypnosis usually needs to be transmitted through the senses, and this is also a potential drawback of hypnosis spells and supernatural abilities. For example, ecstasy, no matter how good it is, will not work for the deaf. Hypnotism is no exception. If you release this gorgeous spell to a group of blind people, it is destined to be useless. Pelican not only is not blind, his eyes are also very good. That would be embarrassing. The better your eyes, the easier it is to see things you shouldn't see, such as a ball of bright light circling in the night sky. Joanne feels that the spell hypnotism should be able to present a big surprise to the Pelicans of Bylon Mountain. The last spell Joan transcribed today is the 3-ring Jet Spring. Just looking at this simple name, it has already revealed the basic characteristics of spells. The magic of Jet Spring is that as long as a creature is designated, a powerful jet of air will be created immediately under it, and the target will be skyrocketed. The jet shaped by magic looks like a high-pressure fountain, but it does not depend on the real atmosphere or liquid. Even in a vacuum, it can still be cast. As long as there is an environment where the magic web exists, whether it is on the surface or in the air, a jet spring can be shaped. So this spell is also effective for flying creatures. The high-pressure jet, to put it bluntly, is a shock wave. It is very useful for demolishing buildings or bombarding the enemy. The destructive power is quite amazing. In addition to the initial impact damage, Jet Spring can also throw the ground target high. When the target rises to the highest point, and then falls down, it will cause additional falls when it touches the ground. In addition, if you release this spell indoors, you can also throw the target to the ceiling at high speed, hit the head and break the blood flow, and may even fall into a coma. The impact of Jet Spring is proportional to the caster's level. For Joanne, the release of a Jet Spring caused almost the same damage as the Lightning Beam, which is also a 3-ring spell. Lightning Beam is a lateral launch. The biggest advantage is that it can simultaneously hit a long list of enemies on the launch axis. Jet Spring is a vertical jet, which can only hit a designated target. The advantage is that it can treat the opponent as a bounce ball and oscillate back and forth between the floor and the ceiling. As far as dealing with Pelican is concerned, because the opponent is a flying creature, in Joan's view, the Jet Spring rarely has a chance to come in handy. However, the value of Jet Spring manifested itself when Pelican converged his wings, locked the ground prey, and swooped down from high altitude. The sudden high-pressure shockwave, which can push Pelican down in a high-speed dive in time, can receive extraordinary effects whether it is self-preservation or saving people. After all 4 spells were transcribed, Joan returned the scroll to the librarian and left the reading room. There are less than 2 days to prepare before reporting to the military camp. In addition to learning the newly transcribed spells, Joanne also wants to use the buffer time of these 2 days to make 2 magic guides. As early as during the exploration of the dark area, Joan began to conceive these 2 magic guides, and also specially collected some rare materials for enchantment. After returning to school, Joan continued to perfect the idea of the 2 magic guides while writing the thesis. To this day, his idea is fully mature, and he is only waiting to start production. The idea of these 2 magic devices was originally completely self-interested, and Joan did not intend to target anyone. However, at this moment, when he looked back at the mature enchantment plan, he couldn't help but be surprised by a coincidence. These two magic guides are precisely the weapons for restraining flying warcraft such as Pelican. If they can be completed on schedule, they will definitely play an important role in the next military mission. Flying warcraft such as Pelican can also be classified as birds in general. Speaking of playing birds, what are the most commonly used weapons? Catching nets and shotguns must be popular options. When Joan returned to his apartment from school, he immediately set out to make two magic guides, a magic trap, plus an enchanted pistol. Joan named the net he was making as Spirit Net, because its main material is the sticky silk extracted from the phase spider, which can capture prey without physical objects, such as various ghosts, or phase spiders. Spiritual creatures. Joan makes magic devices, and always strives for perfection as conditions permit. In addition to the phase spider silk, he also specially prepared 2 rolls of crab fishing silk thread as an auxiliary material for weaving the spirit net. Phase spider silk is sufficiently viscous, but has a slightly poor toughness and is easily broken by strong impact. Whole crab wire is generally sticky, and is superior in toughness, withstand 10,000 pounds of pulling force, and still intact. Joan plans to blend these 2 yarns with complementary properties as the embryonic material for the woven spiral net to make the net both sticky and tough. There is an additional benefit of blending 2 types of yarn. Phase spider silk has supernatural characteristics similar to the body of phase spider, and can appear in 2 forms of entity or spirit. As for whole fishing crab wire, it is a common physical form. In the process of weaving the spirit web, in order to facilitate the operation, Joan will keep the phase spider silk in the physical state. When the net is woven, Joan will switch the phase spider silk to the spirit form, while the whole crab thread will still remain in a physical state. In this way, the spirit web actually has a dual structure of entity and spirit, which derives a dual function. It can be used to capture both physical and spiritual creatures. When capturing physical creatures, it is mainly the whole fishing crab wire that plays a role, and when it is used to capture spirit or incorporeal creatures, it mainly relies on the phase spider silk to output. Both the phase spider silk and the whole crab thread have been prepared. The first technical problem that Joan now faces is how to blend the 2 threads into a net. The design on the paper seems simple, but the actual hands-on operation knows how difficult this is. The 2 big sticky slim threads are easy to stick together and become like a mess, unable to sort out at all. Joan originally planned to use original tools such as spindle and crochet to complete the web weaving, but he was forced to give up after a few attempts. He prides himself on being clever, but after all, there are only 2 hands, no octagonal spider skills, and he can't get a sticky spider silk. The mage solves the problem, in the final analysis, still has to rely on magic. After Joan gave up his attempt to weave by hand, he immediately turned to another idea. Can a certain spell be used to replace the manual to quickly complete the blending and knitting process of the 2 kinds of silk? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 806 Spirit Net. Recalling the various spells he currently masters, Joan quickly found the applicable object to ring cobweb. Cobweb, using a small group of spider silk as material, can instantly create a large and complete cobweb. Examining the spell configuration of cobweb, it is not difficult to find that there are 2 main functional modules. The first module of the spell implements the function of quickly weaving spider silk into a net. In this process, the material used is only a small piece of spider silk. The woven net is not only small in size, but also very thin. At most, it can only be used to catch mosquitoes, but it cannot be used to restrict the movement of large creatures. Next, it is necessary to start the second functional module of cobweb. The second module, the main function, is self-replication. Under the effect of magic power, the cobweb processed by the first module frequently replicates itself, and its area and thickness increase in geometric progression. After just 3 seconds, a small cobweb that was as big as a handkerchief, after self-replication, became a huge cobweb with a radius of 20 feet and a thick carpet. The above is the operation process of cobweb. However, it is difficult to keep things copied with the help of magic power for a long time. Once the magic power is exhausted, the copy body will also disappear. For this reason, when the cobweb technique reaches the end of the time limit, the entire giant web will disappear. Even the cast material used as a reference for replication, the real web of silk, was also consumed. Obviously, what Joan needs now is only the first functional module of spider web quick spinning. As for the second duplicate module, he does not need to cut it directly, and can free up a lot of magic space to strengthen the first module, so as to be able to process more silk threads and weave a larger net at the same time. This is a typical spell optimization operation. With Joan's current mage level and knowledge accumulation, it is no difficulty to dismantle 2-ring spells like Spiderweb. After just 1 hour, he completed the initial optimization of Cobweb and transformed it into 2 rings of Textile. Looking closely at the spell configuration of Textile, Joan found that there was still some magical capacity that was not fully utilized. In fact, the existing spell configuration has been able to fully meet his web weaving needs. There is no need to continue to toss. However, for a patient with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder with perfectionism, there is a lot of magic redundancy in the magic configuration optimized by himself, which is absolutely unbearable. How to use these remaining magic powers? Joan thought about it and finally made a very painful decision. Otherwise, besides spinning and weaving the net, embroider a few more flowers. What's the use of embroidery? Well, decorative effect. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. There is no reason to speak. No matter, it's so settled anyway. The silver-white phase spider silk can be used to embroider the elegant lily. The deep golden whole fishing crab wire is suitable for embroidering passionate sunflowers. After developing the embroidery function, Joan finally fully utilized all the magical energy levels of Textile. This is comfortable. Before embarking on the Textile spirit net, Joan first found a large group of flax threads for a test. If the phase spider silk and whole fishing crab silk are directly woven, if there is an unknown loophole in the spell configuration, it will be troublesome to damage the expensive materials. Try it with a cheap material such as flax thread. Even if it is damaged, you won't be distressed. If you find a problem, you have time to correct it. The starting mantra of Textile is completely inherited from Cobweb. The moment Joan finished casting the spell, he threw out the linen thread. The flax thread rolled in the air, and suddenly a bright magic glory erupted, as if melting in the torrent of light. The glare is fleeting, and Joan removes the palm covering his eyes and looks up again. The linen thread in the air has become a large piece of dense linen, which is slowly falling down. Joan raised his hand and grasped the linen fabric, carefully inspecting it, and there was a trace of rejoicing in his eyes. Sure enough, something went wrong. The warp and weft are arranged too closely, and a dense fabric is spun out, but it is not a net with holes. Fortunately, this is not a big problem. It is not even necessary to modify the spell configuration, as long as the mesh number of the textile is specified when casting the spell. Mesh number is a parameter for making mesh fabrics. It refers to how many holes are evenly distributed on an inch-long fabric. There are as many mesh as there are holes. The linen cloth that Joan just created with textile technology can't be visually inspected for less than 200 meshes. It is too dense and has poor air permeability, so it is not suitable for catching nets. Next, Joan conducted the second round of testing with another linen coil, this time designated 50 mesh, and after the casting was completed, a perfect linen net was obtained. The 50 mesh regular polygon net looks roughly like a circle with a radius of about 20 feet, which is similar to the net area created by Cobweb, but the mesh number is larger and more dense. Tiny insects also want to miss the net. The results of the second test made Joan very satisfied. Next, He used 2 rolls of phase spider silk plus 2 rolls of whole fishing crab silk as the material, and cast weave for the 3rd time. After a dazzling magic flash, a large net slowly fell from the air. This spiritual net woven with 2 kinds of special silk blends, showing the color of gold and silver, vaguely showing a beautiful pattern composed of lilies and sunflowers, fully in line with Joan's expectations. Joan raised his hand to catch the spirit net, carefully examined the dense holes, and confirmed that there were no defects, then rolled up the net and placed it on the desk. So far, Joan's work has only dealt with embryo material. The net has been woven, and then the formal enchanting operation follows. Considering that both phase spider silk and cry fishing crab silk have the weakness of fear of flame burning, Joan decided to first enchant the spirit net with 2 rings of fire resistance enchantment. After completing the enchanted spirit web of the first stage, it will not be ignited if it is thrown into the burning bonfire. If you are attacked by fire spells, the upper limit of the energy level you can instantly receive is up to 7 degrees. This means that Joan himself fired a fireball at the spirit net, and he could not burn it. After eliminating the weaknesses, Joan will add 2 more functions to the spirit web. The corresponding spells are 1 ring activate rope and 2 ring spider web. Enchanting the spirit net with activation rope is mainly to enhance the subjective initiative of the spirit net. According to Joan's intention, the prey can be tightly bound, or the net can be loosened and the other party can be released from the trap. In addition, when the spirit net is in the closed state, it looks like a thick bundle of cables, which can directly activate the activate rope function and throw it to bind the enemy, or throw it across the cliff, order the rope to wrap itself around the trunk of the bridge, and build a simple rope bridge across the cliff. There are many similar techniques, especially during wild adventures. It may come in handy whenever. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 807 Desensitization. Casting a net is definitely a technical job. Without sufficient skills and training, let's talk about whether it can accurately catch the prey, a fluttering wire mesh. How far can you throw it with all your strength? However, with the cobweb, these problems are solved. Joan enchanted spider web for spirit web to eliminate technical obstacles in the process of casting the net. With the spider web activated, Joan can remotely control the spirit web to instantly move to a designated location 600 feet away, and quickly launch the net. However, if the prey's reaction is slightly delayed, it will become a fish caught. Considering the practicality of the battlefield environment, Joan also added a super magic feat to the cobweb while enchanting, that is, the spell expansion interpreted from the blood of the old blind man. After the super magic cobweb, it was upgraded to 3 rings expanded cobweb, which further increased the coverage of spirit web. When the expanded spider web is activated, the spirit web radius is doubled, and it can cover the area of 5,000 square feet round it. After completing the enchanting process of spirit net, the twilight outside the window was deep, and a clear bell came downstairs. It was the landlord Anderson who was beckoning Joan to go downstairs for dinner. Joan put away the spirit net and got up to move his hands and feet. Working all day long, not only backache, but also a little dizzy brain. Just to take a break for dinner. Joan went downstairs, and Sister Zion was already waiting for his dinner at the dining table. The 3 young people chatted about school affairs while enjoying a sumptuous and delicious dinner. Unconsciously, the topic shifted to the acquired military internship. Joan introduced the new spell he learned today and the Ling net just completed to the 2 friends. Audrey and Holden have some knowledge of his newly learned spells and newly made magic guides, so they can cooperate closely on the battlefield. After dinner, Kiawan and his sister and brother chatted in the living room for a while. After drinking coffee, he quit and returned to his bedroom to continue enchanting work. Sitting down at the desk, Joan touched the storage bag, took out the revolver and placed it on the table. The next work he was going to do was actually inspired by Holden's funny gun, and he planned to upgrade his revolver to an enchanted weapon. Joan's enchanting plan for the revolver is divided into 3 parts. The first link is to create a basic enchantment that is indispensable for any magic weapon. That is, attach a ring of spell-enchanted equipment to the pistol to determine a basic enchantment level for the weapon. Joan's previously enchanted weapons, including his own electric light blade and flash shield, also included weapons he had processed for the Flint, Little Meow, Leonan, and Dindle brothers, all with an enchantment level of only 1 level. As the ability to cast spells improves, at the current level of Joan, using enchanted weapons, it is possible to process level 2 enchanted weapons. Each time the enchantment level is increased by 1 level, the accuracy and destructive power of the weapon are also increased by 1 level simultaneously, and the effect is immediate. It is said that there are certain special monsters in the world, and only if the weapon's enchantment level reaches a certain height, can it be fatally killed. For Joan, basic enchantment is no longer difficult. Holding a pen and dipping ink, the familiar one depicts the number 6 rune Ken on the pistol grip, and then uses the rune as a carrier to bless the magic armament. After spending 1 ounce of magic crystal as an enchanting stabilizer, Joan successfully upgraded the revolver to +2 revolver to complete the basic enchantment process. So far, this pistol has met the conditions for further attachment to other spells. Joan carefully selected 2 spells, one of which was even the original spell he specially tailored for this pistol, named Sensation. The reason for this name is that this spell is actually a combination of 2 rings of aphasia and 2 rings of blindness and deafness. A creature that has suffered from insensitivity will lose sight, hearing, and speaking ability at the same time if it cannot resist the negative energy that invades the body, becoming blind, deaf, and dumb. In order to achieve the above 3 functions of depriving the senses, Joan must provide sufficient magic energy levels for this newly created spell. Sensation combines the effects of 2 2-ring spells, so it must be at least a 3-ring spell. Joan developed a senselessness technique. A very important purpose is to attach this spell to the pistol, through the bullet shot by the pistol to transmit the magic effect. Under normal casting conditions, Joan can make up for the lack of negative energy levels by adding additional casting materials, such as black agate. However, it is inconvenient to use casting materials when conducting spells with a pistol. Otherwise, will each black bullet have to be added with black agate? Not to mention the cost of bullets soaring. Just encapsulating black agate in the metal warhead, the process is cumbersome. Not to mention, the weight of the packaged black agate warhead will become lighter, and the structural strength will also decrease, which may cause the penetration of the bullet to be weakened. Joan didn't want to get into these troubles. He had to find a way to cancel the material elements of senselessness, exempting the black agate consumed during the casting process. It is difficult to maintain all the functions of the senselessness with the magic level of the 3-level spell position. Joan is neither willing nor able to upgrade the senselessness spell to a 4-ring spell. Under the constraint of keeping the current ring number unchanged, if you want to retain the main function of the spell, you must make a choice. In this optimization process, the literary statement is dancing with shackles, and the more straightforward statement is demolition of the east wall to make up the west wall. The original version of apathy inherits the characteristics of aphasia and blindness and deafness. As long as the target is within the spell's range, it will definitely be hit. However, when senselessness is attached to the bullet, the advantages of this absolute hit will be useless. Only when the bullet hits the target, then the spell attached to the bullet can act on the target. On the other hand, if the bullet fails to hit the target, the senselessness attached to the bullet will not be activated at all, and the feature of absolute hit will not come in handy at all. On the issue of optimizing spells, Joan has always upheld the razor principle. Useless things, all shaved off. Joan made some adjustments to the spell configuration of Sensation, and reduced the attribute of absolute hit to that it only activates itself when it comes into contact with the subject. The magic space liberated by this can just fill the shortfall caused by the removal of casting materials. and perfectly achieve his expected goal. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 808 Joan's Magic Gun. Sensation is a necrotic spell that uses negative energy to destroy biological sensory functions. Based on past experience, Joan chose the number 10 rune NVD, which means pain and deprivation, as the enchanting carrier of senselessness. With sufficient preparatory preparations, the entire enchantment process was completed smoothly. Now, Joan has completed the first 2 enchanting links of the revolver, and spent 5 ounces of magic crystals to get a +2 disappointed pistol. In the next 3rd enchantment, Joan was not busy starting work. Put the semi-finished magic pistol aside first, open the spell book, and concentrate on studying the last enchanting process. Joan plans to do it again tomorrow, because the 3rd spell he plans to enchant the revolver is the 3 rings of fear that he just copied this afternoon. Although it can be displayed with reluctance, after all, it is not yet skilled enough. In case of mistakes in the process of enchanting, it will be difficult to remedy, and it will waste precious magic crystals. For reasons of stability, Joan decided to take the time off first and take a moment to practice fear until he mastered it well. Joan repeatedly read the spell configuration and spelling spell of fear 3 times, keeping in mind, and then used the Sid mana and mythical power that have not been used to date to practice this spell. After the drill was over, the night was deep, and Joan went to bed as usual. Waking up the next morning, Joan sat in bed meditating, preparing for the spell of the day. The first thing after getting out of bed is to complete the last enchantment of the revolver. Fear is also a necromantic spell that uses negative energy, and is suitable for use with number 10 rune NVD as an enchanting carrier. Last night's special training was not in vain. It took Joan less than 10 minutes to perfectly attach the 3 rings of fear to the revolver. At this point, the enchanting project of the pistol was successfully completed, and the shooting accuracy and lethality were greatly improved. In addition, Joan can also activate the magic function of the pistol, adding senselessness, fear to the bullet, or both. Both magic effects have the same limit on the number of use, up to 3 activations per day. The bullet attached with sensation is only effective for the first target hit. The bullet with fear has a wider range of effects. In addition to the target hit by the bullet, all creatures within a 30-foot cone behind it will also suffer a joint effect and fall into a state of panic. Spirit net and magic pistol. Joan spent a total of 13 ounces of magic crystals to make these 2 magic guides. Recalling that I was risking my life during the expedition in the dark area, and worked hard for half a month, plus the luck of the sky, finally accumulated 24 ounces of magic crystals. And now I have done 2 things casually and consumed most of the inventory. It really is. It's easy to make money and hard to make money. At 9 o'clock in the morning on May 4th, all the interns who participated in the combat missions of Bylun Mountain, a total of 80 people, gathered at the playground. Arnold Level, who is also a military agent, led the crowd to the warhorse provided by the military and reported to the military camp. Collectively, as soon as 10 o'clock, the crowd reached the military zone of Midget City and was stopped by guards at the intersection. Arnold turned over and dismounted, showing his ID to the captain of the guard, and then the group was allowed to enter the military zone. A guard is responsible for leading the way and leading them to the station of the 1st Special Cavalry Battalion under the Meadgad Colonial Regiment Blue Spear Cavalry. Arnold deserved to be a general. After coming to the barracks, he was as familiar as going home. The higher-ranking officer, who recognized him as the commander-in-chief's brother, also came to say hello. Not long afterwards, a chunky quartermaster came trotting over, took out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead, nodding at Arnold with a smile on his face. Master Level, I'm sorry, I'm so busy to count the supplies. I'm welcome if you are far away, please forgive me. Welcome, Captain Powell, my people are all here, and then I'll trouble you to take everyone to the warehouse to get combat equipment. Really serve. Captain Powell looked at the group of college students with different clothes behind Arnold and smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me." Joan and others dismounted successively, handed the reins to the nearest serviceman, and walked with the quartermaster Powell to the material warehouse to receive the quarterly supplies. The military provides them with materials covering all aspects of clothing, food, housing and transportation. Needless to say, riding horses, each also received a set of imperial military uniforms that fit their size. The navy blue military uniform has the same style as the imperial cavalry. The boys put on military uniforms and felt at least 3 points more handsome. The quartermaster department has also prepared 40 or 50 sets of women's military uniforms to ensure that female college students participating in the military operation also have fit military uniforms to wear. Attentive Mr. Powell explained to everyone apologetically, "Because of the shortage of materials, we have only had time to prepare a military uniform for you. If you need to change your clothes, you can temporarily change to casual clothes." Changing the laundry is indeed a problem for ordinary people. Fortunately, Joan, they are all spellcasters. Just use a magic trick to clean up the clothes, and there is no need to prepare a uniform for replacement. After receiving their military uniforms, Mr. Powell ordered his men and women to distribute bedding such as military tents and blankets for the students. Military kettles, cutlery, compressed biscuits that are easy to carry, corned beef, chocolate bars, and instant black tea bags packed into small bags are also available. The taste of military food is not delicious, but it has enough calories and can quickly fill your stomach in harsh environments. In addition to these conventional materials, the military took into consideration that winter was used to launching attacks at night, and also distributed a night vision goggles for each intern. At the time of Joan's internship in the Swire Abyss, they also distributed such military magic guides. They knew how to use them without the demonstration of Mr. Powell. In addition, the military also provides an additional benefit for interns who are good at using firearms. They can receive 100 rounds of bullets for guns for free. This is a small surprise for Joanne. In response to the call of Mr. Quartermaster, he stepped forward and went to the ammunition depot to collect the bullets. Joanne observed the classmates and found that the phenomenon of yin and yang is very obvious. There are a total of 32 students who took their guns to participate in this internship task, of which 20 were nuns from the seminary, including boys, including Arnold and Holden, but a minority. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 809 Major James. The team of gunmen from Meadged University clearly showed the phenomenon of more women than men. Joanne was slightly surprised at first, but relieved with a little thought. All the female college students who bring their own magic crystal shotguns are all priests of the Queen of Cause and Effect Timothy. The firearm is the God-given weapon of the goddess Timus, and it is as important as the holy symbol in the mind of Pastor Timus, and Pastor Timus has the specialty of shooting by faith, casually. Which one is the sword gunner who picks one from another? Most of the pastors of the Queen of Cause and Effect are women, but male priests are not excluded. For example, Arnold's partner Laurie Grant, a male priest Timus, is carrying a large diameter magic crystal smoothbore gun, which is very chic. Joan and Holden are the only shotguns among all gunmen, and the revolvers they hold are all imported from the Far East. Joan was initially a bit worried that the ammunition library could not find a bullet matching the caliber of the revolver. Fortunately, it turned out that he was worried. The Blue Lancer is worthy of being the only modern gun-armed unit formed in Meadged. In addition to conventional rifle bullets, bullets suitable for revolver pistols are also stored. Joan received a large bag of pistol bullets and happily stuffed it into the storage bag. Get this free supply. It is not a trip in vain. After receiving the supplies, Mr. Quartermaster took the heavily armed student soldiers to the playground, where they were inspected by the Cavalry Battalion Commander Henry James. Joan, they soon noticed that there was another unit on the wide playground being reviewed. There are more than 300 people in a neat phalanx, all dressed in blue breastplates, sabers on their waists, and a magic crystal smoothbore rifle obliquely behind them. "Look, that's the famous Special 1st Cavalry Battalion, Blue Spear Cavalry, our allies for this mission," Audrey whispered to her companions. "Wow, Brother Lancer, they look so handsome." Hyla's eyes lit up. "Sister Lucky, don't be fooled. Hurry up and line up, Mr. Major is going to name," Holden reminded with a smile. The commander of the Blue Lancers, Major Henry James, fully complied with Joan's imagination of the young officers. The figure is tall, blonde, and has a cool look, and the hair and beard are cut very short, giving a strong and capable impression. The Colonel Mr. took over the roster handed over from Arnold and returned a military salute, with a slight smile on his lips, and then he returned to seriousness. Major James cleared his throat and asked with a full voice, "Next, Mr. Who heard the name, please list the students who should be there, and report the major you are studying in, and the extraordinary professional level. Do you understand?" Everyone was deterred by the stern attitude of the major, and he quickly responded in unison. Although Major James only mentioned Mr., ignoring the presence of Miss, and inadvertently showing arrogant masculinity, the girls only complained in their hearts, but they dared not publicly protest. After the public roll call, Major James confirmed that all 80 interns from Meadged University were present. The extraordinary professions covered mages, warlocks, priests, paladins, arcane knights, and bards, all of which met military requirements. Caster. Major James nodded with satisfaction, returning the roster to Arnold. "Mr. Lovell, take the people you selected, and follow me. Some words to talk to you separately. As for others, I will let Powell take them to visit the military camp." Major James touched his jacket pocket and took out a gold-plated pocket watch. "It's 10:40 in the morning. After half an hour, we will have dinner in the officers' cafeteria." "As you wish, Mr. Major." Arnold explained Major James' arrangement, and the students were divided into two groups. The large troops visited the barracks under the leadership of Captain Powell, and Arnold took Lowry, Angel, Lane, and Audrey, Joanne, Holden, and Hyla, and 8 people followed Major James into his office. "Everyone, just do whatever you want. You won't be constrained here." On private occasions, Major James seemed to be easygoing and ordered the servicemen to pour tea for the young guests. "This military operation requires everyone here to shoulder a special mission. I am not in a position to disclose the specific content of the mission for the time being, but I think you already know how many. Next, I need to confirm whether you meet the 3 conditions necessary to perform secret missions." Major James sat in the armchair, raised his legs, and his eyes fell on Arnold's face. "Mr. Lovell, you have already explained to them. What are the 3 requirements?" "Of course, Mr. Major." "Very good, Mr. Lovell. Start with you." "No problem." Arnold cleared his throat and calmly stated himself. "As an arcane knight, although my spellcasting ability is not comparable to that of a professional mage, I can also perform 2 rings of transfiguration and become a Hawkman form of Jotunheim, fully qualified for flying operations. Demand. My rifle and sword, as well as my shield and breastplate, are all enchanted equipment and meet the second requirement issued by the military. Finally, when it comes to courage, allow me to boast that I haven't been afraid of anything in my life. If this is not enough, this enchanting heroic ring can help me overcome fear in any situation." Arnold raised his left hand and showed a silver magic ring worn on his ring finger to show Major James. "Very well, Mr. Lovell, you fully understand our intentions. Your Excellency Commander-in-Chief deserves to be proud of having such an excellent brother." Major James smiled comfortably. Next, Lowry followed the simple introduction of Arnold. As a 7th-level Emperor Moss priest, he also chose the travel field magic. 3rd ring flying and 4th ring travel can provide him with flying capabilities. In addition, the 4th ring any door can also make him teleport to the sky in an instant. Lowry's magic crystal rifle is also an enchanted weapon, not to mention that he can also use offensive magic. In the end, the two-ring divine technique Stable Mind can help the priest against the projection of fear of Pelican. Next I introduce myself to Angel and Lane. Both men are 5th level wizards, and they are both good at flying and heroic, and they are not lacking in destructive magic like Fireball and Lightning Beam, which fully meets the requirements of Major James on behalf of the military. 3 requirements. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 810 Craniography. The Arnold team was finished, and then it was Joan's 4. Joan's situation is similar to that of Angel and Lane. Although he hasn't learned flying technique yet, he used transformation technique to change into eagle form, which can still meet the needs of flying operations. Hyla is good at flying skills and heroic spirit. Although the wave-edged sword is not a magic weapon, he can use the special ability of Magic Warrior to temporarily enchant. Holden seems to possess a mysterious supernatural ability, which can transform a pair of dragon wings behind him to meet the requirements of flight. His pistols and daggers are magic weapons. Needless to say, the poet's two-ring spell Stable Mind can also play a role in combating fear. Finally, Audrey. She hasn't learned flying spells herself, but Blue Knight has a special Mount Pegasus, which can carry the master to fight in the air. Audrey's saber, shield, and armor are all enchanted weapons. In addition, she also has a dragon lance dedicated to air combat, which has the functions of a rifle and a rifle arms. As for courage, for a paladin, this question is not worth mentioning at all. After Audrey opened the aura of courage, she was not only completely immune to all fear effects, but also provided a morale bonus to her surroundings, inspiring the courage to fight fear. Major James was very satisfied with everyone's reply. He took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. It was too early for lunch to take out all kinds of biological skulls in his collection for the young visitors to enjoy. This major, who claims to be a skull collector, is very interested in craniography. Mr. Lovell, have you ever taken the course of phrenology in college? Arnold hesitated and replied politely, craniology is an emerging science. The culture of Meadged University is more conservative. At present, this theory has not been included in the teaching subject list. That's really a shame. Major James took a knee at the knee with regret. In my opinion, this is a revolutionary great university, shining with the brilliance of truth. You really should spend some spare time and study it carefully. This science. Joan has heard about craniography and has read several related papers out of curiosity. However, he is deeply skeptical of this so-called emerging theory. No matter from an empirical point of view, or from a theoretical basis, there are many unexplainable loopholes in this doctrine. It is said that science is actually closer to a metaphysics. Angel and Lane's attitude towards craniomorphology is similar to that of Joanne. The two young wizards exchanged glances, as if they wanted to laugh but couldn't. Ryan is more introverted and doesn't want to refute publicly the Major Mr. Fan who admires craniography. Angel can't help it. Cough. Dear Mr. Major, I didn't mean to offend you. But when it comes to craniography, my mentor, Professor Franklin, published a highly worded article in the Journal of Austrian Law, not long ago. I am deeply impressed by the criticism of the chaos in the field of craniography. Oh, tell me, Professor Franklin, what's your opinion on phrenology? Mr. Major came in delight. Frankly speaking, my tutor didn't even recognize that cranioface was a serious science. He thought that the so-called cranioface was just a trick that was organized by several sticks. It is impossible to come up with persuasive empirical data. It is nothing more than the prejudice woven by dreams and fantasies. Angel's remarks, although only retelling President Franklin's statement, also showed his own position. Joan and Lane almost couldn't help laughing on the spot. But Major James' face sank immediately. Mr. Master, I don't want to criticize your mentor. Professor Franklin is certainly a great scholar, but his slander of craniography is too vicious. Professor Garrett, who pioneered craniography, is not inferior to Professor Franklin. Dr. Astrock and Dr. Loran too, who have made outstanding contributions to this subject, aren't they outstanding scholars who are blameless in both knowledge and education? You said that these respectable university students are all liars and magic sticks, and I can never agree. Major James stood up excitedly, turned and walked to the bookshelf, picked up 2 white Sensen skulls, turned and showed them to everyone. Mr. Angel said just now that chronography lacks experimental evidence. I'm sorry. Although I am an amateur of this theory, I can come up with sufficient evidence to verify the truth revealed by craniography. Major James held up the skull in his left hand so that Joan and others could see better. Look, this is the head of a colonist from the old world. It is not difficult to find that this skull has the following characteristics. The skull as a whole looks larger. The skull is round. The cheekbones, the brow bones and the bridge of the nose are raised. The eye sockets are obviously sunken, and the facial features are deep in contour. That's true. Arnold nodded in agreement. Now, let's take a look at the head of the Azan native in the New World. Major James raised his right-hand skull. Obviously, compared to the head just now, this native has a smaller head size, a flat facial bone, and soft facial features. Your observations are very meticulous. Angle first agreed, and then raised doubts. But Mr. Major, what can this mean? Explain what? Explain the truth, my young gentleman. Isn't this obvious? Major James blushed excitedly, waving his arms. According to craniography, the larger the head, the larger the brain capacity, and the more intelligent and rational the head is. The appearance of the head is beautiful and the contours of the facial features are clear and deep, indicating that the head of the head has more sensibility and creativity. A skull with these characteristics indicates that its owner is low in intelligence and lacks creativity. Comparing these two heads, it is not difficult to find that the colonists are higher races with more intelligence, and the indigenous peoples are ignorant and poor races. My dear gentleman, think about it. Isn't the above argument derived from craniography a true portrayal of reality? The reason why our colonizers are more civilized and better is that they invented and mastered the most advanced technology of this era, which is not entirely the result of acquired education. The physical structure of the skull is higher than that of the indigenous people, and the natural intelligence is more developed. So, as our superior race, our colonizers should conquer the low-lying and ignorant indigenous race and spread a light of civilization throughout every corner of the new continent. This is not the great truth revealed by craniography for us. Major James growled loudly with excitement, his eyes glowing unusually hot. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 811 Expedition to Bailan Mountain. Joan looked at each other's companions, and couldn't help being shocked by the fanatic speech of the Major, but it was not easy to refute in person. The atmosphere in the room gradually became low. Fortunately, a trumpet sound came out of the window. It was time to go to the restaurant. The young college students, as if saved, took the opportunity to end the embarrassing chat and hurriedly said goodbye to the Major. Out of Major James' office, Hayla finally couldn't help vomiting. This Mr. Major looks like a cultist, full of crooked ideas. Prying his head away, we can know what the craziness of the madman looks like. That's what I said. Audrey shook her head and interjected with a smile. If craniography is true, it's difficult to explain something. Like me, my head is bigger than Joan, and the contours of the facial features are deeper than him. According to the theory of craniography, I should be smarter than Joan, but it is not the case. Joan rarely heard that Her Royal Highness was self-confessed, and she could not help but suddenly. Holden suddenly clapped his hands and sang a grinning poem with a smile. Big head, don't worry about raining. Others have umbrellas, my sister has a big head. Asshole, close your stinky mouth. Audrey gritted her teeth, flushed her face, flew a foot, and kicked her brother's butt. Joan and his party came to the cafeteria and accompanied the cavalry officers led by Major James to lunch. Major James no longer promotes the craniomorphology he believes in, and the dining atmosphere is generally relaxed and enjoyable. After lunch, The troops were drawn. Blue Lancers plus interns from Mage University, a total of more than 400 rides, walked out of the city gate and turned to the southwest. The boring military life is lackluster, although the road conditions are not bad. After a long day of riding, people are tired and have backache. Especially those young students who lacked the training for long-distance march are even more distressed. There are even people who have worn a saddle on the inside of their thighs and dyed their crotch crimson. It looks like they are coming to the big aunt. These people who are out of embarrassment are still boys. At the moment, they are deeply envious of the girls who also ride all day. Ladies' saddles are different from men's. They can sit with their legs together and sit sideways on the saddle. They will work harder, but they will not get sore hips from the saddles, and they will not break the delicate skin on the inside of the thighs. By the next morning, when the troops left the makeshift camp and went on the road again, most of the students had given up on horseback marching, and then withdrew to the side of the brigade to take a horsey-drawn carriage instead. Captain Powell, the quartermaster, seemed to have expected that this group of college students could not support it for 2 days. When he set off, he prepared an extra 10 empty cars, and now it really comes in handy. The Joan team and the Arnold team still insist on marching on horseback. A little hard work is nothing to them. Joan's riding has been really good, and his body is much stronger than before. After a high-intensity march down the whole day, when camping in the evening, after dinner, everyone else was tired and turned to rest, but Joan insisted on the previous work and rest system. Joan carries the vitality ring with him and only needs to sleep for 2 hours a day to recover energy. As for the accumulated fatigue of long-distance travel, drink a cup of Tears of God to dispel the potion. After taking the medicine, Joan recovered and stayed alone in the tent, competing to read a large bundle of Austrian and French periodicals that he carried with him. The time to meditate and study spells could be squeezed out. After a 3-day march, the troops arrived in the Bailan Mountains on the evening of May 7th. At this point of the march, the road conditions were getting worse. In particular, there was a heavy rain just last night, and the water was overflowing along the way, and there were quagmire everywhere. The troops had to slow down the pace of the march, moving forward on the wet and muddy mountain road. Bad news sometimes came from behind, either that the cart carrying the materials was caught in the mud, or that the wheel axle was broken again. Major James scolded Captain Baldwin for his uselessness, threatening his quartermaster repeatedly, saying that he would leave the logistics team and lead the cavalry to go on his own as planned. Of course, this is just anger. As a commander with rich combat experience, no matter how impatient Major James is, it is impossible to really drop the procrastinating convoy, otherwise the convoy protected by the cavalry will likely be the target of a large group of Pelican attacks. Being dragged down by the convoy, the cavalry forces had to suspend their journey and rest on the spot. Joan sat on his horse and looked at the mountains through the last rays of the setting sun. The scenery in front of him evoked his memories. This barren mountain and wild ridges surrounded by coniferous forest, desolate and quiet, and uninhabited. Looking up from the foot of the mountain where the troops are located, the first thing to see is the remains of large and small mining fields, which have been deserted for a long time and mostly flooded with greenery. Looking across the mountainside, looking up the steep ridge, the field of vision was quickly obscured by the clouds in the air. Although he couldn't see the towering peaks, Joan knew that the hillside volcanic lake, the cliffs and the valleys covered by the jungle were the habitats of a large group of Pelican. As early as more than 3 months ago, he had invisibly flew to the top of the mountain and spotted Pelican's lair on the spot. Just as Joan was fascinated by the memories, there was a sudden gunfire across the front of a mountain beam, and there was a faint roar of wild animals coming in the wind. Joan immediately heard the roar of the male Pelican. His face slightly changed, and quickly reminded the companions beside him to be careful. Audrey looked in the direction of the gunshots and roars. Her beautiful face and dignified expression, the last glory of the west sky, finally disappeared behind the mountains. As night fell, in the dim wilderness, The gunshots and the roar of the beast were thrilling. The place where the abnormal movement came is at least 2 or 3 miles away from us, and there are hills and dense forests covering it. I can't see what happened. Hyla frowned, muttering to himself. It's likely that Pelican was attacking a passing business trip. It's useless to wait here. It's better to fly over and have a look. Maybe we can't help. Holden shouted eagerly. Audrey waved her hand, instructing her brother to be restless. Turning the horse's head, he ran towards Arnold and his party, who were also concerned about the abnormal movement in the distance. The movement across the mountain beams. You must have been aware of it. What are your plans now? Audrey asked Arnold bluntly. Arnold hesitated for a moment and replied in a low voice, I would really like to check what happened, but this is not a school after all. The army is a place of rules. We still have to wait for Major James to take the idea. No act without permission. Cavalry is inconvenient to cross mountains and forests. Even if you rush to the incident site now, it will take at least 2 hours to reach the scene. I'm afraid it will be too late, Audrey said with some concern. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 812. Tanma. So what are your plans? Arnold asked Audrey. You go to Mr. Major now, apply to him for verbal authorization, temporarily arrange our 2 teams into the scout sequence, and use your flying ability to go to the incident site for investigation as soon as possible. Audrey's imposing and unpretentious attitude and clear-cut thinking made Arnold deeply convinced. Although he was the leader of all interns and always cared about his leadership, he didn't feel embarrassed to be called by Audrey at this moment. He nodded and urged the horse to rush to find Major James. Audrey returned to Joan and others, and Shen Sheng said, prepare the flying spell and the means to resist fear. If there is no accident, there will be a fierce battle ahead of us. Joan nodded and immediately took out a feather of the Jotunheim hawk from the spellcasting material bag, blessing himself with 2 rings of morph. Hyla and Holden are also ready to go to the battlefield in time. The crowd waited for 5 or 6 minutes. Arnold urged Ma to come back, his face hard to hide his excitement. Audrey, I have been authorized by Mr. Major. 8 of us were ordered to investigate the enemy and set off immediately. Audrey was not surprised by the news he brought back. She turned over and dismounted, walked to an open area by the road, took off the unholy emblem between her necks, and prayed with her palm in her hands. The magic nets distributed around the High Princess of the Princess suddenly fluctuated with the prayer. The magical power converged in front of Audrey, forming a silver summoning circle on the ground, emitting a divine light. In the center of the magic circle, a portal to heaven was opened, and a horse that seemed to be cast from platinum slowly walked out of the portal. On both sides of the body, a pair of white wings like angel wings were spread. This Pegasus from heaven, with all its saddles, a pair of smart eyes slightly turned, and his eyes fell on Audrey, and immediately showed a joyful look, walked to her in a broken step, dropped her head, and dropped her head. He rubbed intimately. Audrey smiled, raised her hand to caress Tanma's head, and said softly in her ear, Lafayette, my good sister, I will work hard again for you this time. Tanma raised his head and hissed, as if to say he was ready to fight evil. Audrey took Tanma back to her companions, and introduced Joan and others to the love horse Lafayette. This handsome and intelligent Tanma is fully able to understand human language, but is too lazy to speak. With a slightly arrogant look, he nodded to Joan and others to express his greetings. When it was his turn to greet Holden, Tanma suddenly snorted, raised his hoof, and made a gesture to kick him. Lafayette, I just made a small joke with you last time. It's been so long since you passed. How can you still be vengeful? It's such a careful-eyed female ... Mayor, Holden said sadly. Tanma didn't accept the poet's self-examination, and glanced at him angrily, turning his head too lazy to ignore him. Joan is not clear about what contradiction has occurred between Holden and Tanma, but it is speculated from the attitudes and dialogue between the two parties that it is mostly the boy Holden who did some kind of prank on Lafayette and deeply offended this heart. The arrogant Miss Danmer is still cherished. Okay, Lafayette, we can't commit to the general knowledge of a naughty bag like Holden. Audrey rubbed the horse's mane, turned the horse, and held the rein slightly. Danmer immediately spread its white and wide wings, carrying the hostess into the air and circling around in the sky for a week, then went straight across the mountain and flew away. Joan became an eagle man, fluttered his wings and flew into the night sky, catching up with Danmer. Hayla, Holden, Arnold, Lowry, Angel, and Ryan, each also used flying spells, took off in succession, followed Audrey, and accelerated to the point where gunfire and beast roar came. A group of 8 people flew at full speed in the moonlight. Within 10 minutes, they crossed the steep mountains and rash forests, and the terrain in front turned wide. Joan touched his prosthetic eyes and turned on dark vision. His eyes penetrated through the darkness to see a group of deer-headed eaglin monsters hovering in the night sky. It was Pelican, with no fewer than 10 heads. Just in the area where Pelican is clustered, there is a mountain road winding against the cliff. On the mountain road, a large group of business travelers gathered, surrounded by 6 carriages. All looked panic. Among this group of business travelers, there are also a dozen men dressed as mercenaries, holding shotguns or crossbows in their hands, shooting frequently at the warcraft circled overhead. It is a pity that the night provides a natural cover for Pledong, and few bullets or arrows can hit them. Even if occasionally shot, these iron-forged warheads and arrows are difficult to penetrate the magical armor of Periwinter, and the damage caused can be ignored. While they were hovering in the sky, Pelican was observing the movement of ground prey, and suddenly swooped down one after another to launch a round of raids. Pelican's dive was extremely fast, and within a blink of an eye he was approaching within 100 feet of the ground. At the same time, this group of warcraft in the hazy moonlight, even remotely projecting its own projection, twisted into a long and narrow humanoid shadow, quietly pounced on the mercenaries shooting with guns. In the moment captured by this strange shadow, most mercenaries shivered in unison, immediately losing blood on their faces, dropping their weapons, and turning their heads to run wildly. Pledong swooped up, knocked down the frightened mercenaries from behind, cut open the chest of the prey with the sharp antlers, and bowed his head into the chest. A short time later, a bloody, hot heart still twitching and beating, a vague and ecstatic long roar, excitedly like winning a big prize. Seeing the cruel killing scenes of these monsters in the distance, everyone could not help but feel cold. Audrey opened the aura of courage for the first time, and Joan and others all got rid of fear under the protection of the aura and successively blessed themselves with heroic spirit or stable mind. Audrey pulled down the night vision goggles that had been stuck on her forehead, and observed the dynamics of the group of pelicans across from her enchanted lenses. At the same time, she pulled a strangely shaped long-handed weapon from the storage bag and laid it across the saddle. This weapon is 10 feet long, and looks like a silver lance. Under the shield-shaped hand cage, there are faintly similar devices like clips, grips and triggers. Joan also noticed that the strangely shaped rifle in Audrey's hands was not equipped with a gun head. The hollow cross-section at the end of the barrel exposed the muzzle of the black hole. It is more like a thick and long barrel than a barrel. There is a parallel metal slide bar under the barrel, which is used to install accessories similar to the bayonet. The sharp prismatic blade tip is almost flush with the muzzle. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 813 Dragon Rifle. Joan, out of curiosity, stared at the strange weapon in Audrey's hands to observe carefully. The more I look, the more I feel that this weapon is more like a large rifle than a lance, and I think of it as the legendary dragon gun. Joan and others were within 500 yards of the group of Pelians who attacked the caravan. At such a long distance, even Arnold, who has the most excellent shooting skills in the crowd, is limited by the range and accuracy of the smoothbore, and he is not very sure of hitting the high-speed flying Pelican. At this time, Audrey set up the dragon rifle, locked through the sight to the Pelican who was chasing the frightened mercenary, and steadily pulled the trigger. Boom! With a deep roar, a half-inch wide muzzle bore a bright arc. 500 yards away, Pelican, who was about to pounce on his prey, suddenly burst a large cloud of blood mist on his neck, and his head with a broken neck fracture turned to the back. The huge wounds weren't vague. The power of this gun directly smashed Pelican's sturdy neck into half, and even the screaming was too late to roll, and the volley fell and fell. Joan couldn't help moving when she saw Peely Winter being shot by Audrey. Dragon Lance is worthy of being the strongest individual air combat weapon in the contemporary era. Although the name carries a gun in the name, Dragon Rifle is more like a small magic crystal cannon. No matter how caliber, range or destructive power of special bullets, it is far from ordinary rifles. The intelligence level of Pelican is much higher than that of ordinary birds and beasts. Seeing that a companion was shot and fell, all of them were immediately alert, and decisively gave up chasing the mercenary team who failed to defeat the army and turned to Audrey from all directions. Quick fire. Arnold realized that the situation was grim, and quickly reminded his companions to quickly block the brutal warcraft while raising his gun and pulling the trigger. All other members of the team equipped with firearms, except Joan, raised their guns and opened fire. Dense gunshots reverberated in the night sky, and the group of Pelicans approaching quickly across the opposite side frequently groaned and burst of blood on his body. But he did not give up the high-speed advance. Arnold clenched the barrel of his gun, his face ugly. Although everyone's firearms are enchanted weapons, after all, the caliber cannot be compared with Audrey's dragon rifle. It is difficult to cause fatal damage to the strong Pelican from such a long distance. Joan didn't shoot, because he already knew that with his half-hanger's shooting style, he wanted to hit a high-speed flying target from a distance of 200 or 300 yards. The probability is really not high. Moreover, the power of the pistol bullets is limited. Even if you hit luck with Pelican, unless you hit the vital parts, such as eyes and throat, it is difficult to force the other party to stop acting. Since you know that the benefits of shooting are not great, rather than wasting time and bullets, it is better to wait patiently for the opponent to fly closer. Use this buffer time to prepare to cast more efficient spells to defeat the enemy. Thinking about this, Joan touched the casting material bag, took out a small crystal bottle, and the phosphor fire sealed in the bottle sparkled in the night sky. The cluster attack Pelican's momentum is amazing, and the speed is so fast that people can't blink, and it is almost within 100 feet of everyone in an instant. Audrey realized that it was too late to shoot again. She held the barrel of the gun and flicked her force. The bayonet equipped with the anti-return circlip was inertially thrown forward and clicked, locking it close to the muzzle. Dragon Rifle instantly switched from shooting mode to fighting mode. The 10-foot gun and the 2-foot-long sharp bayonet became a real lance. Audrey lifted the reins with her left hand, and pointed the gun forward with her right hand. The blade shot a beam of holy brilliance, shining on Pelican, who rushed to the forefront, and marked the sign of punishment for evil. Vanima. At the same time that Audrey was about to launch a charge, Joan completed the preparation of the third ring of arcane hypnotism and threw the crystal bottle with phosphor fire. The twinkling transparent vials drew a beautiful parabola in the night sky, which attracted the sight of the group of high-speed rushing Pelican across. Just under the eyes of the beasts, the vial suddenly burst, bursting out a large and colorful brilliance, circling and dancing in the night sky, flashing a rapidly changing magnificent pattern. The four-headed Pelican rushing in the front row were deeply attracted by the colorful and unpredictable glowing patterns in front of them. They flapped their wings and hung in the air, forgetting that they were on the battlefield, and there were many dangerous enemies on the opposite side. Staring at the hypnotic pattern faintly. Good chance. Audrey's eyes lit up, shaking the reins suddenly, urging the horse to fly forward, holding up his rifle, struggling to pierce the Pelican that had just been marked with the evil spirit. Blessing the broken evil sword bayonet, a sacred light shining from the heart. Puff! The bayonet penetrated Pelican's left abdomen almost unimpeded, pierced it in one fell swoop, and the blood-stained blade was exposed from the right abdomen. Audrey struggled to shoot the gun, and flew Pelican hanging off the bayonet, dragging the dying Wailing to the ground. At the same time, Holden, Arnold and Lowry raised their guns and fired. Hayla, Angel and Ryan also raised their hands to blast out the lightning beam and joined forces to strike the other three heads. The hypnotic pattern attracted attention. Pelican Joan did not participate in this offensive. His eyes crossed the belligerent airspace, staring further away, and six-headed Pelican was coming around. After observing the situation on the battlefield quickly, Joan found that all his companions had no time to do so. He simply flew over alone, and used his own strength to stop the second wave of Pelican who was about to arrive on the battlefield. The six-headed Pelican across the board quickly realized that a figure of a half-eagle and half-man rushed over, all slowing down the flight speed, throwing out the shadow of negative energy under him. Silently, the sixth shadow of the shadows hit Joan almost simultaneously, trying to put a terrible image into his mind. The heroic spirit blessed in advance came into play at the right time, and Joan flooded with cash halo all around, bouncing all the evil shadows entangled. At the time of the light and shadow confrontation, Joan had flown to the opposite group of Pelicans within 100 yards, pulled out the revolver, and aimed at the frontmost Pelican. Rusim. Joan coldly chanted an elven mantra representing terror and pulled the trigger. The enchanted bullet screamed out of the gun barrel. Across from the opposite side, Pelican burst into a big burst of blood on his chest. At the same time, 3 fears attached to the bullets were released. The cold magic wave fluctuated through the body of Pledong, quickly spreading behind him, unfolding a large cone-shaped area full of negative energy. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 814. Bird catching. Immediately behind the shot of Pelican, there are 5 Pelican, all within the envelope of fear. The results were not spared. They were all scared and panicked. They didn't care about attacking Joan, fluttered their wings and turned to escape, and disappeared into the depths of the night within 2 minutes. The Pelican, who was shot and injured by Joan, was also gripped by the heart of fear, resisting the severe pain caused by the gunshot wound, and flapping his wings hard, trying to escape from the battlefield. Seeing this group of Warcraft, which used to use supernatural abilities to intimidate their prey, has now also been reduced to the situation of being scared. But Joan's lips raised a sarcastic arc. At the moment in Joan's eyes, the wounded Pelican is no longer a murderous horror Warcraft, but a rare research sample. How can it be allowed to slip away easily? Joan licked his lower lip, his lofty curiosity filled his heart, and looked at the injured Pelican's eyes, revealing a hint of greed. Don't do unnecessary struggles anymore. Just give me your devotion to scientific research. The young Mage took a bundle of gold and silver ropes from the storage bag, chanted the mantra in a low voice, and waved the rope. The spirit net, bundled into a bundle of ropes, flashed in the air and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the rope suddenly appeared on the head of Pledong, who was fleeing and wounded, and automatically developed into a huge net with gold and silver threads interlacing, showing lily and sunflower patterns. With a gunshot wound and endless bleeding, Pledong's flight speed injury was not as good as before, and he was unable to evade the giant net when the hood fell, and he was entangled with a thick silk thread in an instant, and his wings could not stretch. Falling down in a whirl, a desperate wailing sounded on the moment of landing. Joan converged on his wings and landed. He walked to the fall zone of Pledong, chanted the mantra, and withdrew the spirit net. The unlucky Pelican was first shot by Joan, then scared to death by horror, and then covered by the spirit net. He fell from a height of 100 yards, and his bones shattered and died. Only the last breath. Joan made a series of gestures to create a mage attacking the palm out of thin air, strangled Pelican's neck, twisted his strength, and completely broke the monster's final struggle. Looking around and confirming that there are no other enemies nearby, Joan remotely controls the magic giant palm to grab Pelican's body, fly back into the night sky, and go back to meet his teammates. The battle over there has just ended. 6 male Pelican were killed by Audrey and others, and only one of them fled with injuries. Hayla, Holden, Arnold, and Angel have won the battle, but fortunately it was only a skin injury, and he recovered after receiving the magic treatment of Lowry and Audrey. Angel and Ryan saw Joan dragging the net back, and there was a corpse of Pelican in the net. He came to watch round curiously and asked him what kind of research he wanted to carry out with the body. When the outsiders couldn't understand the academic exchanges between the masters, Audrey led the other companions to land and comforted the group of businessmen who were still in shock. Knowing the beginning and end of the attack on the caravan, Arnold took out the communication stone and reported the cause and effect to Major James, who was across the mountain. The magic message was sent out, and after waiting for about 3 or 4 minutes, Arnold received a reply. Major James sent instructions to let them stand by in the area where the caravan was attacked, waiting for the big troops to come and meet. Arnold informed his companions of this instruction, and then told the frightened business brigades that the military would provide them with asylum, and finally calm the frightened people. After 2 hours, the cavalry finally arrived. Major James instructed the troops to camp on the spot and took Arnold and the caravan leader back to the temporarily built headquarters to inquire about the attack in detail. The officers and soldiers and interns who came afterwards were very interested in the 5 Pelican corpses piled up in the middle of the camp, and came to watch them and find out how these terrible monsters were shot down. As a party, Holden finally had the opportunity to show his strengths. Sit by the campfire while sipping black tea, adding oil and vinegar to the audience, telling the audience about the fierce battle just now. Although the poet's narration is exaggerated, fortunately, it does not deviate too much from the truth. Moreover, the blood-stained Pelican's corpse also provides strong evidence for Holden's narration. After listening to Holden's story, all the audience deeply admired the 8 young people who participated in the encounter. With only 8 of them, the courage to confront a whole dozen of Pelican is called courage, and even more rare is that they have successfully defeated this group of fierce World of Warcraft, and they have suffered little damage. This is not just courage, but also shows its outstanding strength. It is worthy of being an elite student at Meadged University. The only controversial detail is Holden's description of the number of Pelican killed. According to the poet, they killed a total of 6 heads of Pelican, but there were only 5 corpses on the scene. And where is the body of one Pelican? This question, Joan is best qualified to answer, but he is too lazy to talk nonsense about such boring things. At the same time that Holden painted a picture of the battle by the campfire, Joan hid in the tent alone, brandished the light blade, and expertly dissected the body of Peli Winter. The blood of the corpse has been drawn by him and stored in a large flask, ready to be used as the material for blood interpretation. Joan is curious about Peli's physiological structure. Why does a creature show the physical features of elk, eagle and blue wolf at the same time? To maintain this external characteristic, its internal physiological function must also be unique. Otherwise it should have been eliminated by cruel nature. Joan detailed the anatomical drawing of Peli dung, looked at various internal organs, and then made the corpse into a specimen, ready to be brought back to school for further research. After completing the preliminary dissection, he felt that he had gained a lot. The only regret was that he had not yet obtained a sample of female pelican, and he was unable to perform physiological analysis on his abnormal pre-pregnancy appetite. Of course, the female pelican's cannibalism is not necessarily determined by physiological needs. There is also the possibility of psychological preferences or religious ceremonies, which belong to the category of psychology or theology. Before personally verifying, Joan couldn't make an assertion. Joan put away the anatomical tools and photographed a shrinkage technique on Pelican's body to store it in his backpack. After using a magic trick to clean the blood, Joan lifted the curtain of the tent, letting in the cool night wind to disperse the blood in the tent. After taking a short break, Joan put down the curtain and returned to the desk to begin the second phase of research work analyzing the blood of Pelican. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 815 Separate Action. Joan dipped the pen in ink and skillfully painted the number 4 rune on the outer wall of the blood storage bottle, then cast 2 rings of arcane blood interpretation on the blood storage bottle. The magic wire twitched slightly, as if plucking the strings, making Joan feel an indescribable sense of joy covering both psychological and physiological levels. Whenever focusing on spell research, Joan occasionally enters this wonderful state that psychologists call flow. As if his own body no longer exists, it turns into countless silk threads and merges into the magic net. His soul also becomes a set of chords of magic tremors, which are difficult to separate from each other, and together compose a mysterious and moving movement. Joan does not worship any personalized deities. His only belief is knowledge. Every time he explores the unknown mystery alone, he has a strange hunch. If one day, one's life is exhausted and the body returns to dust, the spiritual will may be able to be integrated into the infinite web that covers all planes of the multiverse. The form of pure spiritual body, in the dimension of the magic web, obtains eternal life. If we use religious discourse to describe this state, after a person dies, the soul becomes a part of the magic web, which can also be regarded as a prayer in a broad sense. At the time of the imagination, a blaze drifted out of the bottle mouth, condensed into mist in the air, and there were golden stripe runes traveling between the blood clouds, just the magic mark that Joan had just resolved. This magic mark corresponds to the supernatural ability of Pelican, Shadow of Shadow. After Joan had observed it for a while, he raised his pen and copied the magic mark into his spellbook. The magic mark of Shadow of the Shadows, as he expected, has a lot in common with the 3-ring fear, and the occupied magic energy level is also similar, but choose a different optimization direction. The optimization direction of fear is to expand the area of influence of the spell as much as possible, so that more subjects are in a panic and more tactical. The optimization direction of Shadow of the Shadows is going to the other extreme. It is only effective for a designated creature, but its range is far from scary. The coverage area of fear is a 30-foot cone-shaped space. Although the shadow seal can only affect one creature, it can be projected from 600 feet away in an instant. The 2 optimization orientations are not good or bad, and they play different roles for different occasions. The inspiration of Shadow of the Shadows to Joan is that he first has a deeper understanding of fear and its similar spells. In addition, it also provides him with a ready-made optimization program. If necessary, he can refer to the structure of Shadows at any time, and on the premise of keeping the number of spells unchanged, he can optimize the spell configuration on site, and it takes less than a minute to convert fear into Seal of Shadow as used to intimidate enemies in the distance. To achieve a rapid transformation of the spell configuration, it only takes a mythical force to provide the spell position. As for the choice of the 2 modes of emphasis on breadth and range, you can temporarily decide according to your needs. This idea of breaking the fixed pattern of spell configuration is very valuable. Not only is it effective for fear, other spells also follow the same rules. To put it bluntly, it is to treat the spell as a plasticine, and it becomes another spell when rubbed, which greatly broadens the scope of application, and the benefits are self-evident. In general, institutions that respect discipline and strict hierarchy often have a conservative xenophobia, and the military is a typical example. The officer class headed by Major James objectively needs Joan and others to assist them against Pelican, but he lacks trust in this group of young students who advocate freedom and individuality. From the expedition of the troops to the present, they have entered the high-risk zone where they were attacked by Pelican, but they have not announced the overall combat plan to the college students. Until the evening of May 7th, an 8-member team headed by Audrey and Arnold responded in time to the incidents encountered during the march, and offered to fly to the location of the incident for investigation to rescue the attacked business brigade. After killing 6 heads of Pelican, the whole team was almost unharmed and fought a beautiful battle before they truly won the military's approval. On the morning of May 8, Major James' service personnel informed Sisters Joan, Hayla, and Zion that they immediately went to the interim command to participate in the combat meeting. Joan and his party walked into the barracks and found that in addition to Major James presiding over the meeting, Arnold, Lowry, Angle and Ryan were also present, and they were all the members scheduled to perform the secret mission. Prior to this, Joanne only knew that they had a secret mission, but they did not know the specific content of the mission. Now, it is finally time to unravel the mystery. Major James spread a military map on his desk, first drawn a large circle around the Bylon mountain with a pencil, indicating the hunting range of Pelican, and then made 3 more important marks. These 3 marks correspond to 3 human settlements near Bylon Mountain on the map, namely Raccoon Town, Yannon Town and Wyoming Village. According to the planned combat plan, the Special 1st Cavalry Battalion will take a separate operation with the company as the unit. Major James himself will lead the 1st Company of the Cavalry Battalion to support Raccoon Town. The 2 captains and deputy commanders under his command will lead the 2nd Company and the 3rd Company to the Yannon Town and Reed Village to assist the local militia against Pelican. Interns from Meade University will also be divided into 3 teams, each following 3 cavalry companies. However, the 8 people present in the barracks are not here. They do not need to go to the surrounding villages and towns to support and arrange other important tasks. After listening to Major James' plan, Joan and others naturally had a question. Since the 8 of them do not follow the action of the big army, where do they go next? For this question, in fact, Joan already guessed 7 or 8 points in their hearts. Major James was not in a hurry to reveal the answer, changed the subject, and instead introduced Pelican's habits to everyone. As everyone already knows, April and May are the breeding season of Pelican every year, and female Pelican are only interested in mating with males after enjoying the humanoid heart. In these 2 short months, almost all male Pelicans were so busy that they actively went out to hunt people, brought them back to the nest, and bought mating rights as gifts to please females. Based on long-term observations, the military summarized the activities of the Pelican family during the breeding period. Males come out at night, separate their nests at dusk, and hunt for their hearts. To keep their hearts fresh, they usually return to the nest before sunrise. At the same time, on the top of the main peak of Bylon Mountain, only the female Pelican guarded the nest all night and assumed the responsibility of hatching the eggs and guarding. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 816, a mission whether a biological group can multiply and grow. Usually, the most critical thing is not the number of males, but the number of females. If the female Pelican of Bylon Mountain is killed, or there are few left, because the number of females is too small, and they can only produce offspring during a short distress period, no more males will help. The number of the entire population will definitely increase if it is reduced. It will be completely extinct soon. On the contrary, if most males are eliminated, and females survive, then a few males can still undertake the task of breeding all females. After a period of reproduction, the size of the entire population is expected to recover. The battle plan formulated by Major James is based on the above common sense. The reason why I sent 3 cavalry companies to separately support human settlements near Bylon Mountain was not for the purpose of hunting the male Pelican who went out for hunting, but only to play a role of pull, which could not allow this group of male beasts to be easily hunted. Popular, returned to the nest prematurely. The key to this battle is not in those 3 human villages and towns. The battlefield that decides the victory or defeat is actually on the top of the main peak of Bylon Mountain. It is in the nest of the Pelican family. At the same time, the 3 cavalry of our army will stop the male Pelican who is out hunting, and at the same time, he will send a ranger to quietly climb to the top of the mountain under the cover of the night and attack the Pelican's nest. Major James threw a punch on the table, and his fist hit the main peak of Pelican Mountain in the center of the map, which is the location of Pelican's lair. As long as you kill the female Pelican in the nest and destroy the eggs that have not yet hatched, the remaining male Pelican is not a problem. And this is precisely the mission of all of you here. Despite Joan and others' early preparations, listening to Major James' full-fledged combat plan confirmed that he was shouldering the dangerous mission of lonely forces going deep into the beast's nest. Major James noticed the change in their look, thinking that these young people were frightened, and played a back out and quickly made an explanation. You may complain in your heart that the military has put such a huge burden on the students, but it has not provided you with sufficient support. Is it not very irresponsible? Major James sighed and put on a look that was intimate with the young man. If you really have complaints, I can fully understand. But you also have to be more considerate of the military's difficulties. You probably also know that compared to the vast territory of the colony of Alfheim, there are very few garrisons. In this turbulent land, the monster that poses a life threat to the colonists is far more than the Pelican family. Admiral, Governor and Commander-in-Chief, you must use the limited strength on the blade to maintain the safety of the majority of residents under your rule. In this way, the strength of the troops that can be used for combat in Pelican Mountain is very limited. Only a full cavalry battalion is ours. Personally, I would be happy to personally lead a team of cavalrymen to accompany you to the peak of the mountain and attack Pelican's den. Unfortunately, most of our officers and soldiers do not have the ability to fly. Even if we brave our heads and ride horses to climb cliffs where there is no way to go, it will only slow down the march, and may even cause the Pelicans to be alert. You know, Pelican is not that kind of stupid beast. These cunning and suspicious monsters, once they discover the trail of the army climbing, they will probably guess our combat intentions and return to the den to strengthen their defense. In this way, we have to fight a tough battle on the site of Pelican, and it may not be possible to win with huge casualties. In consideration of various factors, the only feasible solution at present is to attract the attention of male Pelican by a large force, and dispatch an elite team to fly to the top of the mountain and launch a surprise attack on Pelican's lair before sunrise, and strive to wipe out all the females left in the nest. This important mission lies on your shoulders. I don't think anyone will flinch. Major James looked around the crowd with a sharp eye, with a hint of intimidation in his eyes. Joan and others exchanged glances, and said nothing. Although Major James' arrogant attitude made them a little uncomfortable, they did not shrink back. Mr. Major, you don't have to worry. We don't have people who are greedy for life and death. On behalf of all the members participating in this special operation, Arnold expressed their position. Major James smiled with satisfaction, and then put forward the precautions during the mission, and told everyone to pay more attention. Your combat time is very limited. You must evacuate the animal's nest before sunrise, so as not to be blocked by the male Pelican returning to the nest. In addition, it should be noted that Peli has dark vision in winter, and the night cannot prevent their sharp vision like hawks, but it will affect human vision. All personnel participating in mountaineering operations must remember to bring night vision goggles, or prepare night vision spells by themselves, in case of night warfare. Okay, that's all I want to emphasize. What questions do you have? You can ask them now. I will try my best to answer them. Major James changed a relaxed sitting posture, examining the undergraduates talking in a low voice in front of him. Mr. Major, I have no doubt about mountain warfare, but you just mentioned the plan to contain male Pelican. It seems that one detail has been missed. Holden took the lead in asking questions. Oh, Mr. Poet, I don't know what you mean by oversight. What exactly do you mean? Major James has a kind smile on his face. There are obviously 4 villages and towns near Pelican Mountain, and now they are all threatened by Pelican. Why do you only send troops to support 3 of these villages and towns? Lemon Tree Township doesn't matter. It really makes me wonder. Holden's outspoken question led everyone including Joan to nod in response. Remind by Holden, everyone is also aware of the military's approach, and it seems that there is a suspicion of being on-sided, but it is a bit unreasonable. Major James' face changed slightly, hesitating for a few seconds before slowly speaking, making an explicit hint. Limeshew Township, the Azat tribe occupies the majority of the population. We don't have to control the life and death of the indigenous people. Mr. Major, what you said makes no sense. Holden couldn't hold back his indignation and protested to James in public. Aren't the Azat people considered human and not worth your rescue? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 817. Dispute. Audrey patted Holden's shoulder, calmed the emotionally younger brother, and turned to a more rational perspective to analyze the gains and losses, and persuaded Major James to carefully consider his attitude towards Lemon Tree Township. Mr. Major, if we leave Lemon Tree Township alone, when Pelican in the other 3 villages and towns is expelled by the troops, it will naturally become more profitable and avoid harm. Instead, they will attack Lemon Tree Township that lacks military protection. In this way, Lemon Tree Township will face the disaster of extinction, and our army will miss the opportunity to severely hit the male Pelican, which is probably not a wise move. The Major's face was somber, without a word, his eyes flashing. Hyla gave Joan a glance, leaned into his ear, lowered his voice and said, "What Audrey can think of, Mr. Major should have considered it for a long time, but chose to ignore this loophole. I am afraid it has ulterior motives." Joan's expression changed slightly. After Hyla reminded him to look at the shadowy eyes of the Major, he had to suspect that the crisis facing Lemon Tree Township was precisely what Major James intended. This Mr. Major, who clearly discriminated against the Azat people, seemed to be deliberately expelling a large group of male Pelican to Lemon Tree Township, using this brutal warcraft to slaughter Lemon Tree Township residents and reduce the Azat population at the same time. The brave Azat hunters were used to hit the male Pelican who attacked. Perhaps in the calculation of Major James, it is best for both Pelican and the Azat tribe to be able to fight both sides and get injured. When Lemon Tree Township was reduced to ruins in the war, finally the regular army under his command came to clean up the mess, and took over the farmland and pastures of Lemon Tree Township, turning this field of fertile land cultivated by the Azat people into a colonist industry. After a long silence, Major James finally opened his mouth to defend his decision. "I'm not trying to save Lemon Tree Township from death, but I have limited strength in my hand and can only protect the towns where the imperial colonists occupy the majority of the population. If you decide that I am a racist based on this, I have no intention to deny that. Frankly, I am even proud of it. If that is the case, then sorry, Mr. Major, I have to quit this operation." Holden abruptly stood up and left the seat, publicly stating his position in a way that would not allow a trace of compromise. "Mr. Major, I am from the Kingdom of Canaan. I am not an emigrant. In the eyes of your so-called racist, aren't the Azat people and I both inferior races? Now you discriminate against the Azat people. If I stand by because I am not an Azat people, I will say nothing. When the day when you discriminate against the Canaanites in the future, who else will fight us? Rather than being discriminated against, I would rather stand on the side of Azat natives. At least they do not distinguish between races and treat all immigrants equally." Holden's resonant rebuke caused great shock in the barracks. Young college students are wondering what their position should be on this political issue concerning the merits of race. Hyla Green stood up abruptly, with a serious face and a serious expression of his attitude. "Mr. Major, please don't forget that when the imperial colonizers just landed on this coast, they all depended on the enthusiastic as indigenous people to provide relief, help immigrants to establish settlements, and give food and medicine to the colonists to gain a foothold. Establish today's Midget colony. If the Aza natives were as narrow and unconditionally hostile to aliens as you were, the original colonists could not survive the first winter of the new continent, and there would be no descendants of us colonizers. If the Sa people are not saved, do they not feel ashamed? Enough. Hyala's severe accusation prevented Major James from continuing to maintain his gentlemanly style, caught the case, waved his arms excitedly, and growled. What's the point of saying these old things now? What is important is not history, but the present. As an imperial soldier, I have a sword in my hand to open up a living space for my compatriots. The Aza people occupy too much land, but they do not know how to develop and use it. They are simply wasting resources. This race, which is backward in culture and technology, is not a poor race. We are colonizers from a civilized world. As an excellent race with more advanced technology and stronger military force, we deserve to enjoy more land and resources. If inferior races refuse to obey our leaders and refuse to surrender lands and resources they do not deserve, we have an obligation to conquer inferior races. We colonizers from a civilized world must use fire and sword, iron and blood to transform the inferior race of the new world, reduce the useless population of the indigenous people who are too many and weak, especially to eliminate their men and let their women be our countrymen have children. In this way, through the selection of generations or even tens of generations, the content of inferior lineages in the population is gradually reduced, and a few elites are selected from them, and they are accepted into a civilized society, and ultimately achieve the purpose of enhancing their civilization level and assimilating. On that day, there will be no more ignorant and backward indigenous people. Everyone is civilized. What's wrong with this? From this perspective, our conquest of the indigenous people is not aggression, but spreading civilization and fulfilling the sacred duty of the best human race to rule the world. You university students are too naive and too naive. They will only stand on the moral high ground and say empty words that are useless. I don't want to hear any praises about racial equality. One day you will realize the reality of this world and learn to be a real person. When Major James' passionate and generous speech came to an end, Audrey stood up at the right time, with a calm attitude contrary to the other party, and a calm tone, to clarify her position. Mr. Major, I have reservations about your ideas and I don't want to argue with you, but I hope you can respect my belief a little bit. Under the heavens, all beings have the right to enjoy the sun. The old man of the sun will never be eccentric to any race, nor will it deprive the inferior race in your mouth of the right to enjoy the light. As a paladin of my Lord Perot, I must treat all human beings fair, no matter what ethnicity the other person is from. For the above reasons, I will join the ranks of Holden and Hyala, withdraw from the original combat operations, and go to Lemon Tree Township on the same day to help the Asa people resist the attack of Pelican. Mr. Major, please forgive me. Audrey bowed apologetically to Major James and turned to his brother and Hyala. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitlenovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 818 Overall Situation compared with the brothers of Hyala and Zion who are only based on moral sympathy for the Asa people. Joan is undoubtedly more experienced in dealing with Asa people in real life. His understanding of the indigenous people of the New World is also more profound than that of the group of young, vigorous and idealistic friends beside him. As early as his hometown of Alfheim, Joan had a close relationship with the Candy family, as close as family. He also fought side by side with the Asa tribes of the Yalgangjing tribe at the Brass Pass, sharing troubles. Last winter, Joan left home to study and was trapped in the snowy mountains on the way. Thanks to the rescue of the Logan family from the Walsunge tribe in Shizatown, he was lucky to escape the siege of the snow monster and save his life. Later, he followed the Logan family to visit Shizatown, and was warmly received by the local simple Asa people, leaving him many warm memories. These personal experiences had a direct impact on Joan's thoughts and ideas. so he couldn't understand why a person like Major James had such a strong prejudice against the Asa people. Joan agrees with his status as a descendant of the colonists, but this does not mean that he has a superior position and wider powers on this land than the Aborigines, nor does he think that the colonists were born to be smarter than the indigenous people, more noble. If you put the racist represented by Major James on one side of the balance, and put the Conti and Logan families on the other side, this balance in Joan's mind will undoubtedly be biased towards the latter. Thinking so, Joanne stopped hesitating and got up and walked to Hayla and Zion's brother. "Joan, are you going with us too?" Hayla cheered. "Of course." "Why?" Holden asked curiously. "In fact, there is no special reason, but I am more sympathetic to the uncontested indigenous people than some ambitious colonists. As for my race, I am ashamed. Strictly speaking, I can't even be considered a real human being." Of course, Joanne will not forget that he was branded as strange when he was born. According to Major James' criteria for classifying racial pros and cons, people like him are even lower than the Asa natives. Wait. If Joan supports so-called racism, how should he face his strange pedigree? Holden, Hayla, Audrey and Joan all left one after another. Although the reasons are not the same, they all followed their consciences and expressed a firm position to treat the colonists and the Aborigines on an equal basis. They did not hesitate to withdraw from combat operations for this purpose and openly broke with Major James and his representative racists. The smell of gunpowder in the barracks gradually became stronger, and Major James' complexion became more and more ugly. At this juncture, Arnold, as an intermediary between the school and the military, had to stand up and play the round. "Mr. Major, I personally have no good feelings about the indigenous people, but please allow me to explain to you a fact. If Miss Audrey and her partners are determined to withdraw, it will be difficult for us to achieve the military's predetermined combat objectives with the remaining manpower. I don't want to intervene in the contradiction between your two sides. If the battle plan is totally defeated because of this unnecessary dispute, the student will pay nothing more than a few credits. How to explain your negligence to your boss?" Arnold gave Major James a deep look, and the intention was self-explanatory. Major James' complexion changed, and the anger in his eyes was quickly replaced by deep anxiety. Arnold was born in an officer's family, and he knew the unwritten rules in the army. If things are messed up, Major James, the frontline commander, must bear the main responsibility, and the consequences will likely be so severe that his military career will be ruined. In the final analysis, whether or not to divide troops to support Lemon Tree Township is not an important factor that will affect the success or failure of this war. Why is it that the enemy is currently arguing for such a trivial matter that has nothing to do with the overall situation? Mr. Major, Miss Audrey, I hope both of you can put an end to the dispute and take a step back, focusing on the big picture. Everyone understands the whole truth. But the same sentence, spoken by different people, has very different weights. Arnold, but the surname Level, the level of Baron Benedict Level. Regardless of how many fires Major James has at this moment, he has to recognize a rear relative. Commander-in-Chief of the Meadged colony is the eldest brother of Arnold's mother. If things go wrong, even if he submits 100 reports to the headquarters to defend himself, it is not as good as Arnold's words in front of his big brother. Now that Arnold has made it clear that the division of troops to support Lemon Tree Township does not hinder the overall situation, then regardless of whether this matter really does, the Major James must try to figure out the thoughts of the head boss and make concessions in line with the other party's intentions. Mr. Level, since you also think that it may be a good idea to divide troops to support Lemon Tree Township, I will consider it carefully. Major James sounded ambiguous, but in fact it was just Bequenzi, who didn't want to express concessions too clearly, as if the initiative was still in his hands. Arnold nodded, expressing satisfaction with Mr. Major's interest, and turned to look at the four of Audrey. When Audrey came to the New World, her primary purpose was to make friends, but not to offend people. It is obviously not conducive for her to cultivate pro-Canaan forces in the colony of Midgard, with the popular young officers like Major James. Now that the other party has made concessions under Arnold's persuasion, she must also say something. Audrey turned to talk to her brother in a whisper, and Holden nodded reluctantly agreeing to ignore the previous suspicions. Both Joan and Hyla can also see that Audrey intends to dilute the contradiction with Major James, and no longer insists on a break, and agrees to continue to perform combat missions. An infighting that almost caused the overall battle plan to fail finally subsided. Joan and they broke up with Major James and returned to the camp to prepare for the night combat mission. The troops and other interns in the camp have been divided into 3 companies in accordance with the instructions of Major James, and are ready to go to the 3 nearby villages and towns. When the troops were about to advance, they suddenly received a new order. Each of the 3 companies draws a platoon of troops, plus interns who are temporarily transferred to form a team to Lemon Tree Township, which was not on the rescue list, to help the Asa people resist the invasion of Peladong. Most of the officers and men in the army understand Major James's discriminatory attitude towards the indigenous people. I was very surprised when I received this latest instruction. I don't understand why Mr. Major changed his attitude and took the initiative to deploy troops to support the Lemon Tree Township where most of the residents are Asa people. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitlenovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 819. Leader. The ranks of the army are strict, and the ranks of officials are overwhelming. Immediately after receiving the command for dispatching troops, although many officers and soldiers were surprised by the change in the attitude of Major James, they dared not question openly and could only hide the confusion in their hearts and immediately execute the order. The 4 troops were promoted one after another, and only 8 of Joan, Hyla, Audrey, Holden, Arnold, Lowry, Angle and Ryan remained in the camp at the foot of the mountain. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. And the sun gradually drifted westward and finally disappeared at the end of the horizon. The evening shrouded the mountains, and then night fell. Everyone was waiting for news from the front line in the camp. As time passed, night fell and their anxiety increased. Waiting until the night was deep, Arnold set off a magic wave in front of him, and a long-awaited ball of red communication light finally appeared. The 4 townships around Bylon Mountain have been harassed by a large group of male Pelican tonight. The main force of our army, in collaboration with the local militia, is fighting the offending male Peladon, successfully realizing the combat intention of containing this group of warcraft. Arnold received an instruction from Major James and conveyed to his teammates that after the frontline battle, he raised his voice in excitement. Everyone, now that everything is ready, let's watch our performance. Not much nonsense. Let's set off immediately. The crowd responded to Arnold's call, each blessing their spells, summoning mounts, flying into the night sky one after another, heading directly to the top of the main peak of Bylon Mountain where Peladong's lair is located. Out of insurance, Kiawan took the invisible potion and see-through invisible potion provided by the military in advance. Invisibility is to prevent the alert of the Peladongs. See-through invisibility is to see the invisible teammates around, so as not to be scattered on the top of the mountain covered by clouds. Joan is the only person in the team who has personally visited the settlement of Peliwinter. He is duty-bound to fly at the head of the team and act as a guide for everyone. A group of 8 hurried off, flying at full speed for more than half an hour, passing by several times on the way with the male Peladon who had hunted away from the nest. Fortunately, he was sheltered by the stealth technique, avoiding the conflict with surprise and danger, and finally rushed to the top of the main peak of Bylon Mountain before the stealth effect disappeared. The closer to the top of the mountain, the rarer the figure of the male Peliwinter. It seems that most of them have left the nest and went to the surrounding villages and towns to hunt people's hearts overnight. The high-altitude moisture condensed into mist and intertwined with the night into a thick curtain, which seriously hampered everyone's sight. Kiawan touched the prosthetic eye and opened the misty sight. The vision in front of him became clear and wide again. From the tens of thousands of feet above him at this moment, overlooking the main peak of Bylon Mountain, this dead volcano that has been quiet for thousands of years. The overall appearance looks like a huge high heels. The terrain on the west side of the mountain is extremely high. The wings of the main peak are curved in two directions, southeast and northeast, and the terrain gradually becomes gentle, as if a pair of long arms surrounding the crater. The mountain pass surrounded by dense forest is full of clear lake water, and three small rivers originated from the volcanic lake, flowing along the gentle to the lowest foothills of the Bilan mountain, and finally merged into a Zabay on the east coast of Mage Joan et al. Flew directly from the west side of the steepest foothills, and Pelican's lair was located deep in the valley between the west cliff and the volcanic lake. The valley is surrounded by cliffs and dense forests. With the naked eye, it is impossible to see the situation of the nest. Joan first told his teammates what he had observed, and suggested that everyone land first and build a temporary camp in the open area by the lake, and then make follow-up plans. His initiative was first supported by the brothers of Hyla and Zion, and Angel and Lane also agreed. Arnold and Lowry whispered a few words, and finally nodded and agreed to land first, and then look at the situation. The volcanic rocks along the lake are shrubbed, and Joan and they are hiding there, so they don't have to worry about being discovered by Pledong for the time being. The lair of Warcraft is right in front of you. The next question is how to attack. As the leader of the team, Arnold prepared a combat plan in advance. In general, he is not the kind of character who is good at making suggestions and prefers to go straight. Of course, under the current situation of the enemy, Arnold will not be reckless enough to swagger into Pelican's den. The invisible potion we carry with us is still surplus, and we can now use it. After stealth, we sneaked into the Warcraft lair and unexpectedly launched an attack. Arnold has full confidence in his battle plan, but when he looks around his teammates, he fails to get the unanimous support he expected. Lowry, Angel, and Lane already knew about his plan. Although he felt too risky, he couldn't think of a better way, so he accepted it with difficulty. Hyla and Zion's sister were obviously more opinionated, and whispered for a while, and finally Audrey came forward and raised objections. Arnold, stealth can only help us get the advantage of a first shot, and it will automatically show up afterwards. Unless we are sure of a round of raids, we will destroy all the females in the nest, deeply trapped and in a difficult situation. You are right. But in my opinion, there is an opportunity to get the shot first. As long as we cooperate properly, it is enough to eliminate most of the enemy. The next battle is nothing more than to clean up the mess. Arnold had to admit that Audrey's concerns were justified, but he still had full confidence in his battle plan. Arnold, I'm not deliberately working against you, but some words must be made clear in advance. Audrey lowered her face and looked stern. Whether most of the Paladins can be resolved by a round of raids does not depend on our tacit understanding, nor on our subjective beliefs. The key depends on how many Paladins are in the nest, and also depends on them specific distribution. If the number of Paladong exceeds the limit we can cope with, and the distribution is more scattered, then a round of raids will not only lay the foundation for our victory, but will lead to the scourge of the whole army. Audrey's rational and rebuttal made Arnold's face flushed. Speechless, Joan watched the dispute between the two and noticed some discordant notes in the team. Arnold and Audrey, regardless of their motives, are actually trying to compete for the leadership of this 8-person team. Snake can't do without a head, but too many heads can't. For a team, there can be only one leader, and other people can make comments, but the authority of the leader must be respected. The question now is, which of Arnold and Audrey is more suitable as a leader? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 820 Beast Nest. In Joan's view, both men have the charm of leading groups, but their styles are very different. Arnold's leadership is mainly reflected in the emotional level, proactive, optimistic and confident, dare to fight and dare to fight, take the lead. Such a person, like a member of the generals, is very suitable for charging. In a critical moment, Arnold must be able to stand up and shout, "Brothers, rush with me." He must rush to the forefront, ignoring his own safety, using his actions as a role model and inspiring the courage of his teammates. As for the plan to move forward and prepare for the unexpected situation in advance, it is not what Arnold is good at. His mind was filled with too much blood and impulse, and there was not much room for strategizing. In this regard, Audrey is obviously more calm and rational than Arnold, always preparing for the worst. Even with the courage to fight for the Forerunner, Audrey, as a paladin, is not inferior to such a strong man as Arnold. Comprehensively consider the leadership skills of the two people. Even if Joan and Audrey do not have personal relationships, still support her as a leader sister. Under the direction of Audrey, at least you can try to avoid taking unnecessary risks, and everyone has a greater chance of keeping a small life. On the other hand, if everyone followed Arnold into Pelican's lair and slammed into it, let's say it again, the consequences might be unimaginable. Joan's own way of thinking is destined to fail to agree with Arnold's reckless style, and of course prefers Audrey's stable and rational leadership style. Audrey and Arnold, each with the support of the team, the four sides of four sides, will never fight for a result, leaving the time for everyone to attack quietly past. In this situation, Joan felt he had an obligation to provide Audrey with some stronger support. The focus of your argument is that you cannot determine the number and distribution of Pelican in the nest. If you can clarify these two pieces of information, there will be no dispute about what you should do next. Everyone's eyes immediately gathered on Joan's face, expecting him to continue talking. This is actually not difficult, as long as you tried to detect the situation in the nest. Joan, do you mean to send someone first, stealthily infiltrate the nest, and gather intelligence? Lowry Grant followed Joan's thoughts to make a guess. There is no need to be so troublesome. I cast a spell here, and I will soon be able to see the movement in the nest. Joan answered softly. Have you learned 3 rings of eagle eyes? Ryan asked immediately. Joan nodded. It's easy to do with eagle eyes. Angel clapped and smiled. Let's stop quarreling and let Joan cast a spell to check Pelican's lair. The expectations of teammates have brought some pressure to Joan. Considering the dark and deep lair in the valley, the area that Eagle Eye can see is limited to the scope of vision. He decided to survey the general terrain in the nest before casting the spell. After touching the storage bag, Joan took out the navigation compass and started the function of scanning the surrounding terrain. The compass glowed with magical power and soon showed a 3-dimensional view of the area around Pylon Mountain. Joan skillfully adjusted the perspective of the map, zoomed in on the area where Pelican's lair is located, and found that the profile of the valley resembled a large olive. The curved rock walls on both sides of the olive are dotted with many holes like pits, presumably the female pelicans dedicated to laying eggs and hatching cubs. Looking at the general structure in the nest, Joan knew. Raising his hand to touch his right eye, Joan breathed out the 3 eagle eyes enchanted by the prosthetic eye all at once, and successively established 3 invisible magic observation points in the nest. The location of the observation point has been carefully calculated by Joan, which can maximize the observation of the nest, and can also peek into the nearby hatchery. Joan took a deep breath, closed his eyes slowly, and projected his subjective perspective on the first observation point deep in the nest. After a short dizziness, Joan opened his eyes and found that there was darkness around him, and there was a faint shaking figure and heavy breathing sounds nearby. Joan frowned, closed his eyes again, and chose to project the strange eyeball behind his neck, not his normal left eye, onto the observation point. Eagle eyes itself cannot provide dark vision, but the strange eyeballs have their own night vision ability. After Joan switched his eyes, the field of vision in front of him became clear. Near the invisible observation point, a female pelican was lying in a nest nested in hay, dozing lazily, and a few large round eggs were visible beneath her abdomen, apparently hatching. 4 or 5 belly cubs, who look as big as a wolf dog, are too energetic and bury their heads under their mother's wings, arching like a hide-and-seek game, and sometimes whisper cheerfully. Their mothers seemed a little worried that the eggs under the abdomen were broken by the naughty pups, lifted their eyelids impatiently, bowed their antlers with the most annoying ups, and twisted their necks to throw them away, falling on a thick mat. It won't fall. When the other cubs saw the naughty ghosts end, they were all so frightened to lie down in the nest and pretend to sleep, lest the angry mother be angry. The warm scene of the mother and son frolicking in front of him made Joan smile involuntarily. However, he suddenly realized that the purpose of himself and his companions coming here was to kill the mother animal and its cubs in front of him, and even destroy the hatching of the female Winter giant egg. Thinking that it wouldn't be long before the warm scene in front of him would cease to exist, and instead he would be blooded everywhere, and Joan couldn't help but tremble. He took a deep breath and settled, warning him not to abuse compassion at such times. You know, the reason why these Peli cubs can be born is based on the brutal killing of innocent humans by their parents. This group of seemingly cute Pelican cubs, each one was exchanged by the hearts of many people. When they grow up, they will still follow the teachings of their parents, brutally kill people, and breed more offspring that threaten human survival. If you sympathize with this group of Warcraft, how should you deal with those tragic compatriots, and how to face the orphans and widows behind countless injustices? There is no mercy in the survival competition among species. Joan forced himself to harden his heart, eliminate the distractions, and switched to the second observation point. 5 minutes later, Joan toured all 3 observation points and knew the general situation in Pledong's lair. After the investigation, Joan returned his perspective to his body, opened his eyes, and told his companions what he saw. Pledong's lair is about 400 yards long and about 250 yards at its widest point. There are a total of 6 spawning rooms in the nest, and no less than 100 eggs have been hatched. The number of adult pelican living in the nest, according to my observation, is between 40 and 50. Overall, the distribution of the herds in the nest is relatively scattered, and the tactic of sneaking into the attack is not applicable. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 821 Tactics. After Joan introduced the situation in Pledong's lair, Arnold's face showed an undisguised loss. Obviously, the situation in the nest is more complicated than he expected, and there are more females in the nest. As Joan concluded after the investigation, if everyone rushed into the nest to launch an attack, it would surely lead to a large group of Pledong siege, which is almost like suicide. The disturbing silence continued for a long time, and Holden's eyes suddenly lighted up, breaking the dull atmosphere. Joan, you must remember that not long ago, when we were exploring the dark area, we had been attacked by a large group of spiders in the mountains of Nida, and the spider nest deep in the valley below the ground. It is not like the Pelin nest in front of us at the moment. Joan guessed the poet's intention and nodded gently. There are indeed similarities in the terrain between the spider's nest and the Peli's nest. Since the environment is similar, we will simply use the same tactics against the mutant spiders to deal with Peli dung in the valley lair. Maybe we can also receive amazing effects. Holden said cheerfully. The little rogue is right. Hyla nodded in agreement with Holden's proposal. Rather than venture into completely strange lairs and fight on Peli Dun's territory, we might as well lure them out from the depths of the lair to fight, so that at least the battlefield is fair to both the enemy and us. Is that true? I'm afraid not. Laurie Grant shook his head gently, disapproving of the analysis Hyla had just made. Miss Green, please don't forget that we only rely on magic to temporarily acquire flying abilities. By contrast, Pelican, who is born to fly, is much smarter than us in terms of flying skills and air fighting experience. If you fight in the depths of the valley where the terrain is limited and inconvenient to fly, Pelican will not be able to fly in terms of maneuverability. On the contrary, if you lead them out of the nest and engage in aerial confrontation in an open area on the top of the mountain, we will suffer even more. Mr. Pastor's concerns are very reasonable, but compared to another huge advantage that we have, some disadvantages in air combat can be ignored. Hyla answered confidently. Miss Green, What do you mean by great advantage? Lowry asked curiously. This is the essence of the entire set of tactics. Before enticing the enemy, we first use the 3-ring spell Refuge Cabin to build a strong base. If the number of Pelican who leads out of the nest is small, we will try our best to kill them all. If there are too many Pelican rushing out of the nest, we can't resist. We will immediately withdraw to the refuge hut and rest and heal with peace of mind. Although Pelican is fierce, he does not have the ability to destroy the shield of the hut's force field. He can only revolve around the hut and hurry. When we recuperate and recover our strength, Pelican outside the house has almost returned to the lair. Let's slip out of the hut and seduce this group of warcraft from the lair. The tactic of hiding in the hut until the Pelicans are completely destroyed and wiped out. Hyla introduced the cabin tactics vividly, and Lowry couldn't help listening to it, turned his head to look at Arnold, and asked his opinion with his eyes. Arnold is still unable to perform 3rd-level arcane spells. He doesn't know much about the unpopular spell of the Refuge Cabin. He whispered to the professional arcane casters in the team Angel and Lane tactics proposed by Hyla just now. Is it feasible? Both Angel and Lane have learned about the Refuge Cabin, and their understanding of this spell is of course far deeper than Arnold and Lowry. The two discussed in a whisper for a moment. And finally, the eloquent Angel made his statement. First of all, I have to admit that the spell Shelter of Refuge does indeed provide us with a safe and stable stronghold, as Miss Green said. But unfortunately, I don't think the tactics of enticement envisaged by Ms. Green are feasible. Talking about what's not feasible? Hyla asked with a sad expression on his face. Angel smiled and replied calmly, the enticing tactics you just proposed are indeed applicable to the beasts or insects with low intelligence. For example, the mutant spider. No matter how many times it hits the wall in the refuge cabin, it is a little bit will still rush over without any return. Unfortunately, Pelican is not that kind of idiot with only one rib in his head. Compared to ordinary beasts, Pelican's mind is much smarter. He will lose at least 1 or 2 times and he will not make the same mistake again. Once Pelican realizes that he can't break through our stronghold, he will probably choose to shrink the line of defense and withdraw all of his nests to guard against death. By then, we will not only face the problem of forcibly attacking the enemy's den, but we will also miss the opportunity to unintentionally launch a sneak attack. Furthermore, according to the female Pelicans who guarded the nest, it is very likely that they will divide some of their troops and fly down the mountain at full speed to report to the male Pelican who are hunting people in various villages and towns and call them back to the nest for rescue. If we really reached that point, we would have to withstand both sides of the male and female Pelican ethnic group. Not only can we not complete the mission entrusted by the military, but it is difficult to say whether we can save our lives. Angler's analysis was intimate, and there was reason and evidence. Hyla had no time to refute. He looked at Joan awkwardly, hoping that he would help him get his face back. In all fairness, Joan basically agrees with Angel's analysis. Hut tactics are indeed not as perfect as Hyla thought, especially when facing enemies with enough alertness. It is difficult to induce the other party to jump into the same pit repeatedly. It will really insult the IQ. However, even the disagreeing Angel had to admit that the hut tactic was still very capable of bluffing at the beginning of its implementation. The Pelicans have never seen this tactic, and inevitably have to suffer a loss or two before they can learn a lesson afterwards and no longer take the same trick. In Joan's view, the key to the success or failure of this battle is the 1 or 2 encounters. The refuge cabin can provide us with a safe line of defense, but it cannot help us to capture the beast nest. To complete the mission, we have to take some risks and add some changes to the chalet tactics to turn the passive into the active. Facing everyone's expectations, Joan took a deep breath and expressed his plans in the most concise language possible. His transformation of the hut tactics is actually not new, and almost completely reproduces the military's tactics of sounding east to west. It's just that Joan combined the sounding east with the west and the hut tactics to apply to a more narrow battlefield environment. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 822 Double Line. I suggest to divide all the staff into two groups, and conduct and combat simultaneously outside and inside Pelican's den. The first group first set up a refuge hut on the periphery of Pelican's lair, and then created some movement to lead as many Pelican out of the lair as possible and hunted. At the same time, the second group was hiding in a dark place, and they could take the invisible potion when necessary, so as not to be noticed by Pelican. When the first group entered the battle and contained most of Pelican, the second group took advantage of the virtual dive into the nest, destroying the Pelican cubs and eggs that had not yet hatched in the nest. After the second group entered the animal nest, if the first group felt too much pressure and could not support it, they could withdraw to the refuge cabin, take a rest, and receive first aid. During this period, the Peliwinters will most likely try to destroy the hut, which of course is in vain, and at the same time can also get some valuable breathing time for us. If a Pelican finds that he can't destroy the hut and tries to withdraw his nest, the first group must rush out of the hut as soon as possible, do their utmost to contain this group of warcraft, prevent them from returning to the nest, and help the second group of comrades who sneak into the nest to fight for as much as possible some time. If you are lucky enough to successfully delay the completion of the task in the second group, then you may as well let the remaining Pelican return to the nest. The first group of people took the victory and pursued, and cooperated with the second group to fight, forming a situation of internal and external attacks, and completely wiped out this group of warcraft in the nest. Joan ended the story. The companions beside him were still immersed in thought, and it took some time to fully understand his combat intentions. I think Joan's strategy is good and worth trying. Audrey took the lead in expressing support. Holden, Hyla, Angel and Lane also nodded their heads in succession. Arnold and Lowry discussed a few words in a low voice, and finally agreed to carry out operations according to Joan's revised plan. The combat plan has been established, and there are many details to be discussed next, the most critical of which is the distribution of the two combat teams. The division of labor between the two groups is different. The first group, which is responsible for enticing the enemy and containing it, needs to undertake more frontal combat missions. The advantage is that there is a retreat. It can't stand the ground and can be withdrawn to the refuge cabin. The pressure is great, but the risk is not great. The second group responsible for infiltrating the beast's nest, because it is taking advantage of it, will not encounter too many adult Pelican, and it is one-sided slaughter to deal with Pelican cubs and animal eggs. Fighting pressure is not great, but the risk is great. If the first group could not contain most of Pelican, leading a large group of warcraft to return to the nest before the second group completed the task, and the second group of members blocked in the depths of the nest had no way back, the situation could be dangerous. The first group needs to fight head-on, and it should be reasonable to allocate more combat power, but the second group bears greater risks, and it also needs to be equipped with stronger combat power to prevent accidents. There are only 8 people here, and they are also scored into 2 small groups. The staffing has become the #1 problem to be solved urgently. Kian understands that under the current situation, it is impossible to come up with a distribution plan that is satisfactory to everyone, and can only share the risks. Try not to let anyone feel that they are too disadvantaged. Audrey is also very thorough, and compared to Joanne, who always puts herself in the position of outsider, her mentality is more positive, with both the will to power and the courage to assume leadership responsibilities. At this difficult time, only those who dare to exercise power and are not afraid to bear the consequences can be called true leaders. While Arnold was hesitating, Audrey stood up resolutely. The time is tight and the task is urgent. If you don't say it, let me say it. Holton and Hyla and I, organized into the second group, are responsible for sneaking into the nest to destroy. The remaining people are organized into the first group. Joan is responsible for building the refuge cabin, and the others contain Pelican. Who has any opinions about my arrangement? Please mention it now. Everyone was frightened by her overbearing and domineering airplace. You look at me, I look at you, and suddenly there is no sound. The silence lasted for a minute. Arnold coughed twice, and first raised his concerns. There are only 3 people in the second group. Will the pressure be too great? Audrey glanced at him and said lightly, the pressure of the second group depends on the performance of your first group. Since the fate of the second group is in the hands of the first group, Audrey has reason to allocate more manpower for the first group. Making such a decision is equivalent to Audrey's firm belief that the first group will never live up to her expectations, otherwise it will cause the members of the second group, including her, to take greater risks. Arnold nodded and said no more. Otherwise it would appear hypocritical and not worthy of Audrey's trust. Miss Zion, in fact, Ryan and I have both learned the refuge cabin, but unfortunately we did not prepare this spell today. Angel has something to say. Just give us half an hour to free up a 3-ring spell slot to prepare for the refuge cabin. You don't have to let Joan stay. The key is not whether we can afford to delay this half an hour, but you and Ryan are different from Joan after all. Joan can cast a spell on the outside world through the force field shield of the hut, can you? Audrey replied bluntly, which surprised Angel. The force field shield of the refuge hut blocks the spell's transmission path. Normally, the caster in the house cannot release the spell to the outside world. Audrey does not need to lie on this issue. Angel can only guess that Joan has some special spellcasting skills, and can really hide in the house and cast spells outside to ensure that he is invincible. Angel did not have any questions, and no one asked any more questions. The allocation plan of the 2 combat teams was decided in this way. Before splitting up, everyone needs to make some preparations. Joan distributed the invisible potion that he carried to Hyla and Zion's younger brothers, and later left Holden alone, photographing 2 rings of visual link and 3 rings of secondary mind connection on him. Holden knew, of course, that Joan did this because he could not rest assured of the safety of him, Audrey and Hyla. After casting the spell, Joan can borrow his eyes to observe the situation inside Periwinter's nest and perform telepathy at any time. This is equivalent to the establishment of an invisible spiritual bond between the 2 combat teams outside Pele's nest. In case of an accident, it can be supported in time. Now I also enjoy guru treatment. I am really touched. Holden's smile seemed strange. After all, it is indeed the most appropriate way for you to choose to establish a contact point on me. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 823 Selfish. What do you mean? Joan looked at the poet in surprise. He established a spell link with Holden, mainly considering the more convenient communication between men. If instead of establishing telepathy with the girl, I don't know what the other person thinks. Anyway, he will be a little embarrassed. This is just a helpless choice. Joan himself does not think what is the optimal solution. Isn't this obvious? If you establish a spiritual connection with my sister, I'm afraid that Kaifan sister will be unhappy. On the contrary, if you choose Kaifan sister, it will be even worse. Remember, for a lifetime, do you believe it or not? Holden didn't dare to criticize his sister's careful eyes and love revenge, but in the background, as long as there was a chance, he would definitely be full of fire and madly talk. Joanne didn't really believe that Audrey and Hyla would really be troubled by such trivial matters, but he also knew that he didn't understand women's hearts, and Holden was obviously more experienced in this regard. As stated, thanks to you, lest I be in a dilemma. Joan took a scroll from the storage bag and stuffed it into the poet's hand. Collect this scroll, you can rely on it to save your life at a critical moment. What spell is copied here? Can I use it? Holden asked curiously. It's the 3rd ring of refuge cabin. The bard can also cast this arcane, critical moment, unfold the scroll, and you, Hyla, and Audrey can immediately get a place to stay. Holden held the scroll and looked at Joan in amazement, speechless in shock. Joan gave him this reel, which is equivalent to further improving the original combat plan and upgrading the cabin tactics to Talon Chalet tactics, which greatly reduced the risks he suffered from in the second group. With Joan's genius mind, he was able to come up with more perfect tactics than originally planned, and Holden was not surprised at all. But he didn't understand, since Joan already had a more perfect plan, why didn't he directly propose it in public at the beginning? Joan saw Holden's thoughts and sighed softly, replacing the explanation with a rhetorical question. If Arnold knows that your second group can also use the refuge cabin to evade risks, and will do everything they can to help you attract and contain Pelican. Holden opened his mouth and was speechless. Instead, he is in the first group, knowing that the second group diving into the nest has security, even if there is no subjective intention, even under the tremendous pressure, the heart may still shake. Unconsciously choose to give priority to self-protection. It is difficult to really do everything you can and go all out. If the members of the first group generally have such a self-preservation mentality, even if the second group has the insurance of the refuge cabin real, it is inevitable that they will be caught in a large group of Winter, and the dilemma will be in the way. The longer the time is, the more likely it will be misfortune. After a long silence, Holden finally spoke. Joan, if my sister put us all into the first group, what would you do? Joan Low thought about it and replied softly, in that case, I will give this scroll to Angel or Lane, but I never doubt that Audrey will choose to lead the team into the nest. Just take this scroll as my selfishness. Joanne patted Holden's shoulder. Take care of your sister and Hyla. Take care. Holden nodded solemnly and turned to his sister and Hyla. Joan watched Hyla and Zion's younger brother hide in the jungle near Pelly's lair and went back to Arnold's group alone. At this time Arnold, Lowry, Angel and Lane have blessed various protective spells and prepared for battle, just waiting for Joan to set up a refuge hut. After consulting the 4 new teammates, Joan cast a spell to create a refuge hut about 200 yards from the entrance to the nest. Arnold and Lowry walked curiously around this hemispherical transparent cove, advanced, and then withdrew, confirming that they would not be hindered. Arnold also drew his sword and cut twice, verifying that the hut's force field shield could indeed withstand attacks from the outside world. Angel and Ryan will cast this spell by themselves, of course, not as rare and strange as Arnold and Lowry. Once the refuge cabin was set up, it could not be moved, and Joan, the caster, could not leave the cabin. However, this does not prevent him from participating in the actions of his teammates in an indirect way. Joan greeted Angel to the hut, and after obtaining the consent of the other party, he also imposed visual links and secondary psychic connections on him, so as to use Angel's eyes to observe the frontline battle situation and exchange information at any time. In this way, Joan has an agent in the first group and second group, or in the more vivid terms of the poet, at the same time establish 2 humanoid liaison stations. If Joan's plan can be successfully implemented, he can switch his perspective to Holden or Angel as much as he wants, closely monitor the Talon battlefield inside and outside Pelly's nest, and truly achieve an overview. The time is nearing midnight, everyone no longer delays, and proceeded separately according to the plan. Arnold carried the Shuangming giant sword behind his back, holding a large E-diameter magic crystal smoothbore gun in his hand, and walked along the edge of the bush to Pledong's lair. Lowry also carries a magic crystal rifle, and his love gun is also enchanted with the flame burst special effect. The bullets that explode, like a small fireball, are more lethal than all the same rifles that Joan has seen. Strong. Both Angel and Lane blessed mage armor, shield skill and heroic spirit in advance. Following Arnold and Lowry, the 2 young mages hold a wand inlaid with large rubies. Ruby is not only an ornament, but the more important value is to significantly enhance the power of the plastic energy wand. Both Angel and Lane's wands have been charged with 10 rounds of energy. and within a day, they can release up to 10 rounds of fireball. Compared to the pitiful 3 level spell slots, these 2 fireball wands can undoubtedly help them continue to output powerful firepower on the battlefield. A group of 4 people passed through the bushes with vigilance, and finally approached the front of the nest. Arnold turned back and gestured, indicating that his companions were looking for bunkers and preparing to ambush. Lowry, Angel, and Lane quickly hid behind the thick bushes, held their breath, and stared at the entrance of the nest with 3 pairs of eyes. Arnold opened the storage bag, took out a large bundle of clustered alchemy bombs, and threw the arms, and the rear wheel rounded his arms, struggling to throw the bomb towards the cave entrance. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 824 Chess Player. The large alchemy bomb draws a beautiful parabola in the night, and as Arnold expected, it drilled into the Pelican's lair. After a few seconds, a roar of thunder and thunder came from the depths of the nest. A large number of thunderstones released a strong shock wave at the moment of detonation, lifted up the dense trees covering the nest, and sprayed a column of smoke and dust mixed with a large amount of sand. The raging flame returned from the entrance of the cave, almost igniting Arnold's hair, and quickly shrunk down, so as not to be scalded by the scorching waves that followed. The explosion lasted for about 10 seconds, after which the roar that shook the mountains gradually subsided, and the fire caused by a large amount of flame glue was still spreading in the Winter nest, and the thick smoke flowed out through the gaps around the nest. Arnold and others outside the nest quickly put on their goggles and held their breath with choking smoke. They have no way of knowing the scene in the nest, but it is not difficult to imagine that the environment inside must be very bad. The Pelicans no longer hurry to fly out to take 2 breaths of fresh air. I am afraid that they will be choked to death in the nest by thick smoke. Just as Arnold and others were waiting with anticipation and nervousness, waiting for the large group of Pelican to rush out of the nest, Joan had switched his perspective of observation from Angel to the inside of the beast nest that had just been bombed. The location of the alchemy bomb that Arnold had just thrown out was near the first invisible observation point created by Joan with eagle eyes. The observation point shaped by magic is not an entity, nor will it be affected by explosions and flames. The only thing that makes Joan feel a little uncomfortable is that the smoke from the explosion is everywhere, and he can't bless the fog sight on the observation point, and the field of view is inevitably limited. Joan tried to adjust the angle of view to make it clearer. Fortunately, the observation point can not only be used to see, but also provide Joan with a remote listening platform, and the hearing will not be hindered by the smoke. A familiar roar came from deep inside the cave, one after another, as if a large group of female beasts were arguing in anger. Of course Joan could hear it. This was a roar from the female Pelican after being irritated. The roar quickly moved from far to near, and a turbulent airflow swept over it, blowing away the dust covering the observation point, and the vision suddenly became clear. Joan quickly regained his energies, his eyes wide, and through the first observation point, looked in the direction of the roar. Soon afterwards, he saw a group of female pelican rushing out of the depths of the nest, striding past the observation point one after another, without realizing that Joan was watching in secret. Joan looked at Pelican at close range and couldn't help laughing. These female beasts all looked disgraced and angry, obviously mad by the explosion just now, eager to rush out of the nest, looking for the perpetrators to take revenge. After observing for a few seconds, Joan switched his perspective to the second observation point and third observation point located deeper in the nest. The depth of the nest was less affected by the explosion, but the occlusion environment was not conducive to ventilation. The thick smoke from the combustion was still spreading in the nest. The smoked Pelican and their cubs coughed and suffered miserably. The female Pelican did not want to hold back the smoke and roast in the nest, and joined the sisters one after another, rushing towards the cave entrance. The cubs also wanted to take the opportunity to slip out and let go of the wind, but they were all stopped by their respective mothers. The female pelicans apparently realized that the sudden explosion just now was not an accidental disaster, and it was probably the off-horsepower that the attackers intentionally created. The attackers dare to take the initiative to find fault, and their strength must be not weak. For safety's sake, the female pelicans snarled and waved their wings, driving the cubs into the sheltered cave, lest they fall victim to the enemy's butcher's knife. Joan, already aware of the situation near the 3 observation points, switched his perspective out of the nest and first projected onto Angel. Through the spiritual connection, Joan told Angel that most of the females in the nest had already acted, and soon they would swarm out of the cave, letting him tell Arnold and others to prepare for the battle. Immediately afterwards, Joan projected the perspective to another agent Holden and also informed Pelican of the dynamics, so he told Audrey and Hayla to wait until the female Pelican collectively left the nest, immediately seize the opportunity to dive into the nest, slaughter the cubs hiding in the cave, and destroy the eggs that have not yet hatched. Angel and Holden conveyed the information and advice provided by Joan to teammates in the same group for the first time, and were ready for action. Joan was satisfied with the speed of response of these 2 agents and realized that his situation was a bit strange. As the only person in the team who didn't come to the battlefield, he hid in a safe hut behind him. He seemed to be very comfortable. In fact, he was more busy and worried than anyone else. Joan must constantly switch perspectives outside the nest and between the 2 groups to detect the dynamics and deliver the latest news. If his brain had already been used to high-intensity thinking patterns, this high-frequency tower operation would not be enough. Although very tired, Joan's mood was surprisingly pleasant. If you think of the battlefield above the mountain as a chessboard, the 2 teams led by Audrey and Arnold, including the hostile Pelicans, are like pieces on this chessboard. Only him, the bystander who jumped out of the battlefield, played a role closer to player rather than chess piece. Joanne loves this feeling of being outside. In this state, he can try to avoid being disturbed by factors inside the battlefield and make a more rational judgment. The roar from the exit of the nest became clearer and clearer. Arnold and Lowry raised their rifles, and the index finger of their right hand had pressed the trigger, ready to fire. Angel didn't use his fireball wand for the first time, accepting Joan's suggestion that he had just made through the psychic connection, took out a small piece of spider silk, and grabbed it before the first wave of Pelican rushed out of the hole. Cobweb to cover the exit of the nest. Ryan didn't get Joan's instructions directly, but when he saw Angel's cobwebs, his clever mind was immediately inspired. He temporarily put down the fireball wand and turned to a small piece of mica from the casting kit. After just a few seconds, the sykes-headed female Pelidong rushed to the front and suffered. The thick smoke filled the exit of the nest. I don't know when to hang a translucent spider web. The smoke ties of the female beasts couldn't realize that a trap had been set outside the door in time. They exclaimed one after another, plunging into a sticky cobweb. With the strong physiques of the Pelicans, as long as they were given a minute, they could successfully get rid of the cobwebs and spread their wings to regain their freedom. However, in the next minute, they are about to suffer the cruelest blow in their lives. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 825. Booby the sykes-headed Pelican, who fell into the trap, had not yet had time to get rid of the cobwebs, and was completely blind by the flash dust swayed by Ryan. There were intensive gunfires coming from my ears, and the sound was thrilling. Arnold and Lowry pulled the triggers in succession, and they all emptied the 4 large lead bullets in the magazine in one breath, killing each of them. As for the other 4 female beasts who are still struggling on the spider web, they have not had time to thank themselves for being protected from shooting. The 2 juvenile mages on the opposite side have simultaneously raised the wands inlaid with scarlet rubies. 2 big fireballs screamed and hit the spider web, and the fur of the spider ribbon Pelican was lit together. In the blazing fire, the morning of the female beast came. Arnold and Lowry were unmoved, quickly changed the magazine, and shot with a gun. Ruthless gunshots echoed on the mountain top. The 4 female beasts, still struggling in the fire, fell to the muzzle one after another, and were able to completely get rid of the torture of burning flames. The six-headed Pelican, who was the first to rush out of the nest, was killed, and Arnold didn't have time to take a breath, and then more Pelican rushed out of the depths of the fireworks cave, spreading their wings one after another, in groups flying into the night sky. The real test starts now. Angel must devote all of his energy to the battle, not counting the number of Pelican. Joan, through his perspective, silently counted the total number of Pelican who rushed out of the nest before and after. In this moment, counting the 6 heads that have been killed, no fewer than 30 adult Pelican flew out of the nest, spread their wings in the moonlight. Their eyes were angry, and they were searching for the attackers. The Pelicans soon discovered that Arnold and others, who did not deliberately hide the signs, immediately regarded the 4 human beings as the culprits, swooping down one after another, and launched a fierce offensive. Joan's hut has not yet attracted the attention of the female beasts. Fortunately, the second action team hiding in the bushes, sisters Hyla and Zion, have not yet been noticed by the Pelicans. Joan swiftly switched his view to Holden, telling the poet with telepathy that the vast majority of adult Pelican in the nest had been lured out, and it was their turn to act. Holden and others were afraid to be noticed by Pledong and squatted in the dense bushes, daring not to make any noise. Hearing fierce gunshots, explosions, and beast roars outside the bush, Holden could easily imagine that the first group had started a fierce battle with Pelican, but they dared not go out and watch. When he was in a state of anxiety, Holden received Joan's notice and was immediately overjoyed, and quickly relayed the news to his sister and Hyla. Audrey was suffocated, and she was more careful in thinking. He waved his hand to stop his eager brother, reminding him that the fire in Pledong's lair had not yet extinguished. Before leaving, he had to prepare for the heat and smoke. Each of the 3 casts a blessing fire resistance enchantment, and successively takes the water-breathing potion and the stealth potion. After getting ready, Audrey led her brother and Hyla quietly away from the bushes, and under the double cover of thick smoke and night, they successfully infiltrated the nest. Inside the deep valley where Pledong's lair is located, there are rugged rocks, cluttered roads, countless large and small caves. The environment is quite complicated, and outsiders are easily disoriented. Fortunately, Joan has used the navigation compass in conjunction with Eagle Eyes to investigate the environment of the nest in advance. When Audrey's second action team entered the lair, Joan immediately switched his perspective to the first invisible observation point created by Eagle Eyes to lead the way for Audrey and his entourage, and then investigate themselves when the situation is reached, inform Holden through telepathy, and then tell Audrey and Hyla via Holden. When Audrey and his party successfully reached the area where the first observation point was located, Joan's perspective continued to jump forward and switched to the second observation point located in the middle of the nest. From the first observation point to the second observation point, the straight line distance is less than 200 yards. If it is in an open area outdoors, what is 200 yards in this area? Any ordinary person with fair eyesight can see the environment along the way. However, in the deep valley beast's nest covered by trees and cliffs, especially in the middle of the night when you can't see your fingers, there are at least 7 forks in just 200 yards. Joan's mission is to help Audrey and others navigate in this labyrinthine and intricate environment without being disturbed by crossroads. Choose a safe and fast route to guide them to the nest where the cubs and eggs are located as soon as possible. Deep. After some spiritual communication, Joan successfully led Holden on the right path. Audrey and Hyla followed behind the poet, sneaking in the dim valley. Immediately before reaching the area where the second observation point is located, the second operation team met a female Pelican on a narrow road. This female beast seems to have just settled her cubs and eggs, hurriedly rushing towards the side of the cave, eager to go to support the sisters who are fighting the enemy who is coming outside the cave, and did not find that they are close. the three intruders beside Hyla was first taken aback by the monster that rushed out, and stopped quickly. But she soon noticed that this was a single female, and no other pelican could hear anything nearby. Obviously, this is a good opportunity to kill the killer. The female swordsman was murderous, and she grabbed her giant sword behind her back. Do not impulse. Audrey grasped Hyla's wrist, lowered her voice, and exhorted him. It is imperative to enter the depths of the nest as soon as possible to eliminate the cubs and eggs. We must not expose the track of a female animal and delay the right thing. Hyla hesitated for a moment, and finally accepted Audrey's admonishment, let go of the tightly held hilt, held his breath, and watched that Pelican hurried past him, his back disappearing quickly at the end of the night. Audrey relaxed, let go of Hyla's wrist, and said softly, let's go. The two accelerated their pace, caught up with Holden, who was leading the way, and advanced towards the depths of the den. Joan saw the little accident just now through the second observation point created by Hawkeye. The decision of Her Royal Highness, as always, was calm, and would never let him down. The section of Pelly-Winter Nest's section is olive, and the area where the second observation point is located is the area with the widest cross-section. In this area, there are 3 caves dedicated to spawning and hatching, and many cubs are also hiding in the hatchery, waiting for their mother to drive away the invaders and come back to reunite with them. Here, the second action team had to give up stealth. Next, Audrey, Hyla and Holden will each break into an incubation room, and will kill the pelicubs who have little resistance and the eggs that have not yet hatched. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 826 Call the fighting in the hatchery is one-sided slaughter. At this time, it is not fighting skills but the spiritual will of a person that needs to be tested. It depends on whether you can hold your heart and ruin your hands. Joanne felt that Audrey, as a paladin, would not be soft-hearted in the face of naturally evil creatures such as belly dung. But will Hyla and Holden shake? Joan is very interested in this issue, but he is also soberly aware that when the other party is not aware of it, testing human nature with a specific purpose, even with the purpose of seeking knowledge, is also a near despicable act. If the object being investigated is one's own relatives and friends, it should not be examined with a cold eye. If he really did that, it would be not only the psychological endurance of Hyla and Zion's brothers, but also the friendship between Joan himself and them. If you have true feelings for a person, you cannot be indifferent to the suffering he is experiencing, otherwise, it can only prove that you have no true feelings for that person. On this issue, Joanne knew he could not be alone. He was convinced that both Hyla and Zion's brothers sincerely regarded him as the best friend and did not hesitate to risk his life, so he was very afraid that he would not pass this test of empathy. If the cruel reality shows that he can't share the entangled emotions of Hyla and Zion's brothers when they are forced to wield the butcher's knife to the cub, they can completely treat their friends as experimental samples for psychological tests without emotion. The brother and sister treated him so well that he couldn't return to each other with the same friendship. That's not a simple sorry to relieve. Joan subconsciously touched his right eye. Although it was difficult for others to perceive it, he actually cared about his blindness. Physical disability is already an irreparable defect, and Joan absolutely does not want to prove that he is also an incomplete person emotionally. People are always asking for trouble under the temptation of curiosity. Joan didn't want to worry about herself, so she had to restrain her excessive curiosity and force herself away from temptation. Anyway, the next massacre is not worth looking at. Instead of continuing to stare here, it is better to look outside. Thinking about it this way, Joan sent out a telepathy, telling Holden to leave first, and then to switch his viewing angle to Angel, who was outside Pele's lair. Compared to the second action group who broke into the kindergarten all the way, and had to confront the first action group of a large group of Peli Dong, the pressure at the moment was obviously much greater. Joan just switched his perspective to Angel, and realized that his mage friend was in danger. At the same time, Audrey and his party dived into the animal's nest. No fewer than 40 female pelicans rushed out of the nest, hovering and flying in the air, with wings forming a piece, like a thundercloud blocking the moonlight. These angry female beasts believed that Arnold, Lowry, Angle and Ryan were the culprits of bombing their lairs, swooping down in groups and passing by quickly over the heads of the four. At the same time, the beasts have thrown out the shadow that contains negative energy, intending to destroy the intruder's will defense line before officially launching the attack. More than 40 distorted projections, like countless injustices and ghosts, converge into a turbulent undercurrent, almost completely submerging the figures of Arnold and others. Fortunately, all four had already blessed the heroic spirit in advance and successfully resisted the invasion of the shadow. However, the courage inspired by magic can only help them overcome their fears, but they cannot escape reality, nor can they ignore the brutal warcraft above their heads and deny that they are facing the threat of death. In this situation where the gap between the enemy and the enemy is very different, if the first action team with only 4 people is required to hold down 10 times the number of Pelican, it would be too uncomfortable. Arnold, they have tried their best, but this is not enough. Joan knew that he could not continue to watch. Next, he had to do something to try to smooth out the strength gap between the first action group and the Pelican family. In order to maintain the existence of the refuge cabin, Joan could not participate in the battle in person. Is there a way to help Arnold and others to relieve stress without having to visit the site? With the help of the super magic skill spell Overcoming Obstacle, Joan can cast spells outside the house. If you directly cast an attack, even the spell with the longest range and the widest range of killing, such as Fireball, can hardly pose a great threat to Pelican hovering at high altitude. Direct spell attack has limited effect. So is there a better option? Of course there is. It is precisely at this time that the value of summoning spell-like spells is best reflected. The enemies are numerous and scattered, and the distance is relatively far away. In this situation, instead of throwing a painless fireball, it is better to summon a group of thugs to share the pressure. However, there are different levels of summoning spells. Joan's current summoning spells, such as level 1 and level 2 monster summoning, have too few thugs to summon, and their strength is not enough to fight a large group of Pelican. How useful. There is also a spell of the same type, that is, 2 rings of flying insects and beasts. The swarms summoned are not very useful at first glance. However, if only flying beast is used as a prerequisite, and the swarm summoned by it is used as the carrier of another spell, the effect is very different. Thinking so, Joan opened the storage bag. First took out a stack of red linen handkerchiefs, and then took out the obsidian stick inlaid with honey amber balls. Not long ago, Joan conducted an experiment at the underground test site of Mage University. Using the flying beast and giant wand, a group of small flying insects summoned by the spell can be catalyzed into a huge giant insect. Combat power also surged year on year with the expansion of body size. This is the best time to apply this spell chain tactic. Yal. Singing out the startup incantation symbolizing call, Joan grabbed a red handkerchief and waved it out. While casting the spell, he also added a super magic skill spell over onto the flying bugs beast, so that the spell effect can go beyond the force field shield of the refuge cabin. The red handkerchief fluttered in the wind, passed through the force field shield without hindrance, and exploded in the night sky. Each piece of rags that splashed out became a buzzing wasp. Joan and the colonists' common will make a spiritual connection. The remote control colony approached itself and raised the giant insect wand. The bee colony hovering in the air made 3 clicks, releasing 3 giant insects in one breath. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 827 reinforced. The amber ball inlaid on the top of the giant wand suddenly glowed, releasing 3 golden lights one after another. The bee colony irradiated by the magic light immediately changed, and within a moment, a total of 33 wasps were affected by the magic force, and they expanded rapidly into giant bees that were larger than the adult Pelican. Joan has tested the fighting power of the giant bees. If you let them go head-to-head with Pelican, it is pure death. Conversely, if this group of giant bees were to harass and contain Pelican, sacrifice themselves when necessary and serve as a meat shield for Arnold and others, the giant bees would be fully capable of such cannon-foul roles. Joan didn't have to reluctantly send the giant bees to die. Anyway, they only had a lifespan of just 11 minutes, and they were born to be fodder. 33 giant bees obeyed Joan's command and gathered yellow and black clouds in the night sky. With the harsh buzzing and roaring, they flew to the war zone. Arnold they first heard a strange buzzing sound behind them, hurriedly glanced back, saw a group of huge wasps flying in the night sky, all startled with cold sweat. There is a large group of Peli in front of the dive attack, and a lot of giant bees are flying behind him. Isn't it even blocking the retreat? How should it be? When secretly complaining, Angel received a telepath from Joan and learned that the giant bee was a helper summoned by Joan's spell, and specially sent them to reinforce them. The news was relayed to Arnold, Lowry and Lane. The number of giant bees is about the same as that of Pelican. Although the heads-up is not the opponent of others, it can still be supported for a few minutes. With these few minutes of buffering, the Arnold team got a precious breathing opportunity, quickly cast a healing wound, changed the magazine, and with the rifle in hand and the fireball wand, launched a round of fierceness to the Pelican in the air surrounded by giant bees. Counterattack. At the same time, Angel conveyed Joan's advice to his companions: don't worry about accidentally injuring the giant bee. These summoned creatures are only consumables. If you can take Pelican to be buried together, you will be free. With Joan's account, Arnold had no scruples when they started, and the bullets and fireballs that hit the night sky occasionally injured the bee by mistake. But the blow to Pelican was undoubtedly more severe. The fierce battle lasted only 5 minutes. With the assistance of the swarm, Arnold, Lowry, Angle and Ryan attacked Pelican in the night sky, killing or hitting no less than 20 heads. As the number of casualties of the Pelicans rose sharply, the balance on the battlefield began to tilt in a direction that was beneficial to humans. Arnold was able to kill him and wanted to continue fighting, but he learned from Angel and Ryan that he was greatly disappointed. The magic wands of the two mages have run out of energy, and there are very few spell slots left. Frequently overdrawing too much energy has made them feel exhausted, and they have to suspend the battle and sit down to take a breath. Pelican was led out of the nest by us and wiped out most of it. He had already helped Audrey, Hayla and Holden for a lot of time. It was time to withdraw from the refuge cabin and take a break, Lowry said tiredly. He was also exhausted, chainmail blood-stained, and urgently needed rest to heal. Arnold saw that his companions could no longer hold on, so he nodded and agreed to retreat. Joan sensed that Angel was in retreat, and ordered the remaining giant bees in the air to pester Pelican at all costs and cover the Arnold team's retreat. 5 minutes later, Arnold and his party withdrew the refuge cabin with no danger. Angel and Ryan collapsed to the ground as soon as they entered the room, exhausted and gasped, and said much lazier. Arnold's strong physique, coupled with armor protection, after a fierce battle, his physical fitness and health are much better than the too thin mage. After entering the refuge cabin, he was not busy resting and came over to say hello to Joan first and inquire about the situation of the second group. At this time, Audrey, Hayla and Holden had already killed the Peli cubs and eggs in the middle of the nest, and were heading towards the deepest point of the nest. Through Holden's perspective and the third observation point set in advance with eagle eyes, Joanne knew the dynamics of the second group. Arnold listened to his introduction and learned that Audrey and his party were going well. Then he rested and sat down on the floor, planning to use chi therapy to heal his own wounds. At this time, Lowry was the last to enter the refuge hut, throwing the heavy magic crystal rifle at his feet, wiping his sweat, striding to the center of Arnold, Angel and Lane, stopping, from a string of silver chains with holy emblems was pulled around his neck. Joan heard the movement of the metal collision and turned around, looking at Lowry curiously. The priest wrapped the silver chain around his wrist, held up the holy emblem, prayed prayerfully to praise the Queen of Cause and Effect, and ended with a sentence of "All glory belongs to my Lord Time as usual." Lowry's prayer seemed to touch the goddess he admired. A sacred light containing pure positive energy was released from the silver holy symbol in his palm, quickly spreading around, and instantly filled the entire refuge cabin. Arnold, Angel, Lane, and Lowry themselves. The holy light of the bath shines, the wounds heal quickly and heal, and the pain is relieved. Joan's body is very healthy, but after being irradiated by the positive energy led by Lowry, he still feels that he has also been injected with a vigorous vitality, and his physical strength and energy have been enhanced. At Lowry's priest level, each time leading positive energy can bring 4 levels of healing effects to the surrounding companions. Guiding 2 rounds of positive energy in succession is enough to heal the trauma of Arnold, Angle, and Lane. After that, Lowry performed secondary healing one after another, helping his companions to dissipate the fatigue accumulated due to prolonged, high-intensity fighting, and quickly recover their energy. Joan looked at Arnold and others, from exhaustion and blood bathing when he just fled back to the hut, and now after receiving divine treatment, the period was only 2 or 3 minutes, and he became sluggish and became again energetic. I can't help feeling secretly there is a reliable pastor in the team, which is very different. How long the combat effectiveness of the entire team can be sustained depends mainly on the level of healing of the priest. Compared with the priest, the mage is more explosive on the battlefield, but the endurance is an obvious shortcoming. Once the spell is exhausted, even if the body is still healthy, it is still energetic and useless. Angel and Lane are clearly aware of this problem and carry a lot of combat equipment with them. Although the most powerful fireball wand has run out of energy, fortunately, they also have a spare lightning wand filled with 10 powerful lightning beams. In addition, there are many spell scrolls in the storage bags of Angel and Lane, enough to support subsequent battles. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 828. Cruel Joan turned his gaze to the outside of the hut and saw from afar that the surviving hornet in the night sky was still struggling with Winter. Before being killed, he seemed to be able to support 4 or 5 minutes. At that time, even the surviving giant bees will automatically disappear as the summoning time expires. The refuge cabin can provide security for Arnold and others, and there is nothing to worry about for the time being. Joan will shift the observation perspective to the Winter nest department to see the progress of the second group. At this time, the sisters of Hyla and Zion had entered the bottom of the nest and successfully found the last 3 caves for storing the eggs. The 3 of them each broke into a cave and slaughtered the Pelican cubs one by one, destroying the unhatched ones. Animal eggs. Boom! Gunshots echoed through the closed cave. Holden fired his gun and curled the opposite side in the corner, knocking down the cub that begged for mercy. The young poet looked away and couldn't bear to look at the desperate moaning cub in the pool of blood, murmuring bitterly, "This is really an uncomfortable job." Along the way, he could not remember how many Pelicubs he had slaughtered. These immature World of Warcraft, the combat power is not worth mentioning. The courageous still dare to grin, try to resist, timid like the one just now, scared to hide in the corner whine, probably praying that Mother will come back soon. Protect yourself. Since Holton entered the lair, he faced these irresistible prey. At first, he didn't feel anything about it, but until now, it was really a little soft-hearted, and his mood became more and more depressed. Of course, he knew that the reason why these young animals looked harmless to humans and animals was like the pet dogs in the arms of noble ladies. They were fluffy and cute, completely because they were protected by their mothers so well that they were not known to be sinister. They live in a warm and cozy nest isolated from the world. They are surrounded by parents and siblings. There is no shortage of food and they can play. They do not know how cruel the survival competition of the outside world is, nor how many humans have broken into the nest. Danger is the natural enemies who devote themselves to the dead. When Holden had just broken into the cave, there was even a pelican cub actively approaching him, squinting his eyes curiously and looking at him curiously. At first, Holden thought that this little thing tried to attack himself, without thinking about raising his gun and aiming at the other person's head. However, just when he was about to pull the trigger, the cub suddenly showed a cheerful expression and ran to him happily. The fluffy head rubbed on his leather boots, seemingly unaware that the leather boots were covered with blood of his own kind. After a brief surprise, Holden realized that the innocent cub was mistaken for a friendly visitor, perhaps thinking that he had made a special trip to play with it. Unfortunately, he is not the friendly playmate that the young beast expects. Holden knew that the cub's kindness to strangers would not last long. When it grows up, it learns hunting skills from its mother, and when it has to go out to feed and feed itself, humans are no longer playmates but prey in its eyes. Holden hesitated for a while, and finally held the muzzle against the cub's forehead with his muzzle. The moment the gunshot sounded, he turned his head to the side, not wanting to witness the cub's illusion of the world, together with its life, dissipated under the grim muzzle. After this shot, Holden felt disgusted by his mission. Reason tells him that it is the smartest way to destroy the cubs now, otherwise until the cubs grow up, I don't know how many innocent humans will be killed under their minions. It is of course necessary to take precautions and eliminate the roots, but he still feels that this is really a chore that cannot bring him a sense of honor. The nest was silent and the cubs seemed to have been wiped out. Now Horton has only one thing to do: walk to the huge bird nest made of hay and mash all the eggs that were accumulated in the nest. He filled the pistol with bullets and marched towards the grass nest. At this moment, the grass nest shuddered abruptly, and a cub that seemed to have hatched a few days ago stood up hard, spread out its unstretched wings, and blocked Holden. The poet stopped and stared at the self-controlling cub. The young beast grinned and groaned, seeming to imitate the mother's fierce look when she was angry, trying to frighten the invader in front of her. However, it is not difficult for Holden to see the inscrutable fear in his eyes, and in addition, there is a faint trace of sorrow and vagueness. Obviously, this little thing is to protect the eggs behind them. Pelican is a very smart warcraft. This baby animal probably felt the emotion called responsibility vaguely by observing the mother's attitude and behavior when protecting herself. The mother is not in the lair. The brothers and sisters have been killed by the invaders, and now it is the only one who can stand up to perform the duties of protecting the eggs of the mother. Unfortunately, the courage to take responsibility does not mean that you have the ability to be equal. Holden couldn't help but have a question. If the cub can live to the day when the mind is mature, knowing that its courage is meaningless, not only can it not protect the siblings who have not yet been born, but also to take their own lives in vain, it can stand up without fear. From the perspective of the evolution of humans and other intelligent species, it is precisely because some individuals have the courage and responsibility to protect the interests of the ethnic group regardless of individual sacrifice. The entire ethnic group can survive and continue to develop a highly civilized society. Will the courageous Pledong cub in front of him be a microcosm, indicating that the Pledong family has the potential to develop a high degree of social civilization? If this is the case, over time, the Pledong ethnic group may become a strong competitor of human civilization and pose a threat to the survival of all humanity. Thinking about this, Holden had to harden his heart, and pointed his gun at the weak and powerful cub on the opposite side, completely smashing the dangerous germ. The sound of gunshots echoed through the cave, and the last Pelican cub also fell in the pool of blood, screaming in tears in vain, and soon stopped breathing. Holden unbuttoned the neckline and took a deep breath. trying to relieve the nausea of self-aversion. The roar of adult Pelican in the distance seemed to indicate that the mothers who had been led out of the nest had sensed that they had been deceived and hurried back with anger. Holden immediately realized that there was not much time left for himself, and reluctantly suppressed the bad emotions, quickly walked to the grass nest and pointed the gun at the pile of beast eggs. Pressing the finger of the trigger can't help shaking. The picture of the young beast spreading its immature wings to protect the egg, as if it was a lingering nightmare, repeated in front of him. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 829. Cold and warm. Rich and delicate emotions are a source of artistic talents for poets, but they are not suitable to be revealed on the cruel battlefield. As Holden struggled inside, suddenly, a message from the outside broke into his mind. Why not do it yet? The thoughts that came through the connection of the soul, like the indifferent temperament of the young mage, with a hint of chill, made Holden flustered. No, nothing, just take a breath and start working right away. Awkwardly embarrassed, Holden hurriedly raised the revolver, determined to abandon his thoughts, and get rid of the pain as soon as possible. Wait first. Holden didn't know if it was his own illusion, and Joan's telepathic communication again after a brief silence seemed to add a little warmth. You don't have to destroy all these pelican's eggs. Maybe pick up some and bring it back to me for research. Holden was relieved. He did not know whether Joan really needed a lot of animal eggs as a research sample, but the request made by the other party objectively provided him with an excuse not to continue to destroy the animal eggs by himself. How much can relieve some sense of unnecessary guilt? Joan withdrew from Holden's perspective and returned to his own body. Open your eyes, look through the transparent force field shield, and look out of the dark night. At this time, the giant bee in the night sky had been killed by Pelican. At the moment of death, the body of the giant bee automatically decomposed into the original magic of disorder and returned to the embrace of the magic net. The Pelions returned with huge casualties, and in the end they didn't even get an edible prey corpse. This group of female beasts were full of resentment, sniffing the gas left by Arnold and others when they retreated, and traced to the refuge cabin. For the sake of concealment, Joan set the outer wall of the hut to a yellow-green mottled color, located between the bushes, with a strong camouflage effect. This kind of small blinding method did not conceal the sharp eyesight of the Pledongs, and soon discovered that there was an abnormally raised area in the trees, which landed one after another, trying to approach the hut and peep inward. The cabin shield is a new way transparent. No matter how good the eyes are, Pelican can see through the shield and see the situation inside the house. But based on intuition alone, they can also conclude that the 4 human invaders who had just escaped are likely to hide in this quirky hemispherical building. Soon a female beast dared, carefully approached the hut, leaned down and bowed his head, striking the spherical shield with a sharp horn, trying to break the wall. Such attempts are doomed. Even if they tried their best to collide, they could not cause a trace of cracks. They were bounced back by the force field shield, and they were staggered back and almost fell. After several unsuccessful attempts, the Pledongs had to give up, renounced the use of violent means to destroy the hut, and turned out of the shadows below. They tried to project the shadow seal into the cabin, intimidating the humans hiding in the house, and driving them out to hunt. The result disappointed this group of female beasts. Supernatural abilities such as Shadow Seal can't break through the cabin shield. To be precise, the projection itself can be mapped into the house, but the negative energy contained in the projection is blocked. The shadow of the shadow, which has lost its negative energy, is just a simple optical phenomenon, just like the silhouette of the weeping willow in the moon, which cannot cause any harm to the people in the house. Joan saw a large group of Pledongs circling around the hut, and manipulated the projection from time to time to extend into the house, but the result was futile and secretly funny. Arnold, Lowry, Angel and Lane, at the beginning, had the same mentality as Joan, sitting in the hut nibbling dry food, drinking tea, and watching a leisurely show. However, After a short while, a mournful mourning came from a distance, immediately attracting the attention of all the females around the hut, and turned their heads to look in the direction of the mourning. Joan. They were also attracted by the abnormal movement outside the house, and quickly stood up and walked to the inner wall of the hut and looked out. A small figure stumbled out of the exit of the nest and quickly became clear in the moonlight. It turned out that it was a pelican cub who had escaped from the nest. His body was covered with blood, and there was a mourning in his mouth. The tearful eyes looked around and he seemed to be looking for his mother. The female beasts around the refuge hut immediately rioted when they saw this scene, and they shouted sharply one after another. Joan couldn't understand the cry for communication between Pelican, but it's not difficult to guess from the look of the female beasts they may have realized that something was wrong with their nest. What happened next verified his hunch. The pelicans could no longer consider how to break through the refuge hut, flapped their wings eagerly, swarmed into the air, turned around and flew to the entrance of the nest. Joan immediately realized a serious problem. Pelican gathered outside the hut. At least 20 heads can continue fighting. If they are all withdrawn to the den, Hayla and Zion brothers are in danger. Without much thought, Joan quickly made a series of casting gestures, and at the same time took a small glass bottle containing a glowing phosphor fire from the casting material bag, Vanima. While chanting the last startup spell, Joan struggled to throw the glowing vial out of the house. Boom! The magical glass bottle burst into the sky and turned into a colorful luminous pattern, hovering in the night sky as if it were a bright firework. Attached with the hypnotic pattern of spell overcoming obstacle, it glowed with dreamlike brilliance and immediately attracted the sight of Pelican around him. This group of females who have just been anxious about the cubs and the eggs in the nest are all fascinated by the hypnotic pattern, spread their wings and hang in the air, surrounding the unpredictable colorful light ball. See intoxicated, completely forgetful. Joan knew that the hypnotic pattern could not captivate all of Pelican. Even the enchanted females would recover their minds soon. Time is running out, and while the hypnotic pattern is still in effect, Joan pulls out the spirit net from the storage bag, throws his hand out of the house, and at the same time chants the magic spell start spell. The bundle of gold and silver ropes, responsive to Joan's mantra, disappeared out of thin air. The next moment appeared at 100 yards high, and sprinkled the sky net by itself, falling towards the place where the hypnotic pattern was. The spirit net is fully expanded, covering an amazing area of 5,000 square feet, which is equivalent to a tennis court. The huge catching net fell into the hood, and immediately wrapped the Pelican gathered around the hypnotic pattern. The captured female beast has as many as 8 heads. They had just been obsessed with hypnotic patterns and had no precautions to catch the net from the sky. They didn't wake up until the moment of the net's arrest and tried to struggle, but it was too late. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 830 Ruthless. The spirit net blended with phase spider silk and whole fishing crab silk has both stickiness and toughness. The more the female beasts struggling and twisting, the tighter they are bound, and they are dragging each other and falling to the ground, accompanied by noisy screams and screams. The 8-headed female fell together with the catch net near the refuge hut and crushed a large bush. Pelican, the first to touch the ground, shattered flesh and blood on the spot, and blood was flowing, dying. The subsequent fall of Pelican, using the same body as a buffer, was not fatal when he fell on the ground. 4 or 5 heads can still move. Pelican, dragging the net together to crawl hard towards the nest, crying sadly, as if calling the cubs in the nest. Even if the language is not available, Joan can hear that these female beasts who are anxiously mourning in the catching net are not concerned about their own safety at the moment, but their children. There are sentient beings in the world, different races, but maternal love can be connected. Even Joan, an orphan who has never enjoyed maternal love, was a little moved to see this situation. However, the momentary touch was not enough to shake the heart of the stone, nor could he stop him from following rational actions. Fair Kiaun chanted a mantra representing soul, and the black agate clenched in the palm suddenly became cold, guiding cold negative energy and condensing into a black giant palm outside the house. Taking a deep breath, Kiaun cut off his heart and finally couldn't bear it. The remote control mage nether palm was suspended above the spirit net, and then struggling to shoot it. Boom, boom, boom. The giant palms slammed the nets one after another. As each palm fell, there was always a shrill sound of broken bones in the net, followed by the dying wailing of the female Pelican. Joan was expressionless, and the remote control giant palm continued to bombard, 13 palms in a row. It wasn't until the females in the net were smashed into meat patties, the blood gushing through the mesh, staining the surrounding grass with a scarlet color, and no signs of life, he stopped attacking and slowly exhaled, the slightly mouth in his chest, cloudy. At the same time that Joan launched the attack, Arnold, Lowry, Angel, and Ryan also awakened, quickly picked up their weapons and rushed out of the hut, launched a fierce attack on Pelican, who escaped the capture of the spirit net. Hold a few more female beasts to stop them from retreating to the den. At the top of an open mountain, it is almost impossible to stop the flying warcraft from fighting. Arnold and others did their utmost, and finally only dragged one female pelican, and the remaining 10 or more female beasts finally left the battlefield one after another. Joan withdrew Mage's nether palm and watched the swarms of female beasts disappear at the entrance of the nest, closed his eyes, and warned Holden with psychic connection. At this time, the second action group led by Audrey had already killed the Pelican cubs in the lair. Apart from the eggs that were reserved for Joan as a research sample, all the other eggs were also destroyed. Even if the remnants of the pelicans returned to the nest, they were too late to restore the doom of the genocide, but instead provided Joan and others with a good opportunity to wipe them out. Holden received Joan's warning and immediately told his sister and Hyla of the accident outside the nest. The three quickly rallied and prepared for the game. Next, the three of them will attack inside and outside with the Arnold team outside the lair, and join forces to eliminate all Pelican who escaped to the lair. Joan, who was left alone in the refuge hut, was not able to participate in the battle to encircle the remnant Pledong, but he was not idle. After alerting Holden, he immediately shifted his perspective to the first invisible observation point near the entrance to Peli's lair. When he opened his eyes, Pledong, who first returned to the nest, passed right under the observation point. Joan watched a group of female beasts rush to the depths of the nest, just about to switch the perspective to the second observation point, continue to track the movement of the Peli Winters, inadvertently glimpsed a beam of transmission light at the entrance of the cave, and the strong magic fluctuations followed. This unexpected scene interrupted Joan's planned observation plan, and he was also surprised when he was surprised. Arnold, Lowry, Angel and Lane will not, nor need to cast 5 teleportation at this time. What happened to the teleportation beam that suddenly appeared in the hole? The anomalous signs made Joan have an ominous hunch, and he couldn't follow Pledong and quickly switched his perspective to Angel, who was closer to the hole. At this time, all 4 members of the first action group where Angel was, had followed Pelican's footsteps to the entrance of the nest, and the suddenly rising beam of light at the entrance forced them to stop and look at each other. What's going on? Did the military send other teams to support us? Lowry made a conjecture. Arnold was not as optimistic as he was, shaking his head, his face dignified. There is no support plan in the combat plan, otherwise James Young Calibration will notify me in advance, and it will be transmitted. I am afraid it is not my own. Hearing this, Lowry, Angel and Lane all changed their faces and quickly prepared for battle. Arnold was also on alert, with the muzzle pointed at the beam of light. Under the nervous watching of the 4 people, 3 figures appeared slowly in the beam of transmission light. 2 of them were standing on the ground. The figure on the left was tall and thin, while the figure on the right appeared short and fat. Even more strange is that there is also a graceful figure floating on top of the fat and thin two people, like flying in the air. Just when Arnold and others were more and more surprised, the teleport was finally completed, and the light quickly gathered. The figures of the three visitors appeared in front of them in a clearer manner, which first brought a strong visual impact, followed by horror and confusion. These three uninvited guests roughly look like two men and a woman, but a closer look reveals that they all have insect-like characteristics. Both men wore wide linen cloaks. Most of their bodies were covered by the cloaks, only their heads, hands and feet were exposed. The tall, thin man on the left has a strangely bright green skin. His body is covered with a layer of chitinous carapace. The arms with cuffs exposed are like a pair of bone-folding knives, and the outside of the forearm is covered with sharp teeth. Under the cloak hood, a triangular head is vaguely visible, with a pair of raised compound eyes. The more it looks like a big mantis standing up. The short man next to the mantis, bloated like a ball, could barely see his neck, and above the round body, there was a black spider head. This spooky Spider-Man also has a hard exoskeleton. The carapace surface is covered with short and hard hair, and a sharp tubular mouth part is formed between the opposing jaws of the pincers, which looks like a large needle. Even more terrifying is his face, which is symmetrically arranged with 8 eyes in large and small, all of which are glittering with a strange luster, enough to make people who look at him have nightmares. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 831. Insecticide. 10 feet above the heads of the Mantis and Spider-Man, a group of buzzing hornets hovered like flying tents. A half-human half-bee girl unfolds 2 pairs of high-speed vibrating transparent membrane wings behind her, naked, suspended in the center of a curtain of bees. If you don't mind this lady's weird head resembling a female bee, her slender limbs and enchanting carcasses surrounded by black and yellow stripes, it is also sexy. In particular, her waist and legs, against the background of her and buttocks, seemed to have a canyon between rolling hills. They are the perfect example of the word waist. The face of a wasp female has the characteristics of both female elves and Hymenoptera insects. The former, for example, wears a pair of dark golden drop-shaped amber pendant ears, and the latter, for example, the huge compound eyes like countless faceted diamonds. What is even more memorable is her tentacles, which are bent vertically on both sides of her forehead, and the charming ebony gold under the moonlight is like a pair of ponytail tresses carefully dyed. Joan looked closely at the 3 weirdos who suddenly appeared through Angel's eyes. Judging from their physical characteristics of half-humans and half-worms, most of them are a kind of creature named worms. Insectification is similar to beastization and belongs to a subspecies of humanoids. The habit of worming people has many similarities with beasting people. Humans bitten by veterinarians may be infected with veterinary viruses, and their temperaments will change on the night of the full moon. They will even become monsters such as werewolf under the drive of the virus. Of animalized viruses spread out, creating more animalized people. Insectification is similar, except that insectification is spread. Humans infected with this virus will always get sick on the night of the full moon. If they cannot resist the erosion of the flesh and blood cells by the virus, they will transform into a monster that is half human and half insect. Physical lesions are always accompanied by intense pain, and worms often cannot bear the torture of illness and become mentally distorted, unable to contain the crazy urge to violence. As the condition deepens, the body becomes more deformed and will eventually become a huge insect. The deformed body, coupled with the impulsiveness of violence that is difficult to control, makes it difficult for people infected with insectosis to gain a foothold in society. Eventually he was either caught by the people who feared him and burned to death, or he was forced to flee the human society, and then wandered in the wilderness, becoming a real monster. It is said that individual insects who are particularly determined will be able to suppress the virus in the body. In addition to the mixed form of half humans and half worms and the completely mutated form of giant insects, they can also return to the normal human form before being infected with insectification, continue to live in human society. The three worms in front of Joan, of which the mantis and Spider-Man had only a rough cloak. The wasp girl was completely naked, holding an ivory carved stick in her hand, with an amber ball inlaid on the head. This amber ball is dark red in size and is slightly larger than the one inlaid on the giant wand. The ball contains a mysterious red liquid, as if it is still flowing thick plasma, separated by translucency. The wall of the amber ball emits awe-inspiring red light. Judging from the simple and almost primitive clothes of these three worms, Joan speculates that they are not from a civilized society, and it is even less likely to be related to the Midgard military. They are suddenly sent over and pose to intercept Arnold and others. Posture. I am afraid that the intention is bad. Even more disturbing to Joan was the ivory staff in the Hornet's hands. Low-level casters have no ability to make wands, and few people can afford to wands and play wands at best. The staff held by the wasp is not made of metal. The red amber ball inlaid on the head of the staff, plus the swarm of bees that follow the amber ball. There are various indications that this staff is likely to be attached to the giant insect technique natural magic. The wasp girl with this kind of staff is mostly a high-level druid, and her naked and calm temperament reminds Joan of a haunted memory in her mind. The shepherd Idar, who had traveled 1,000 miles to Yolfheim to track down the tears of God's tears, was also a druid who was good at manipulating the bee colony, and belonged to an evil religion that admired celestial bodies. Group. The scenes in front of him made Joan have a natural association. It is suspected that the three worms headed by the wasp girl may have the same faith as their herder Idar, also from the primitive sect. Cultist. What is the origin of the three of you? Why should we be prevented from chasing and killing Pelican? When Joan secretly speculated on the origin of the worm, Arnold had questioned angrily. The mantis and the Spider-Man are deaf to Arnold's questioning, and they have no way of knowing whether they do not understand human language, or just disdain to answer. The embarrassing atmosphere of silence lasted for a long time, and just as Arnold became more impatient, the voice of the woman came from the air. The three of us are from the Iron Forest. Gary Ward, who was sent by Pope Angel Boda to come to the top of the Bylon mountain and guard the Pledong family. The wasp's voice, which is not only clear and sweet to the young girl, but also intertwined with murmurs resembling bugs, like a set of weird chords, has caused some comprehension barriers for listeners. Fortunately, it is not serious. Arnold quickly turned back and exchanged glances with the companion behind him, and couldn't help showing anxiety. Iron Forest. Gary Ward is located in the northern colony of Midgard, is a primitive jungle of monsters. It is said that the headquarters of the Prime Order is located deep in the Iron Forest. The angel Boda just mentioned by the wasp girl is said to be a frost giant witch with unfathomable strength. The Prime Order was created by her own hands. No one really understands the origins of Angel Boda, and there is no way to investigate how many years the legendary witch has lived. The people who have seen her in person are very few, like the characters in mythology. The female wasp called a legendary big witch the Pope. It can be seen that she and the other two worms partners are also members of the primitive church. Arnold had heard some anecdotes about the primitive sect, such as hostility to modern civilization, advocacy for a return to nature, no clothes, raw flesh and blood, and the beast. However, he did not understand the insider and doctrine of this cult, and he could not guess that the three worms headed by the wasp girl suddenly appeared in front of him. Let him come forward to negotiate with the hornets. The priest is obviously better at dealing with pagans, first smiling at the wasp girl, and then chatting politely. Dear lady, the lowly Laurie Grant, the humble servant determined to follow my Lord Moss, how can I call you and your friends? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect, www.untilnovel.com Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 832 Moderate. The Wasp Girl seemed to be very helpful to Mr. Pastor's courteous manners, and a pair of glittering big compound eyes appeared with a smile. My name is Jenny, my brother of the Mantis is Sean, and the younger brother of Spider-Man is Peter. Although you and I have different beliefs, I have the same respect for the Queen of Cause and Effect. Maybe we can talk calmly. Your friendly attitude has moved and surprised me. Miss Jenny, please forgive my short-sightedness and prejudice. As far as I know, very few primitives are willing to communicate with small people like me from the civilized world. Most of them hate modern civilization. My mind is thinking of trying to destroy our cities, factories, manors and pastures. First of all, I have to thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Grant, although this embarrasses me a bit. The Wasp Girl shrugged. Indeed, as you said, most of our brothers and sisters believe that the so-called modern civilization is worthless. It is entirely based on the greedy plunder and ruthless destruction of nature, and it must be completely destroyed. As for me, and my two brothers, although they are also dissatisfied with human society, they don't want to completely deny modern civilization. You may wish to consider our alternative characters like those in the original church. Moderate. Any church organization grows to a certain scale, and there are inevitably internal faction disputes. Frankly speaking, our Demosi Church is no exception, so Miss Jenny, I can fully understand your difficulty. Lowry smiled, then pulled the subject back on track. It's no secret, we came to Bylon Mountain this time, shouldering the mission of eliminating the Pledongs, and we are now at a critical moment to carry out our mission. If you don't mind, can you let it go so that we can enter the beast's nest and completely wipe out the murderous and brutal Warcraft, and it's not too late to talk after other things. I'm so sorry, Pastor, I'm afraid I can't do what you want. The Wasp Girl sighed apologetically. We came to Bylon Mountain this time, and we also have an irresistible mission. The ultimate goal is exactly the opposite of what you want to achieve. Lowry frowned slightly. If I understand correctly, you just said that you are instructed to guardian Pelican. Do you want to protect this group of Warcraft? Accurately, we are instructed to maintain the safety of Pledong's lairs and ensure that they successfully pass through the breeding period until they have completed their lineage duty. The horny girl's outspoken reply changed the face of Arnold and others. I really don't understand. Why do you protect this group of cannibal Warcraft? Arnold couldn't control his anger and questioned loudly before Lowry spoke. Don't you know that the Pelidong ethnic group has swelled to the point of threatening the survival of the residents of the surrounding villages and towns, and indulging them to continue to breed and expand is equivalent to indirectly helping them murder the innocent residents of the Bylon Mountains? Mr. Cavaliers, I can understand your anger, but unfortunately, we are not pure human beings, and we cannot fully stand on the standpoint of human beings and view the survival competition between human beings and Pelican. Faced with Arnold's anger, the Wasp woman showed a good temper that did not match her image, and explained without anger. First of all, I have to admit that in recent years, the Pelidong ethnic group has indeed expanded rapidly, and it has caused a serious threat to the 4 human villages and towns in the Bylon Mountains. If the population of Pledong is allowed to continue to expand, the residents of these 4 villages and towns will have to abandon their homes and move to a safe area away from Bylon Mountain. The fertile fields cultivated by their ancestors will soon be covered by wild grass. For those of me who are more extreme-minded, I am very happy to see that mankind has been defeated by Pelican, and all buildings and fields with artificial traces have returned to the embrace of nature. But after all, we are moderates after all. We don't want to do things too well. Whether Pledong or humans occupy an overwhelming advantage, they all violate the natural law of balance and harmony. In this sense, what we need to maintain is not the Pledong family, but the natural balance. The previous situation was that Pledong was more dominant in the survival competition, so although from the moment you flew to the top of the mountain, What you did was under my control. If I intend to intervene, you absolutely have no chance to kill even if you are a pelican, whether you agree or not. This is the truth." The tone of the wasp girl turned cold, and Arnold and others shuddered. Joan, who was far away in the shelter, was also surprised to hear the words of the wasp from the first invisible observation point created by Eagle Eyes. Indeed, from the moment he ascended the Bylon mountain, he felt uncomfortable. However, these uncomfortable feelings are not enough to make him and his companions be under the secret surveillance of third-party forces. It was only at this moment that the Hornet's females uncovered the mystery, and he realized that his own actions were completely under the supervision of the primitive sect, and that the other party probably used a more sophisticated monitoring method than the Eagle Eyes, such as the fourth ring exploration. Just when Joan and others were upset, the wasp girl smiled slightly and her tone of voice became soft. "Nature's biological groups all have the right to fight for survival. Human homes are threatened, and it is reasonable to stand up. So we have maintained a neutral attitude until then, and have not intervened to interfere with your slaughter of Pelican. Of course, I do this against the decree of the Pope, but I prefer to follow my will when performing tasks. However, there must be a limit to everything, which also includes my tolerance for you. There are enough females who died in your hands. This does not include almost all cubs and eggs. Your killing tonight has caused a serious injury to the Pladong ethnic group. It cannot be restored to its current scale for at least 10 years. And it cannot pose a threat to the surrounding human villages and towns. It should be enough. Based on the concept of species equality and benign competition, I can't bear to see the Pelican family kill all the human residents around Bylon Mountain. Based on the same concept, I don't want to see the Pelican family killed by your humans. There is only one supreme principle I uphold, which is ecological balance. To this day, the survival competition between the two major ethnic groups of humans and Pladong has seriously deviated from the equilibrium point, so we have to come forward and urge you to stop the killing and let go of the remaining Pladong. If you do not listen to the persuasion and insist on exterminating the Pelican family, then those who occupy this niche in the future are not guaranteed to be monsters that are more cruel than Pelican and threaten human survival. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 833 Conflict. Chapter 361 Conflict. The persuasion issued by the wasp girl is earnest and sincere. After Joan heard it, he felt deeply moved. This alternative believer of the primitive church adheres to the concept closer to the green druid like Candy Boviton, which is similar to the druid of heaven represented by the herder man Idar than. It seems more forgiving and more rational. No wonder she calls herself moderate. Of course, Joanne also realizes that the moderateness of the Hornets is limited, and if Arnold and others cannot accept the conditions she issued, then I am afraid it will be difficult to be good. For the sake of stability, while closely monitoring the three worms, he has sent a telegram to tell Holden that the first group encountered unexpected obstruction and was unable to cooperate with the second group to strike Pladong as scheduled. Joanne also asked Holden to tell Audrey and Hyla of the accident outside the nest as soon as possible, and told them to be more careful. When necessary, you can use the refuge hut scroll, first to protect yourself. Whether to kill Pladong is still second. After issuing the warning, Joan was relieved a little, and once again fell into contemplation caused by the words of the wasp girl. From a rational logical point of view, if one opposes Henry James-style extreme racism, it seems that one should also support the wasp's concept of ecological balance, and there is no reason to kill Pladong. But from the emotional perspective of being human, human beings should be primates, the center of the world. Warcraft killing is unforgivable. But the extinction of Warcraft is for the sake of perpetuating future troubles and creating a safer living space for our countrymen and future generations. What's wrong? However, if the people-oriented concept is naturally correct for human beings, then, according to the same logic, The colonists from the old world are based on their own race and think that the interests of the imperial colonizers are higher than that of the as indigenous people. Isn't this natural for the former? The idea that the Hornets promoted caused Joan some confusion, but failed to resonate in the heart of Arnold, a military family, and couldn't convince him to give up the task. I'm sorry, Miss Jenny, I don't know what the ecological balance is. I only know to act on orders. You either go to my boss Major Henry James and ask him to revoke the task order assigned to me, or to persuade Belladun to change the murderous evil nature. Waste time. I have already said what I should say. Please give it up, Lowry, Angel, Lane, let's go. Jenny, the Wasp girl, was obviously irritated by Arnold's tough attitude of refusing to compromise. Her eyes suddenly became murderous and awe-inspiring, and she suddenly raised her hand, and her fingertips gleamed with green brilliance. The weeds near the entrance of Pledong's lair, catalyzed by this natural divine power, grew madly at the speed visible to human eyes, and instantly turned into a large thick bush of thorns, like a natural fence wall with thorns, covering the whole tightly. Yan Shishi. Arnold was not a good-natured person. He was blocked by this dense wall of thorns, and his heart burst into flames, and he pointed his gun at the wasp. I urge you to be less idle. Immediately remove the spell, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Don't mind, shame your face. The wasp girl sneered, her eyes showing provocative meaning. If you are brave enough, you can try shooting. But don't regret it. Arnold had suffocated the fire, and her emotions were suddenly stimulated by her words, and she pulled the trigger without thinking. The moment the gun popped into the barrel, Sean, the man with a dull look, suddenly jumped up, blocking the wasp girl in the air behind him. Facing the muzzle that sprayed the arc, the mantis' emerald green eyes flashed quickly, reflecting a strange luster under the moonlight, as if capturing the trajectory of the bullets hit by the howling. Suddenly, the bullets approached him, and the mantis waved his sleeves like lightning, and his jagged forelimbs burst into vigor, screaming in the night sky like a thunderous roar. The bullet fired by Arnold was shocked by the force, and turned into a volley, dragging the roaring wind breaking back. This series of accidents completely exceeded Arnold's expectations and was at a loss. It was not until he was hit hard in the chest, as if he was punched head, and he stumbled back involuntarily, he suddenly realized that he had been hit by a bullet that mantled back. At the moment of the shot, Arnold felt chest tight, his eyes darkened, and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Lowry helped him in time to save him from being ugly on the spot. Arnold recovered, looked down at his chest, and found a deep bullet mark on the left side of the breastplate. Fortunately, this set of magical breastplate is strong enough, otherwise he has already penetrated his heart by the bullet he shot. Beware of the mantis, it seems to be a high-ranking monk. Lowry's face dignified. Reminded by the pastor, Arnold also suddenly awakened. The hand-pull missile exposed by the mantis just now is one of the signature stunts of the monk profession. After calming down, Arnold realized that his opponent was stronger than he expected, and put away the ineffective rifle, and instead pulled out the big sword Shuang Ming with his back obliquely behind him, striding towards the mantis with a murderous face. Monk Sean, give Peter the stupid big man with the sword. You can deal with the two little wizards. Don't let them do the tricks. Jenny, the wasp girl, is obviously the leader of the three worms, and only ordered two men to deal with Arnold and others, hang in the air to watch the battle, and seems to disdain to shoot it in person. The Spider-Man named Peter nodded his head slightly, and suddenly spouted a thick sticky spider silk at Arnold. Arnold glanced at the Spider-Man spitting silk, so he had to give up his intention to attack the mantis. Monk Sean withdrew his sword and stepped back, hurriedly flashed away the disgusting vomit. Before he could stand firm, Peter flew over, and under the cloak lifted by the air, a strange pair of palms appeared. There are twice as many finger joints as normal people, like 5 chains connected by many black metal rings. with a strong mechanical texture. These weird palms are now holding two sharp poisoned daggers. Arnold hurriedly blocked his sword and tried his best to prevent this strangely flexible monster from approaching himself. After observing the fighting style of Spider-Man a little, it is not difficult to see that the other party is an experienced assassin. Once pulled by Spider-Man assassin to within 5 feet, Arnold's sword could not be opened, but the opponent's dagger can exert its maximum power at this distance, and there is no suspense in the victory or defeat. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 834. Defeat. Angel and Ryan saw Arnold entangled with the Spider-Man assassin, barely resisted, and looked very embarrassed. He quickly cast a spell to help him out. However, before they could finish the spellcasting mantra, the mantis monk named Sean disappeared from the place where he originally stood, and the shadow zone between the two young mages emerged from the next moment. Both Angel and Lane sensed that the distribution of the magic web beside them was disturbed, and it seemed that someone was casting a teleportation spell nearby. However, the monk is not a spellcaster. How did he teleport directly from 10 yards away? Angel and Ryan hadn't had time to resolve their doubts, and the other party used a strange martial art that resembled magic but not magic. Sure, the praying monk of the mantis, his arms exploded with energy, and the shockwave as if toggled the strings, causing the surrounding magic net to resonate in chains. Using his position as the origin, and opening a circle of spherical enclaves with a radius of 20 feet, include the overwhelmed Angel and Lane. In this mysterious enchantment, the air stopped flowing almost completely, making it difficult for Angel and Lane to breathe. Even more terrifying is that in this almost condensed air space, sound waves cannot be transmitted at all. The two young mages opened their throats in vain, but couldn't even make a sound. Failure to cast the spell caused the magic power to bite back, and a strong headache suddenly struck them, preventing them from concentrating and holding their heads and groaning in pain. The mantis monk turned his cold compound eyes, and a pair of serrated blades slipped quietly out of the large cloak, and flew towards Ryan, who was closer to him. At this moment, a bright beam of light came from behind him along with a rolling heat wave, forcing him to fold a bunch of heels sideways, thrillingly flashed through the ringing glory of the three-ring magic. Lowry clenched the silver holy symbol, held it high, and solemnly chanted and praised the prayer of the Queen of Cause and Effect. The holy emblem radiated a strong radiance, illuminating the battlefield as bright as day. The mantis monk raised his hands to cover his eyes. The suddenly enhanced light made his sensitive compound eyes very uncomfortable. The shadows around him have been dispelled by daylight, and Sean is temporarily unable to cast the shadow step that moves between the shadows temporarily. He has to let go of the two little masters who have run away for the time being, concentrate on the energy first. Except drop the opposite priest Timus who threatens you more. The shadow skill of the mantis monk Sean can use the energy of his own body to simulate a magic effect similar to silence, so that the surrounding space cannot conduct sound waves. When Sean was restrained by Lowry, Angel and Lane quickly took the opportunity to escape the area covered by silence and finally regained their ability to speak. At this moment, Angel felt the mental fluctuations from Joan. The three worms are too powerful, and you are no match for them. Quickly withdraw to the refuge cabin. This is a bit of a self-esteem, but Angel has to admit that Joan is telling the truth. Judging from the situation on the battlefield, Arnold struggled against the Spider-Man assassin. Lowry was also reluctant to parry the Manchu monk's punch and foot attack, which obviously could not support it for long. That wasp girl named Jenny hasn't shot yet. Judging from her status among the three, her strength is likely to be stronger than Sean and Peter. After fighting all night, Angel and Lane's spell slots have been exhausted, and the lightning wand has only the last 2 energy left. With this point of the family, the two of them joined hands and were not confident against the Hornets. In the current situation, Following Joan's suggestion to withdraw from the refuge cabin is undoubtedly a more secure countermeasure. Thinking about this, Angel hurriedly performed the zero-ring communication technique and transferred Joan's account to Arnold and Lowry. Arnold and Lowry actually wanted to withdraw to the cabin, but now they have to do their utmost to deal with the opponent's fierce offensive, and it is not so easy to leave. While the battle was stalemate, Angel received Joan's heart message again. After a short hesitation, he took out a bottle of flame glue from the storage bag and threw it to the center of the battlefield. Boom! The porcelain bottle shattered on the ground and a flame of alchemy erupted. Lumber yeffing vaguely sent the sound of chanting mantra. The flame ignited by the flaming glue suddenly burst into a strong light, and the world was incandescent. The intense light radiation stimulated by pyrotechnics covers the entire battlefield. Sean and Peter in the battle, as well as Jenny watching from the air, are unprepared in advance, and are forced to raise their hands to cover their eyes and avoid the intense light radiation that stings the eyes. Arnold, Lowry, Angel and Lane all wear night vision goggles. The goggles treated with a special enchanting process can shield most of the radiant energy and protect their eyes from the strong light. Taking advantage of the insects in attentive pursuit, they hurriedly withdrew to Joan's refuge cabin. As soon as the four returned to the hut, Sean and Peter followed after the breath. In the distance, the back of Arnold and others disappeared in a hemispherical building. Two insects looked at each other, while slowing down, and watched the outer wall of the hut with guard. The Spider-Man assassin suddenly raised his hand, shot a flying knife at the cuff, stuck it on the outside of the hut and bounced away, leaving no scars. This failed temptation made Peter and Sean realize that the strange hemispherical building opposite had magical enchantment protection. When the two thought about how to break through this magic shield, a layer of transparent walls separated them, and Joan was also observing the two insects. He raised his right hand, pressed the inner wall of the force field shield, and chanted the spell in a low voice. Outside the house across the wall, although Sean and Peter could not hear the movement in the hut, they were both keenly aware of the unusual magic fluctuations in the vicinity, and immediately became alert and hurried away from the hut. The reaction of the two was unpleasant, but Joan had already chanted the last mantra before they retreated to safety. Valor. The fingertips touching the shield of the force field suddenly burst into purple, and 4 mythical magic missiles with spell over obstacles were released from Joan's control and whistled out of the cabin. A ring of arcane magic missiles has 2 prominent features. One is that the number of missiles increases with the level of the caster. The once-level wizard can only control 1 missile, and every 2 levels thereafter, an additional missile is added. The second is that once the missile locks the target, it will start automatic tracking. No matter how the opponent dodges, it will eventually be beaten. Joan replaced the magic missile cast by the spell position with Power of Myth to enhance the power while retaining these 2 features of the original spell. The 4 missiles fired by his hand all have their own tracking function, and 2 missiles are locked on Sean and Peter. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 835 Collapse. Sean is a shadow monk and Peter is an assassin. These 2 extraordinary professions are known for their agility, not to mention that the 2 worm-like bloodlines Mantis and Spider give them extra motor nerves that are far more developed than ordinary humans. However, no matter how they evaded, they were inevitably caught up by the mythical missiles. With 4 rapid bangs, the 2 were knocked down to the ground one after another. Although it was not fatal to get caught in 2 magic missiles, they were so painful that they were black and sweating. Lying on the ground for a few seconds, Sean and Peter climbed hard. The 2 worms, after suffering loss, felt terrified, hiding in the distance and glaring at the refuge cabin, but they dared not get too close. At this time, the wasp girl flew over, glanced at the refuge hut, then sneered and cast a spellcasting gesture. Joan stood on the inside of the hut and saw the wasp's movement through the force field shield. After a little recognition, she saw that she was preparing to cast the three-ring dispelling technique. She could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone beware. The lodge may not be guaranteed. Joan had just issued a warning, and the hornets waved a magical shockwave with a greenish luster, and instantly smoothed the magic net in the area where the refuge cabin is located. The vast majority of spells below the third ring in the world will be dispelled automatically when they are hit by the dispeller, losing their magical power. Unfortunately, the refuge cabin is no exception. The spell configuration was dispelled by the dispelling technique and quickly degenerated into the original magic of disorder. With a series of dense crackling noises, the force field shield first appeared a large radial crack, and then collapsed. Joan, the magic lodge on which they took refuge, was completely demolished by the wasp's wave. The 5 people who lost the shelter were exposed to the stars, and the night breeze blowing against them was killing, and the cold was biting, causing them to shive. Joan was the first to regain his composure, decisively pulled out the revolver and aimed at the wasp girl suspended in the night sky to pull the trigger. This time no one stopped the bullet for her, and fluttered her wings in a hurry, only to feel the waist hot. Looked down, a blood groove was cut on the right side of the waist, and the pain was burning. The wasp's face changed slightly, and she couldn't help but feel lucky that her waist and legs were thin enough, otherwise the bullet wouldn't just wipe the waist. I'm afraid it has been deeply embedded in the abdominal cavity, causing a fatal enough damage. However, her luck lasted only a second, and the burning pain from the wound was replaced by chill. The cold negative energy quietly penetrated into the wasp's body through the gunshot wound, just like 3 sinister poisonous snakes, eroding her vision, hearing and vocal organs at the same time. It wasn't until this time that the wasp awakened. The young mage had just fired a shot at her, and the bullet enchanted a very vicious necromantic spell. She hasn't seen this spell before, and it feels like it is a combination of the second ring blind deafness and another similar spell that focuses on the vocal organs, and has the function of destroying the 3 senses. This spell is essentially a supernatural disease. The wasp girl has no precautions in advance, and can only rely on her own immunity to hardly resist negative energy-induced organ diseases. Fortunately, as a high-end druid, her physique is quite strong, and the worm blood has also given her a stronger disease resistance than ordinary humans. After all, the survival status of insects in nature is far less than the civilization and exquisiteness of human beings, and they pay attention to hygiene. If the antivirus ability is not strong enough, it will be extinct thousands of years ago. The wasp's carcass seems to be conducting electric currents, causing waves of trembling, surrounding the skin surface of yellow and black streaks, and dense cold sweat, suggesting that she is undergoing a fierce confrontation of immunity and negative energy in her body. After just a few seconds, the wasp girl successfully resisted the double lesions of blindness and aphasia, but the ears and antennae as hearing organs became numb and stiff, unable to sense the slightest movement. She could not even hear her heartbeat and breathing and was thrown into a world of near silence. Damn. I am deaf. The wasp's mood at the moment is both annoying and happy. Losing hearing is really uncomfortable, but it is better than being blind or dumb. In this silent world, the wasp girl's eyes widened, searching for the little mage who just shot her deaf on the chaotic ground battlefield. She quickly found the target and saw the other person raise the magic pistol again. The muzzle of the black hole was pointing at herself. She felt scalp numb and her eyes almost popped out of her eyes. If you get another shot, not to mention the killing caused by the bullet itself, the additional 3 magic special effects alone, the hornets are afraid to say that they can resist it. In case of bad luck, being blinded by this gun, or a dumb man unable to chant the spellcasting prayer, his situation is in danger. Thinking about this, the wasp hurriedly swung the staff and manipulated the swarm to gather in front of her, forming a layer of yellow and black creeping curtains, covering the young mage's sight. The hot air flashing past her ears made the wasp girl realize that the other party had just fired a shot at herself, but fortunately missed. Since the gunshots could not be heard, The hornets didn't know whether the young mage had fired again. She only knows that the horde of bees cannot serve as a bulletproof shield, and good luck will not always be with her. While she has not eaten a gun, she must quickly cast herself to save herself. A storage bag was hung on the wasp's neck, and a large brown leather pocket with a slap hung on her chest, almost engulfed by a deep gully. She grabbed her pocket and hurriedly took out a handful of diamond dust and sprinkled it on herself. Illuminated by the moonlight, the smooth skin glowed with light spots, as if wrapped in a gauze embellished with countless stars. Under the effect of magic, the diamond dust penetrated into the inner layer of the wasp's skin, and the starlight on the body surface converged, and then the texture resembling granite appeared. Just as she finished casting the spell, a gust of wind blew beneath, blowing away the swarms of bees surrounding her. This is obviously not a naturally generated airflow. The abnormal tremor transmitted from the surrounding magic net made the wasp female alert and instinctively tightened her muscles and crossed her arms to protect the fragile face. Boom! The sound of the gun sounded, and a lead shot hit her abdomen and flew away. At the moment of the shot, the female wasp was pushed by someone, and she flew back involuntarily. She lowered her head, looked at the shot, touched the flat, still belly that was still flawless, secretly relieved, ignoring the gunshot from the ground, and calmly cast 3 rings of magic to remove disease, disperse the negative energy remaining in the body, and renew back to the world of sound. Joan looked at the wasp that fluttered in the air, pulled the corner of her mouth, and put down the pistol helplessly. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 836 Yellow Spring Bee Swarm. Joan fired 3 shots back and forth, each of which was appended with his own 3-ring senselessness technique. The quasi-hard is not bad, except for the second shot. The other 2 shots successfully hit the wasp. Unfortunately, bad luck. The first shot failed to cause the effect of blindness or aphasia as he wished, and the third shot failed to even cause a flesh wound and was directly ejected. Judging from the results, the Bumblebee Blessing spell can withstand enchanted bullets, which is obviously not the second ring of Anti-Sword enchantment, and then contacting the other party's crystal dust when casting. It is not difficult for Joan to guess that she just blessed Stone Skin surgery. Unless Joan is extravagant enough to be able to forge warheads with adamantine, it is unlikely that he will continue to shoot through the skin of a wasp that is as hard as granite. He didn't want to waste bullets meaninglessly. He simply put away the pistol, and instead took out the spirit net and waved it out. The huge fishing net of phase spider silk and whole fishing crab silk blended open in the night sky. Countless silver lilies and golden sunflowers, shining dreamy magnificent luster under the moonlight, will be busy with the treatment of the wasp girl when the head was covered. A sturdy wrap was formed. A look of joy appeared in Joan's eyes, and he was about to cast the mage nether palm and dragged it back to the catching net. Suddenly he was slightly startled, and his face changed. The wasp girl who fell into the catching net did not struggle arbitrarily, shaking her wings gently, sending aura around her body, and the enchanting carcass disappeared from the catching net out of thin air. At the same time, the bee colony that was blown away by Joan's wind-making technique not long ago was shrouded in aura, and was instantly transferred to the spirit net to replace the bee colony that appeared under the night sky. Figure. Is this ... shifting and reshaping? Joan frowned. In fact, he had known for a long time that the biggest weakness of the spirit web was that he could not limit the teleportation spells of the spell school. Prey falling into the net, if they are good at teleporting spells, such as the hornets, just can easily escape the shackles. If he wants to make up for this shortcoming, he must first become a 7th level wizard, learn the 4th ring dimensional anchor, and then use this spell to restrain the teleportation ability to enchant the spirit net twice and upgrade it. As far as the current situation is concerned, this is of course very unrealistic, and Joanne can only take back the spirit net and think of other ways to deal with the cunning wasp girl. The wasp girl fluttered her wings in the air, quietly wiping cold sweat. In fact, The process of her escape from the spirit web just now is far more thrilling than it seems. It was hard to say whether a group of wasps hovered near the ling net at that time, so that she could find a replaceable ghost for the exchange of positions at the first time, and whether she could escape in time. This series of dangerous encounters made the wasp girl deeply afraid that she would not dare to have the slightest contempt for the little mage who had made a strange move, holding up the bug swarm and inspiring two energies in one breath. The amber ball embedded in the head of the rod buzzed and trembled, and the red liquid overflowing it penetrated, as if a drop of blood adhered to the surface of the ball wall. Yal. The wasp woman pointed at Joan with her staff. Her wrists flickered, and the blood droplets attached to the surface of the amber ball splashed away, and the volley turned into a large buzzing bee swarm, and ran straight to Joan. As early as the first time the wasp girl used the staff to summon the bee colony to block Joan's sight, Joan saw that this staff could release 5 rings of magical diseases. This spell is actually an enhanced version of the 2 rings of flying bugs, which can summon a larger swarm, and the will of the swarm is greatly strengthened with the size of the population, and a higher level of intelligence allows the swarm to understand more complicated instruction. However, these improvements are rooted in flying beasts, and there is no essential change in terms of the type of insects they summon. Flying beasts can summon common insects such as wasps, locusts, and fireflies. The candidate insects that can be summoned by epidemic swarms are still these. It is impossible to summon a large group of goblins with long wings. Spell configuration. However, the spectacle that is being staged in front of him completely refreshed Joan's knowledge of the spell bubble swarm, so that he was shocked to a blank mind. And many more. The flying insects in the sky. What the hell? Exclamation mark. That's right. The group of Hymenoptera insects looks very much like ordinary wasps, but Kiawan dared to bet on his head, that is definitely not a wasp, and it is difficult to say whether it is still an insect class. The swarm that the wasp female has just summoned with a staff. Each individual is only the size of a thumb, and the appearance is only slightly different from that of a normal wasp. A fine magenta stripe appears on the shiny black carapace, and a pair of compound eyes shows a gorgeous emerald color. However, when this group of seemingly ordinary small insects flies, the momentum becomes very different. From afar, it seemed like a cloud of fire burning in the night sky, with a strong smell of sulfur floating in the wind. The odor of sulfur in his nose made Joan think of the devil in the fire. If he guessed right, the wasp girl just summoned was probably a group of wasp spring bees. This seemingly insectic creature is actually a miniature magic beast native to Bartil Hell. When the yellow spring bees form a group, they will gain a cunning and cruel will that is comparable to the devil's swarm will. No matter the intelligence level or aggressiveness is much stronger than the ordinary bee colony. Surrounded by ordinary bee colonies, most of them are stung to their heads, and their minds are disturbed by buzzing insects, so they cannot concentrate on casting. But if surrounded by a group of yellow spring bees and bitten by this little devil who pretends to be a wasp, the taste of pain is no less than a shot. What is even more terrifying is that Huang Quanbi also has a special ability to enter the body through holes in the body surface such as the nasal cavity, ear holes, mouth, etc., to control the other party's consciousness, and turn it into a puppet. Under normal circumstances, the magic level of the epidemic swarm is not enough to summon the yellow spring bee swarm. But Joan noticed that when the hornets waved the staff just now, the amber ball embedded in the head of the staff seemed to bleed. It can be seen that the red liquid enclosed in the sphere is probably the blood essence extracted from the devil. Using this devil's essence blood as a casting material, the power of the epidemic swarm will be greatly improved, and it is reasonable to summon the Huang Quanbi colony that is also native to the Barto as the devil. This series of surprises and epiphany was like a flash of electric current in Joan's mind. The storm of thinking in his mind did not delay him in starting to fight the Huang Quanbi swarming rapidly. No matter how poisonous the yellow bee is, it is still a tiny insect-shaped creature, and it is difficult to overcome the inherent weakness of its own physiological structure. In Joan's opinion, The Huang Quan bee is terrible, but the method he used to deal with the ordinary bee colony is also effective for the Huang Quan bee colony. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 837 Wind and Fire Tornado. Qian originally wanted to perform 2 wind-making techniques, hesitated a little, and after all he still felt that it was not secure enough. Regardless of Joan himself or his companions around him, as long as he was bitten by the yellow spring bee, he might become a puppet of these little devils and turn to a killer of his own. The cost of risk is too heavy for Joan to afford. For the sake of stability, Joan inspires 3 Sid mana in one breath, and replaces it with 3 ring spell slots, casting Wind Wall, which is more powerful and longer lasting than wind making. Sure. At the moment when the initiation spell was chanted, a stream of air perpendicular to the ground spewed up, forming a high-speed rotating tornado barrier, enclosing Joan with Arnold, Lowry, Angle, and Ryan fighting side by side. The roaring airflow is rotating in front of the eyes, forming a glimpse of the invisible atmospheric barrier. The inside of the wind eye where Joan and others are located appears to be calm and calm. The Huang Quan bee swarming across from the other side, hit the wind wall that suddenly pulled up from the ground, and was sucked into the tornado column before turning around. Angel and Ryan responded slowly, without Joan reminding, and at the same time casting fuel on the inner wall of the tornado column. A large amount of dark and viscous grease was wrapped and torn by the airflow, and turned into countless oil droplets that climbed up with the wind column and quickly mixed into the Huang Quan bee colony. The fluffy yellow spring bee was contaminated with fuel and became slimy. The light membrane wings were also covered with grease, completely lost its ability to fly, and could only drift with the wind. Joan touched the prosthetic eye and directed a beam of burning rays towards the wind column mixed with oil drops. With a bang, the entire wind column was instantly ignited and turned into a burning fire tornado. After igniting the wind column, Joan reminded his companion to lie down for the first time, and he quickly lay on the ground to avoid the heat wave surging from the sky. Arnold, Lowry, Angel, and Ryan all followed Joan's approach, protruding to the ground with both hands on their heads. The scorching airflow screamed against the back of the spine, and everyone was sweating, but the heart was cold. The blaze was quickly lifted by the whirlwind, and the temperature near the surface quickly returned to normal, but the burning of fire oil consumed a lot of air. Joan and others who were in the wind's eyes clearly felt that breathing has become particularly difficult. The group of yellow spring bees contaminated with fuel in the wind were also ignited by the fire. These monsters native to Barty Hill are inherently resistant to fire damage, but their resistance is also limited. They cannot withstand the flame storm composed of double fuel and tornado, and all of them were burned to ashes in an instant. After a grand cremation, the wind dissipated. In the roaring wind, the buzz of the Huang Quan bees could no longer be heard, and Qian was relieved. His hands propped on the floor, and stood up. Just then, there was a strong buzz roaring from the top of the head than the swarm. Joan's heart trembled, and he quickly looked up to the place where the abnormal movement came. At the top of the tornado column, a huge shadow of black and yellow mottled, forcibly broke through the airflow barrier, and broke into the eye of the wind. It was a giant bee that was even larger than the adult Pelican. This giant bee vibrates 2 pairs of membrane wings, making a harsh buzzing sound, hovering over the head of Joan et al., a pair of huge compound eyes flashing fine horns, forming the many small eye surfaces of the compound eyes, as if thousands of tightly fitted hexagonal mirror surfaces. Every little eye clearly reflected the panic and stunned faces below. After a brief absence, Joan quickly calmed down. At first, he thought that the giant bee that had crossed the wind wall was just the summoning creature of the wasp girl, and it became so huge after being giant worm. It was not a fear. But he soon discovered that the giant was gleaming with wisdom in his eyes, and there was a small brown pocket with a leather string hanging around his neck. The more he looked, the more familiar he was. Bags. These suspicious signs prompted Joan to suspect that the giant bee hanging over his head was the incarnation of the wasp female. As a high-level druid, the wasp girl can use her professional ability to wildly transform into a huge insect. In addition, as a worm, she can also stimulate her own blood power to transform into hornet form. As for what kind of transformation she took at the moment, the giant bee that was transformed in two different ways was weaker and weaker. The giant bee in the air seemed to have locked its prey, and suddenly swooped down into the air, using the giant spear-like tail pin at the end of the hip as a weapon, and launched a fierce charge at Joan. Just seeing that thick and long poison needle, Joan couldn't help scalp numbness. Absolutely don't want to be stabbed by this thing in a big hole, and hurried to avoid. While resisting foreign enemies, the tornado wall also restricted his own activity space. Barely flashing the bee-needle spear, his shoulder was cut through a mouth, and there was a trace of itch in the pain. Joan stumbled back with his arm wound, but the injury was not serious. But he was worried about his physique and could not bear the toxin contained in the bee needle. At this time, Arnold and Lowry also recovered, almost simultaneously raising their guns at the giant bee in the air and firing. Gunshots sounded one after another. The bullet shot at the giant bee failed to cause any damage and was directly bounced off by the hard shell. Obviously, the giant bee blessed stone skin. This sign further confirmed Joan's guess. This extremely fierce giant bee in the air is indeed the incarnation of the wasp female Jenny. There was blood oozing from the shoulder wound, but fortunately the itchiness had disappeared. Joan secretly relieved. It seems that his own antiviral physique is also immune to bee venom. As long as there is no poisoning, this bruise will not prevent him from continuing to fight. Unfortunately, the moment he was just attacked, his focus on casting was interrupted. The tornado column created by wind wall technique is automatically resolved after losing the spiritual maintenance of the caster, and the battlefield becomes calm again. The loss of wind wall isolation is good and bad for Joan. The advantage is that the activity space is no longer restricted by the cyclone barrier, which is conducive to avoiding attacks from the air. The disadvantage is that after the wind wall was removed, the two helpers of the wasp girl, Sean Mantis Monk Sean and Spider-Man Assassin Peter, also flew over to join the melee, forcing Arnold and Lowry to have to switch their guns to deal with these two. Spoiler: Angel and Ryan found that Joan had a shoulder injury, a red, and looked rather tragic. He ran to protect him quickly. The two have a lightning wand in their hands, but unfortunately the energy stored in the wand is running out, and only enough to release two lightning beams. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 838. Gun. After the giant bee struck, he fluttered his wings back to the sky, adjusted his flying attitude, and stared down with his compound eyes. Her eyes turned from the blood on Joan's shoulder to the wand held by Angel and Ryan, a scornful flash in her eyes, and he swooped down without hesitation. The air quickly buzzed from far and near, making both Angel and Lane feel scalp numb. However, these two young wizards still restrained the urge to turn their heads to escape, and at the same time raised their wands and fired 3 lightning beams towards the arrogant bee above their heads. 2 shining chenghongs tore the night sky, all bombarded the bee straight, but failed to shoot it down as Angel and Lane expected. The giant bee seemed to have been equipped with a magic shield to protect against electric shock energy in advance, and the surface of the body was slightly magical. After absorbing 2 lightnings, after a little adjustment, he lifted a spear-like tail needle and continued to dive down. Vilia. Joan Shensheng chanted an elven mantra symbolizing atmosphere, and his right index finger pierced the bee across the air. The lightning beam released by Angel and Lane just failed to kill the giant bee, but helped him get the time to complete the casting ritual. Where the fingertips are locked, the sky is suddenly changing, and a high-pressure airflow rises to the sky like a colorless and transparent fountain, sturdy and solid on the belly of the giant bee. The giant bee, which is in a state of high-speed dive, could not help being hit by the jet spring. With the mumble of bang, the huge body was bombarded by an artillery and bounced upward. The giant bee rolled in the night sky, wailed, and suddenly burst on its own, splitting countless small wasps, sharing the impact force exerted on itself in a more loose cluster form, thereby minimizing the damage caused by the jet spring. "There is such an operation!" Exclamation mark. Joan raised her eyebrows in surprise. "This wasp girl has a lot of tricks," which really opened his eyes. The swarms of bees scattered in the air dissolved the impact of the jet spring and then regrouped to return to the form of a giant bee. A pair of compound eyes stared at Joan fiercely, showing a strong sense of fear. The wasp girl had just suffered a loss and learned a lesson. She dared not get closer to the range of jet spring. Her tentacles glittered, shining arcs appeared all over her body, and sparks crackled. The distribution of the magic network in the sky is turbulent, and wild electrical energy is emerging from the giant bee. This unusual sight immediately caused Joan to be alert. His eyes narrowed slightly, and after careful inspection, he guessed that the wasp was preparing to cast 5 rings of natural magical thunderstorm. The wasp female in the form of a giant bee, because her physiological structure is very different from that of humans, it is inconvenient to chant mantras, gestures, and if you want to cast divine magic, you need to cooperate with special skills like Wildcast, which is quite troublesome in general. However, the spell Thunderstorm can help her get rid of the above troubles. Thunderstorm is actually an upgraded version of the 3-ring Thunderstorm. It completely inherits the biggest feature of Thunderstorm. After the cast, it does not need to take effect immediately. You can temporarily store the Thunderbolt energy in the body for later use. Bombard the enemy. In addition, the power of Thunderstorm is also greatly improved compared to Thunderstorm. Each lightning strike can cause up to 5 energy levels of electric shock damage. Faced with a thunder that might blow on his head at any time, Joan first thought of blessing anti-electricity barriers. However, in a flash, he realized that the power of Thunderstorm has exceeded the absorption limit of anti-electric enchantment. Looking at the cool look of the giant bee in the sky with sparks and lightning, I am afraid that at least enough energy is stored in the body to launch 10 lightning strikes, and even if it is anti-electrical enchantment, it will not be able to withstand it, and it will eventually be blown into coke. What's more, both Angel and Lane next to Joanne were also exposed to the threat of lightning strikes, and he couldn't help thinking about the safety of his companions. Joan restrained the selfish instincts of self-preservation, and in turn inspired 2 mythical powers and decided to use the special ability of Mythical Mage Mythical Countermeasures to completely eliminate the threat of lightning strikes overhead. Just then, there was a gunshot in the air. The giant bee, which was brewing a lightning strike, was suddenly hit by a large lead bullet flying in the sky. The body skin was shattered on the spot, and the blood spattered like rain. This sudden and heavy blow not only interrupted the wasp's casting process, but also forced her to change from a giant bee form to a human form. Only in the human form, she can free her hand and take out the healing potion from the storage bag. 1 bottle of potion was swallowed, and the other bottle was sprinkled on the slape-like blood hole in the left abdomen, prompting the wound to stop bleeding and heal as soon as possible, so as to prevent the internal organs from flowing out. When the hornets were eager to heal themselves and save themselves, both sides of the battlefield temporarily stopped because of this sudden change. Everyone had different expressions, and their sights were invariably directed to the place where the gunshots sounded, the exit of Pledong's lair. In this place, almost forgotten by both sides of the conflict, a flame suddenly erupted, igniting the bushes of thorns covering the entrance of the cave. A pair of ponytail maidens in black tight leather armor, wielding a giant sword surrounded by fire with one hand, swept through the bushes like a grass, striding out of the nest. Sister Zion rushed out behind Hayala. The dragon lance in Audrey's hand had just exploded, a bullet weighing 4 ounces, a cannonball. The power of this gun is far from that of conventional firearms, and even the stone skin technique of the wasp girl could not be completely blocked. After being shot, He had to withdraw from the battle and take medication to save himself. After taking the medicine, the wasp woman was not at ease and took a rejuvenation on herself to stimulate the potential of life and accelerate the healing of the injury. It was not until the abdominal wounds stopped bleeding and scarred that she was relieved and turned to look at the blonde warrior holding the large magic crystal rifle. Her eyes intertwine with resentment and horror. If even stone skin could not protect her from gunshot wounds, she really didn't know what other spells could ensure her safety under the muzzle of the young paladin. The taste of being locked by the muzzle is uncomfortable. The wasp does not want to hang in the air in a silly way as a target. Deterred by the threat posed by the dragon gun, she had to constrict her membrane wings, land on the ground, and retreat into the bushes. Sean, the mantis, can use his superb martial arts to block the arrows and even the bullets. But the dragon rifle in Audrey's hand is simply a cannon disguised as a rifle. Sean was not sure about the anti-artillery shells, and hurriedly gave the Spider-Man Peter a glance, and both of them also retreated to the wasp girl, using the bushes to cover their body and avoid direct exposure to Audrey's muzzle. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 839 Ruby 1. Audrey was not in a hurry to shoot again. The shot just now has caused psychological deterrence to the enemy. She is very clear that only when she is ready to go can the dragon rifle in her hand maintain maximum deterrence. Once the shot was really fired, the other party had to cut off the luck of the fluke, and he could only spare the fight with himself. By that time, the dragon rifle is too bulky, and the shortcomings of loading and launching processes will be exposed, but it will weaken its deterrent force. Seeing Hyla and Zion's brother return safely, Joan was relieved. After experiencing unexpected changes, the two groups of people who participated in the battle tonight finally met again. After a brief exchange, Joan learned that the second group lacked the cooperation of the first group and made full use of the refuge hut scroll he handed over to Holden, successfully dragging Pelican back to the nest. After the fierce battles, Pelican returned to the nest with more than half of his casualties. Under the cover of the refuge hut, Hyla and Zion's younger brothers calmly rested and healed, and their physical fitness and health remained good. The remnants of Pledong, after repeatedly attacking the hut and frustrated, realized that there was no hope of retaking the nest, and had to accept the reality, fled the nest one after another, and made their own lives. Hyla and Zion's younger brothers chased another wave, and finally Pelican managed to escape with only 5 heads. They were both injured and not a cause for concern. After solving the enemy of the nest, Hyla and Zion hurriedly came out to support the first group where Joan and the others were, which happened to arrive in time at the critical moment. Audrey just shot that not only resolved the crisis facing Joan and others, but also reversed the situation on the battlefield. Joan and they joined 3 strong aides on this side, and their strength surpassed the opposite Worm 3, firmly grasping the initiative on the battlefield. Audrey gave Arnold a wink. Each led a team of 4, and surrounded the bushes in 2 ways. Jenny, Sean and Peter hiding in the bushes all changed their faces when they saw it. 3 of you look at me, I look at you. All hesitate to continue fighting, or quickly retreat before being surrounded. Just as they hesitated, the magic wave suddenly set off ahead, and a telescope of light emerged from the open space between the opposing parties. This change was greatly unexpected by all the people on both sides, and all stopped and looked at that teleportation stunnedly. In the beam of light rising from the sky, a blurry figure quickly emerged, and the outline of the figure looked like a large raptor with wings spreading. When it completed the transmission, fluttering wings flew out of the transmission light array. People were surprised to find that the comer was actually a huge mosquito. This giant mosquito is about 5 feet long from head to tail, almost similar to the height of an adult, and quickly 2 pieces of transparent membrane wings with clusters of veins. With the help of a pair of balance bars behind the wings, it hangs elegantly in the air. The vocal sings peculiar to mosquitoes, but the volume is louder than ordinary mosquitoes, comparable to the violin. Joan stared at the sudden giant mosquito, his eyes scorching. In addition to the transparent membrane wings and slender black feet, the giant mosquitoes are crimson and full of lusciousness, as if they were works of art carved from the whole ruby. Even each group of small eyes that make up the huge compound eyes also exhibits a shade of red with a gradual transition, like an open jewelry box, shining brightly under the moonlight. If it is not limited to humans' aesthetic perspective, from a broader perspective, this giant mosquito is extremely beautiful. What makes Joan's heartstrings even more shocking is that just as the red giant mosquito was sent over, Tear of God automatically activated, sending a long-lost reminder to his mind. Mythology. Discover mythical creatures of Order 3. Just when Joan and others were shocked by the sudden arrival of the giant red mosquito, the three worms on the opposite side had different faces. Ruby. Why are you here? The wasp girl exclaimed in silence. A trace of confusion was evident in her eyes. The giant red mosquito named Ruby turned his head to look at her, and gave out a laugh that resembled a pretty young girl with a loud murmur. Sister Jenny, I haven't seen you for a long time. Ruby and the host all miss you. The scarlet giant mosquito is right in human language, but individual words and syntax sound strange. Save it, you only learned from your hypocritical master, full of hypocrisy. The wasp snorted, turned her head to the side, and ignored the friendly greetings of the giant red mosquito. The red giant mosquito's hostile attitude towards her seemed not surprising. With a smile in her eyes, she turned to the mantis and Spider-Man. Sean, Peter, have you been well recently? I'm afraid it's not very good. The beautiful Miss Ruby, as you can see, our mission has not been smooth. The chunky Spider-Man shrugged and smiled bitterly. It's not going well, but since Ruby is here, I think Sister Josephine will arrive soon, and our troubles will be solved. The mantis monk seemed very optimistic. Well, if you two don't try to catch me to eat like other praying mantises or spiders, I would be happy to help you out. The giant mosquito called Miss Ruby actually made a joke with a sense of humor. Both Sean and Peter were amused by Ruby's playful remarks, except that the hornets pouted her lips and seemed to be angry. Hey, what's the situation? I'm really confused. The scene in front of him made Hyla feel that his brain was not enough, and patted his forehead repeatedly. It's okay to infest people, after all. Human nature dominates, but what about this big mosquito? She is indeed a mosquito, right? How can she speak human language, and act like a little girl? It may be because she was enlightened by a high-level druid, from a giant mosquito to a creature with higher intelligence. Holden stroked his chin to make a guess. The hearing organ of Miss Ruby, the pair of bent antennae on her forehead, was very sensitive. Hearing the whispers of Hyla and Holden, she turned and chuckled at them. Big sister, good evening. Ruby, I was a little girl. The little brother of the poet is right. Ruby was indeed enlightened, but Ruby's magic is more than that. If you are willing to be friends with Ruby, I will tell you more about my own secret. Hyla and Holden looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Asking them to be friends with a big mosquito, even if it is a smart big mosquito who can talk, is still somewhat psychologically difficult. Be friends with you, you can know your secrets. Are you sure? Joan suddenly spoke, eager to try. Ruby glanced at him deeply, his eyes flickering and his expression became strange. It took a long time before the Miss Ruby issued a whine. Only you are the exception. Ruby, don't make friends with you. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 840 Ruby 2. Why am I the only exception? Joan was surprised. Because your little brother doesn't look like a good person. You will definitely trick Ruby into telling all secrets with sweet words, do all the bad things to Ruby, and maybe ruthlessly kill Ruby, who has lost its use value later. Joan's face changed slightly, and his heart threw waves. Will this smart big mosquito read mind? You misunderstood, Miss Ruby. I'm just curious about your life form. No excuses. If you are close to Ruby, just to satisfy curiosity. How to explain your look at Ruby... full of animal desires. The words of Miss Ruby became more and more sharp, and her emotions gradually became more and more complicated, making her words more difficult to understand. Ruby, although I haven't been a man, I have seen too many insidious bad men like you in the past few years. Ruby, I have seen through the cold heart hidden behind your lovely face. I don't have. Don't try to quibble. Ruby looks at people, not only the surface, but also the inner temperament. Your disgusting little brother has a deep hidden evil temperament that gives Ruby my impression, almost the same as the master's ex-boyfriend. A man like you always likes women very much, and you are usually gentle and kind. You don't do bad things, but once you decide to do bad things, it must be a sensational brutality. What's more terrifying is that people like you can even escape sanctions with superb intelligence after committing sinful crimes. Ruby, I have seen through your essence, so don't be bullied by you. Kian opened his mouth and finally complained in grievance. For the strangers who met at first, make this kind of unfounded condemnation. You, a big mosquito, have a very abnormal spirit. Could you please let me study your brain? In the second half of the sentence, Kian only dared to think about it in his heart, and he wasn't embarrassed to speak out in public. Otherwise, wouldn't he appear to be ill-intentioned? Just when Joan was entangled in the mood, the place where Ruby had just sent it again showed a glowing circle. Judging from the looming figure in the beam of light, this time it looks like a normal person. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the teleportation array. Joan is no exception. He is curious. Who will come to this barren mountain and wilderness to join in this long night? In the eyes of everyone, the silhouette of the human figure in the teleportation gradually became clear, and it seemed to be a beautiful girl in a long skirt. Just as everyone's sense of anticipation became stronger and stronger, the girl in the teleportation array slowly raised her arms, looked up at the night sky, and suddenly sang, "Between you, so that I can have a happy time. Everything in the world is absurd, can't make us laugh, can't let us enjoy life. The joy of love is short-lived. Just like flowers, bloom and can no longer be appreciated by the world. Let's toast and laugh. How happy it is tonight together. All this makes me linger unforgettable, until the east sunrise glows through the window. Illuminate the banquet hall of our carnival. This amazing soprano singer, on the summer night before dawn, on the top of the barren mountains where warcraft is rampant, an untimely time, a place that is completely unsuitable as a stage, facing a group of overwhelming listeners, with a wide voice, full emotion, and unpretentious attitude, he sang loudly the excerpts of a famous opera. Her singing voice is thick and high-pitched, as if she can raise the tone endlessly. When the opera excerpts stepped into the climax, the pitch reached an unbearable intensity. Including Joan, all the people around her who listened to her singing were dizzy and their ears roared with this infinitely high treble. Looking at everyone's ears is about to be deafened. The female singer who is deeply intoxicated with herself is still challenging her limits, constantly pulling high-profile doors, as if never-ending. It is impossible to sing such a singing voice even if the throat shaped by flesh and blood is even the golden voice kissed by the god of music. The magic net around the teleportation circle, which is as fierce as boiling water, shows that this female singer not only has perfect singing voice and skills, but also is good at using magic to enhance her singing effect. The cliffs around the top of the mountain gradually could not bear the sound of bombing. The rock resonated with the song, and was cracked by this magnificent and terrifying treble. Joan noticed a dense shattering sound from his head, the large schist wall cracked, and the gravel fell like rain. Seeing that the cliff was about to collapse, he was about to remind his companion to fly away from this dangerous place, and there was a faint warning coming from his ear that there was mosquitoes. "What are you still doing?" Applause. "Give me a quick applause." Ruby covered her ears and was anxiously reminding everyone who was shocked by the singing to the dullness. People don't understand what she said, but looking at her anxious expression, maybe this is the only way to stop the mysterious girl who is destroying the mountains from stopping singing. With a mindset of giving it a try, Joan was the first to respond to Ruby's urge to clap hardest. The applause was too small and it was covered by the song that shook the mountains. Holden, Audrey, Hayla, Arnold, Lowry, Angel and Ryan saw Joan applaud. Although they were puzzled, they clapped. The opposite Mantis Sean and Spider-Man Peter also both applauded with their forelimbs. The only Wasp refused to listen to Ruby's prompt. Not only did not applaud, but also put her hands behind her, with a cloudy look, suggesting that her mood was very unstable. The crowd applauded together and finally conveyed the applause to the female singer who was too engaged. She raised her lips in satisfaction, stopped singing, and turned to face the applauding audience, unhandedly touching her chest and bowing to the curtain. Only then did Joan have the opportunity to observe her appearance from the front. The woman with an impressive voice seems to have just arrived from the masquerade scene, wearing a gorgeous red backless evening dress, highlighting the enchanting figure. A golden mask resembling the shape of a mosquito hides her true appearance, revealing only pointed elf ears, a tall and elegant nose bridge, plump and lips, and a pair of intoxicating wine-eyed eyes. In fact, the masked lady herself was half drunk and awake. She stood upwind, and the night wind brushed her hair and long skirt, and then blew towards Joan and their side, mixed with the smell of precious perfume and spirits. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 841 read. Joan covered her nose and looked at the drunken woman opposite him. The other party's every action revealed strangeness, which made him unable to control his curiosity. This grotesque woman, wearing a golden mask, somehow got drunk and sent to Balin Mountain in the middle of the night. What is the intention, Master? Why are you here? Look, drunk like this again? It's dead. Ruby fluttered her wings and flirted to the Cayman lady. Okay, I told others that after drinking the last glass of wine, I came here after a long delay. Was it greedy when I was away? Faced with the blame of the giant mosquito, Miss Mask touched her head embarrassedly. I didn't intend to drink too much, but tonight's guests were too enthusiastic and toasted to me. As the hostess of the banquet, I couldn't help but give the guests a face. So, I drank a little more. Okay, Ruby, my baby, come and help me. It's weird. Where am I? Dizzy, so vomiting. The semi-drunk woman whispered a rude word, and then stooped to vomit a large pool of filthy odor that smelled of pungent wine. After vomiting, her drunkenness subsided, and took the handkerchief handed over from the maid Ruby, in a rough way that was completely inconsistent with her dress image. Wipe his mouth, and then take off the golden mask, while also revealing his true face. The moment his eyes touched the woman's face, Joan couldn't help but widen her eyes, and her mind was blank. It took a long time before he recovered, and he looked at the woman again and confirmed a fact. Her appearance is almost exactly the same as Duo. After the shock, Joan fell into a deep confusion. How could there be two people in the world that look so similar? Twins are a possible explanation. However, Duo is not a human born from a mother's womb, but Professor Moriarty uses blood and flesh as a material, like a plasticine, to create a pleasant golem. The reason for using twins cannot be explained at all. Yo, isn't this our Countess Josephine Antoinette de Poisson? The wasp girl suddenly sneered with sarcasm and stepped closer to the semi-drunk woman. Celebrities like you, social celebrities, don't entertain your friends from the upper class. How can you have time to go to this wild mountain wilderness for recreation? Cute little Jenny, long time no see. I miss you so much. The Countess mocking of the wasp girl was indifferent. She smiled and tried to hold her hand, but she was thrown away by the other party. Oh, Jenny, my baby, why are you so indifferent to me? You weren't like this before. The Countess was wronged. Be less pretended. I don't like your hypocritical virtue. The wasp sipped and turned away, as if breathing the same air as the Countess would make her sick. Sean the Mantis and Peter the Spider-Man also approached, but the attitude towards the Countess was very different from that of the Hornets, and bowed to her with respect. Sister Josephine. Well, maybe I should call you Countess Lyjan. Peter smirked at the back of his head. My noble title of noble origin is just a thing to decorate the facade on the social field. Don't be polite from your family. You still call me elder sister as before. Josephine looked at Sean and Peter's eyes with tenderness, took the initiative to hug them one by one, and kissed their cheeks. After this, Josephine turned to their wasp, smiled and spread her arms, making a hug gesture. Jenny, can't we get along as close as we used to? The wasp female crossed her arms across her chest, showing strong resistance from her body to her expression. Josephine, the problem is that we can no longer go back to the past. The years you left the church, I dare say you haven't changed anything, but what about you? Look at what you are now. It has become so unrecognizable to me. Honey, why do you refuse to change? Josephine shrugged and spread his hands, his face helpless. In all fairness, isn't my appearance more beautiful than before? If you only look at the appearance, I admit that you have indeed become more glorious than before, but I am different from you, not the superficial woman who is greedy for vanity. As the wasp woman said more and more, her tone became sharper. Look at your magnificent long dress, precious jewelry, noble and elegant, unbelievable, and great, and it's more than a countess. No wonder people in the city call you Red Queen. Unfortunately, how beautiful your appearance is and how filthy your heart is. From what you have done in the years after you defected from the sect, today you are more disguised and shameless than when you were naked. The wasp girl's accusation was almost verbal, but Josephine couldn't see any trace of shame on her face, but instead laughed. Jenny, the more you scold me, the deeper you love me. If it's not unforgettable, you won't be thinking about it. I'm not going to ask about my experience in leaving the church for these years, nor will I know that I am very popular in the upper-class society of the civilized world. Your cheeky face makes me speechless. The wasp woman gritted her teeth, but she couldn't help asking Josephine. I really can't understand it. What is the sense of accomplishment for you to play a communicating flower in the vulgar crowd? Josephine folded his smile and looked into her eyes. His expression became very solemn. You don't understand my happiness, Jenny. That's because you have never tried my life now, otherwise you will make the same choice as me. Let Angel Poda, the old witch, and her ecclesiastical cult, go to hell. Life is short, and you must be happy in time. Enough. Josephine, I don't want to hear you ridiculous words. The wasp girl sank her complexion. Looking at the past sentiment, I will not hold you accountable for your betrayal of the sect, and you better not take care of my business. Oh, you reminded me of this. Josephine patted his forehead, and finally seemed to get rid of the drunken interference, remembering the purpose of his long journey. Jenny, you and Sean and Peter have been ordered by the old witch to guard the nest of Peli on the top of the Bylon mountain for some years. Then what's the matter? Isn't it your business? The Hornets asked angrily. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 842 read to. It really doesn't matter to me. But after all, I was one of you after all. Even if I leave the sect now, I still think of you as my own brother and sister. I can't watch you in trouble. Don't ask. Josephine said this sincerely. The wasp girl looked at her suspiciously and tentatively asked, if you are so kind, just hurry up and help us deal with the group of unreasonable college students. No, Jenny, you misunderstood me. Josephine smiled awkwardly. I came here on a special trip, but not to help you bully the group of older children. On the contrary, I wanted to persuade you to give up the old witch sword and stop the Peladongs in the future and let the group go. Warcraft spontaneously perishes and saves you trouble. The wasp girl was disappointed with her position, and then her anger surged, glaring fiercely at her. Josephine, you traitor, only in disappointing me, will never disappoint me. Listen to what you said just now. Can that be human? It doesn't matter if you don't help us, but actually help outsiders. Do you really think that those college students can destroy our mission? Jenny, calm down and see the reality. Josephine's face couldn't help showing anxiety. Pelican has almost been killed, and cubs and eggs have rarely survived. In fact, your mission has failed. What's the point of staying here? At least we can still take revenge. Bring the heads of the students back to the headquarters of the sect, and pay the master to the Pope to avoid punishment. The wasp girl said viciously. You'd better dispel this stupid idea immediately. Josephine sinked his face and said coldly, I hurried tonight to prevent you from doing stupid things. I don't understand this. Those little hairy children, what are you afraid of? The wasp girl looked disdainful. Jenny, you have been hiding deep in the Iron Forest all year round, isolated from the world. You simply don't know how fast the outside world changes, nor how powerful the enemy you wish to think. The ignorant are fearless, and they are talking about people like you. You think your opponents are just a few college students? You are wrong. The group of students is still standing behind their mentor, their elders. You villagers who don't understand human relations, don't know how deep those young ladies are. You can offend you. If you do not listen to my advice and kill those college students, you will be deeply irritated by Mage University and the colonial military, and will avenge them at all costs. If it were that day, the old witch wouldn't be able to protect you, and the old witch's mind would be clear to you too. It wouldn't look good to you. Not only will you not protect you, maybe you will kick you out as a scapegoat. Clean up what you call moderates. Think about it, Jenny. You are not pleased with both sides. After losing the value of use, you become a victim of the old witch to eliminate aliens. It is better to think about your future way out now. Let those college students go, and leave a love. See you later. Josephine's advice came from the heart, but there was a huge difference in concept between her and Jenny, which was doomed to fail to reach a consensus. You said enough? The wasp girl interrupted her words sharply, and her emotions became more agitated. Josephine, your most annoying place is your vulgar city selfishness. Do we maintain the living space of Pledong? Is it for our own benefit? You are wrong. We did this not because of any tangible benefits to ourselves, but also not to please the Pope, only because we thought this was the right behavior, but because we still have some ideals, and believe in maintaining the species balance will make our world better. Josephine, your depravity is more than just a vain and extravagant lifestyle. It's sad that your soul has lost faith. Look at you now. You only have money, status, and interpersonal relationships that tout each other, but what about your ideals? In your eyes blinded by desire, is there a lofty belief that even a little bit detached from worldly interests and sacrifices your life to defend? No, you have nothing. You are nothing more than a walking corpse of endless pursuit of wealth, power and pleasure. Remove these external things, you are just an empty shell. If you think that selfishness is human nature, people should never cease to pursue stimulation and enjoyment. Then when the old age fades, when you can no longer indulge in enjoyment like you were when you were young, from the eyes of others the beauty becomes an old witch, and no one will ever truly love you. How can you answer such a question? Is it worth living this life? This is indeed a question worth considering, Jenny. Facing the sharp questioning of the wasp female, Josephine's face was bright and gloomy. The day when I decided to leave the church, I betrayed my faith. Frankly speaking, I still haven't found a new faith that can convince me and serve as a spiritual pillar until today. I even doubt it. There is no such eternal truth, so I simply gave up metaphysical thinking and only focused on enjoying the happiness that can be seen and touched in life, and trying to grasp the happiness that I can grasp. This is not bad. You just mentioned your concerns about old age. Indeed, if there is no lofty faith as a support, there is no great cause worth struggling for life. I am afraid that a woman like me is difficult to avoid the desolate end of the night scene. There are always one day, the social scene will close the door to the old and declining me. But I am not worried about this. Josephine smiled, and became radiant and confident again. Do you know what I will do? From the moment I made the first money, I took a third out of it and saved it as a trust fund. Over the years, every income I made has been arranged like this, and the fund pool has been growing. This savings cannot be withdrawn even by myself. Only when the final moment arrives and when my will is executed will the money come in handy. The hospice arrangement revealed by Josephine made the Hornets feel inexplicably disturbed, and instinctively realized that it is better not to have a relationship with this crazy woman. However, somehow, in the end, driven by curiosity, she couldn't help asking Josephine that question. What do you mean by final moment? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 843 Read 3 The final moment is when I find that I am no longer young from the flesh to the soul, and I become powerless and unable to have fun from social life. I will put on my most beautiful clothes, put on my favorite jewelry, walk into the most luxurious house, lie on the big bed where I have spent the spring festival with those loved ones in the past, and burn it all with the most passionate fire in the world. Let the strong wind blows away my ashes and returns to the embrace of Mother Nature. Yes, I want to rob myself before killing myself. In this way, no one will see me as old and ugly, and just leave my youthful and beautiful image in the world. When I personally end my life, my will take effect immediately. All the property I have accumulated in my life will eventually follow my will and be used appropriately. That's a lot of money, Jenny. A small part of it is used to dismiss my servants and to ensure that the good people who serve me can live in their old age. The remaining money is divided into two parts. Half is used to establish a bursary at Mage Joan University, dedicated to subsidizing girls who are poor but clever and progressive, so that those poor girls have the opportunity to receive higher education. The remaining half of the heritage will be donated to an organization dedicated to research and maintenance of ecological balance. Of course, it cannot be the cult of the primitive church that is going to the other extreme. How is it, Jenny? Is this perfect insurance I bought for my conscience? Josephine's beautiful eyes glowed with fanaticism. Jenny, I need someone to help me with my affairs. I need an absolutely reliable executor. This person is none other than you. No, I don't want it. The wasp girl was terrified and screamed silently. She stumbled back, seeming to avoid the invisible flames coming out of Josephine. You mad woman. I don't understand what you are thinking in your head, and I don't want to be manipulated by you. And I don't want to be a puppet of your soul after suicide. Josephine, I am no longer the little girl at your disposal, and Sean and Peter will no longer listen to you. If you don't hurry away, you will be our enemy. The fanatical flame in Josephine's eyes quickly dimmed, and finally a sneer rose in the embers. After I left, the old witch promoted you to take my place. But don't think that you really have the ability to take my place. Do not believe you and ask Sean and Peter to see if they listen to you or listen to me. The wasp was stiff, and she pretended to disdain disdainfully. I'm not going to be fooled by your inferior rhetoric that makes you go wrong. That's fine. Without saying Sean and Peter, just say yourself, Jenny, look into my eyes and ask yourself honestly. Do you really dare to shoot me? Josephine sneered and approached her. The female wasp seemed to be choked by a nightmare and couldn't help trembling. She wanted to escape from her, but she couldn't keep her feet open anyway. Can only look at her in horror as she approached her, and slapped a slap in her face. The burning pain on her cheek made her overwhelmed, and at the next moment, Josephine pulled her into her arms. Just under the eyes, she kissed her lips in a very rough way. This is not so much flirting as it is sadistic. The bitten lip exuded a bit of salty saltiness, and Jenny couldn't help groaning painfully. Josephine finally let go of her, turned his head to Boom, and spit out a saliva. Jenny, the same question just now. Josephine's beautiful face was slightly twisted, and her dark smile made her look like a devil. If you dare to resist, take your courage and let me see. Jenny tears her eyes, wriggling and humiliating, biting her lip and bowing her head. The conflict between the two strange women made Joan, an onlooker, incredible. To be honest, he even sympathized with the Hornets, even though the other party was his enemy. As for Josephine, this woman, who somehow looks exactly like Duo, gave him a completely different impression than Duo. Josephine's charm is charming and horrible, like a blazing flame. It's hard not to be attracted by her charms, and the people around her are close to her like moths, and eventually burned to ashes by her. By listening to Josephine's conversation with Jenny, Joanne also found that Josephine's woman is more terrifying because she is burning herself while she is burning others. Although she looks optimistic and confident, has a strong style, and has a strong will similar to Audrey, which has to bow her knees, Joan vaguely perceives that in her bones, it is an extreme pessimistic and desperate people. Strength and pessimism, self-confidence and despair, hypocrisy and honesty, vulgarity and nobility, indulgence and innocence. Many contradictory traits are concentrated on this mysterious woman. This kind of nearly schizophrenic contradiction temperament, Joan feels familiar, but can't think of it for a while. Who has felt a temperament similar to Josephine in whom? Just as Joan was thinking about it, Josephine turned and walked over to them, and showed goodwill with a kind smile, calmly relieved their alertness. "Good evening, young friends. It is an honor to meet you here." Arnold hesitated for a moment and took a step forward, bowing in a gentleman manner. "Good evening, dear lady. What can I tell you? Just now I had an argument with Jenny. I suppose you all heard it. Although it took a lot of lips, I was able to persuade them to stop interfering with the mission of killing Pelican. Now I have a ruthless invitation. Young friends, can you sell me a face and end this dispute that has lost its meaning?" Josephine said something more subtle, but it was not difficult for Joanne to taste her conflict with the three insects on the opposite side. In the current situation, if Josephine stays neutral, Joan and the 8 of them deal with Jenny, Sean and Peter. The advantage is still great. It is not impossible to arrest all 3 cultists and them back to the barracks for trial. However, it is difficult to say whether Josephine will remain neutral if he insists on expanding the conflict. So the next key question is, if you don't give this Red Queen face, she will fail to mediate, and you will be forced to stand on the side of the insect man, plus her maid, Miss Ruby. How many odds can there be in 805? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 844 Misunderstanding 1. For this question, Arnold seemed hesitant, and Audrey made the first judgment. Miss Josephine, as you just pointed out, since the demise of the Pelican family has become a fact, there is no deep hatred between our two sides. It is better to stop. Of course it is best to be able to turn the enemy into a friend. I really can't accept each other's ideas, so don't pass it by saying treasure to each other, and it's also decent. Josephine was satisfied with Audrey's attitude and nodded with a smile. Little sister, I like your way of doing things, but then again, can you represent others? Audrey looked back at her companion. Someone saw the request in her eyes, while others saw the warning. Arnold rubbed the corners of his mouth, and finally swallowed the words back in his belly, not sing back against Audrey. Audrey turned her head and said to Josephine, it seems we have no opinions on this side. That's good. Josephine smiled with satisfaction, turned and waved to Jenny, Sean and Peter, beckoning them to leave. There was still some anger in the Hornet's eyes, but with the low persuasion of Sean and Peter, they finally followed them hurriedly away. Jenny and others were sent away. Josephine had a kind smile on the corners of his lips. He took out a stack of red cards and handed them to Audrey. This is my post. If you don't dislike it, each of you will get one. The name has my address in the city, and there will be banquets every weekend. Welcome young friends to come and visit us. If you are interested in expanding your circle of contacts, or want to get acquainted with celebrities and elites in a certain industry, I will be happy to help. Zhang and matchmaking. Don't be polite. Having the opportunity to serve young friends will make me feel very honored. On behalf of my friends, I thank you for your love. Audrey solemnly received the post from Josephine and distributed it to the companions beside her. Joan was not interested in the family banquet of the social queen, but accepted her name post as a courtesy. But he also knows that not everyone is so disgusted with social activities like himself. In particular, for the younger brother of Zion who represented the Canaan royal family in the New Water trial, winning Josephine's favor is a major gain. The salon of the Countess' house is far more helpful to the career development of their sisters and brothers than the small and frivolous community activities on campus. As for Josephine herself, she was also generous and hospitable, sincerely making friends with young talents and supporting her younger generations. This is very helpful to expand her influence in the social world. Both sides are satisfied with each other's needs. When he was about to wave his hand to say goodbye, Ruby suddenly leaned into the mistress' ear and whispered. He also looked back at Joan from time to time, his eyes complex. Josephine listened on his side, the expression on his face subtly changed. And finally he couldn't help laughing. Ruby, shouldn't a good girl say bad things about others? Baby, regarding love, as a person coming over, I am qualified to give you some advice. If I were you, I would now go to the little mage and ask him clearly if it really meant that to you. I don't want it. Ruby shook his head again and again, as if very shy. Josephine smiled sympathetically, patting her head for encouragement, and turned to look at Joan, with curiosity and playfulness alternating in his eyes. Little master, can you tell me your name? Joan expected that the big mosquito, which was inexplicably hostile to herself, must have made a complaint in front of her mistress just now. This made him very annoyed, and at the same time, because of some ulterior motives, he was a little bit frustrated. After hesitating for a long time, he dared to answer Josephine's question. Hello, respectful lady. My name is Joan Vida. A nice name, sounds like a girl. Josephine's pretentious expression seemed to be a matchmaker. Mr. Vader, how much do you know about my little Ruby? Sorry, I don't understand at all. That's right, you all need to deepen your understanding of each other. Josephine laughed all over his face, a little too enthusiastic. Ruby is a bright and beautiful mythical enlightenment giant mosquito. Although nominally my favorite pet and maid, in fact I always treat her as my baby daughter's favorite, and I can't bear to be aggrieved. It can be seen. Joan barely entertained. This dry and polite statement seemed to be misunderstood by Josephine, turning his head to show his eyes rather than frowning. Listening to the boy's tone, maybe you two really have a play. Okay, my dear, don't be too shy to answer. No good. Just ask him in person if you want to say anything. Miss Ruby hesitated for a few seconds, wondering if it was finally the courage or the guts, but actually flapped her wings and flew over. Joan saw her flying straight towards her side, and she was so panicked that she barely resisted the urge to flee. Ruby landed in front of him, glaring a pair of colorful eyes, shook his tentacles, and spoke verbally. Disgusting little brother. From the beginning, you have been staring at me straight, looking at me very wrong. I do not have it. Joan tried to defend, but was interrupted loudly by Ruby. Obviously, your eyes are full of strong desires. If I read right, you must have an irrepressible and indifferent thought about Miss Ben. I'm afraid you misunderstood. Joan tried to cover up, but the slight tension on his face could not escape the sharp compound eyes of Miss Ruby. To be honest, do you really want to meet me? This kind of straightforward and bold questioning made Joan couldn't help but be shocked, shaking his head again and again, blushing like a fire, but the result was that the other party misunderstood deeper. If you don't have that dirty idea, what are you blushing for? Say no to your mouth, but your body is honest. Ruby's unreasonable conclusion made Joan inexplicable. What made him even more depressed was that he clearly suffered an injustice, but his friends only watched the show, and none of them stood up to help him say something. It doesn't matter if he doesn't help him, Holden and Hayla are still hiding aside. Hey, stealing music. Audrey raised her forehead, too, crying and laughing. Suddenly impulsively speaking indecently and vulgarly in public, Ruby was ashamed and self-confident. Before Joan made a positive answer, he fled back to Josephine and pulled her sleeves. Urge. Master, take me out of here. Today Ruby, but lost all his face. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect. www.untilnovel.com. Master Mr. Jones Literature Update is the fastest. Chapter 845 Misunderstanding 2. Josephine didn't rush, but patted the head of Miss Ruby with a smile. "What's wrong, Ruby? You don't want to make friends with that boy? He is the first man to fall in love with you at first sight. You should really cherish it." "Is it love at first sight?" "Unfortunately, I don't see innocent love in his eyes, and some are just beast-like naked possessive desires." Ruby shook his tentacles sadly. "What the man wants is not the attraction of the two hearts, but the desire to take possession of my body." Josephine shook his head and smiled deeply. "Based on pure physical relationships, it may not necessarily be a good friend, and it does not have to be like a real lover, because it cares too much about each other and creates suspicion, hinders each other's freedom. The deeper the love, the deeper the harm to each other, the better the pure physical relationship gathers wherever it pleases, and when you are tired, you go to each other. Such a relationship is more durable. In my opinion, it is more relaxed and happy than too intense love." Ruby shook his head, his eyes confused. "Sorry, respected master, I'm too dumb to understand your real knowledge for the time being, and the coward didn't dare to admit my desire for me. Why should I give him a good face?" Josephine saw that she was still unable to release her heart, sighed, no longer persuaded, and waved teleportation. Joan watched the figures of Josephine and Ruby's master and servant disappear into the teleportation array. The more they tried, the more wronged they felt, and they felt that their spouse view was seriously offended. I really can't see it." "Joanne, you have such a strong taste." Hyla giggled at Joan's anomalies. "I'm not perverted. How can a good person have with a big mosquito?" Joan irritated arrogantly. "That's what I said, but from the point of view of my bystander, from the moment the Miss Ruby showed up, you've been staring at others with a staring eye, without blinking." Hyla put away his smile and said it fairly. "If you keep staring at me like this, to be honest, I will also doubt that you mean something to me, so you can't blame others for misunderstanding." Hyla's analysis from the perspective of girls made Joan realize that this matter may be more complicated than he originally thought. Ruby is very kind to others, but he doesn't have a good face for him. This is not necessarily attributed to Ruby's arrogant willfulness. He is self-righteous. Isn't he really wrong? Joan calmed down and reflected for a moment, gradually awakening to the root cause of this misunderstanding. The big mosquito accused me of seeing her eyes abnormally, perhaps because she recognized her as a Tier 3 mythical creature as soon as she showed up, and has been thinking about it since then. If there is a chance to kill her, if I can manage to kill her, I can use her mythical power to improve my strength. Joan was inconvenient to publicly explain the myth trial and made a hint in a euphemistic manner. After hearing his explanation, Holden was shocked. "That is to say, the reason why you stared at the big red mosquito just now is not because of her, but because you want to kill her?" Joan nodded and admitted, "Hey, it's been a long time since the big mosquito acted passionately. This misunderstanding is even bigger." Hyla slammed his forehead, crying and laughing. Afraid to be afraid that the other party will become angry after learning the truth. Audrey's face was solemn. She pushed herself, and revealed to Joan one of the most dangerous possibilities. If the big mosquito awakens that you have no love for her, only killing intentions, you are not allowed to hurt your self-esteem. Because of love and hatred, you have to kill you to calm down your resentment. Just Ruby alone. Maybe we still have a way to deal with it, but her master, the mysterious Red Queen, seems to have quasi legendary strength. If Mrs. Josephine personally shot out for the devil's pet, Joanne, you will be in great trouble. Be more careful in the future. Holden patted his friend's shoulder, worried in his eyes. Joan nodded heavily, depressed in his heart. "I really don't understand. What bad luck I've paid. Who didn't recruit anyone, and who didn't provoke anyone, unprovoked such a ridiculous scourge." The two groups of insects and Josephine arrived one after another, disrupting Joan's arrangement of their actions, and the delay in Bylon Mountain was longer than expected. When Josephine took Ruby away, the sky was near dawn. and the dawn on the east side was faint. A familiar beast roared from the mountainside, suggesting that the male Pelican who was out hunting was about to return to the nest. The people fought all night, and they were exhausted at this moment, and their spells were exhausted. They really had no power to fight the hordes of Warcraft who came back in droves. They quickly took the invisible potion, and each of them cast their spells to take off and fled from the mountain. On the way down the mountain, Joan and the male pelicans who had returned from Yika passed by. The number of this group of Warcraft is much less than they thought. The encounters along the way add up to a total of more than 20, and most of them are wounded and bleeding, and they look very embarrassed. It can be seen that in the 4 villages and towns around Bylon Mountain last night, the male Pledong was jointly blocked by the military and the militia, and eventually less than half returned to the nest. But having said that, compared with the devastation of the mountaintop beast nest, this group of male beasts is already lucky. Some male Pledong, despite the scars and exhaustion, were full of longing in their eyes, holding people's hearts, struggling to flap their wings, and flew to the mountain nest. It is not difficult for Joan to guess that they are rushing back to the nest, looking forward to the spoils obtained with their open lives, to please the female beasts, and to obtain the copulation rights they dreamed of. When this group of male beasts went through hardships and obstacles and finally returned to the nest, they saw the devastated ruins and the scene of the tragedy. Most of the spouses I had missed had turned into cold bodies, even the cubs and eggs in the nest. All are destroyed. What kind of mood should be? Joan couldn't imagine that the male beasts suffered a heavy blow from heaven to hell in the face of the cruel reality. What would they think besides anger and despair? Crazy revenge against humans? Considering that the surrounding settlements still have garrison leaders, retaliatory retaliation amounts to suicide. Joan is not optimistic about the fate of this group of male beasts, but thinks that they will either commit suicide revenge or hide in the nest to live alone. The sense of disillusionment that watched his ethnic group going extinct still makes him unable to sigh. A trace of pity grew in my heart. After the sigh, Joan was faintly worried. Although it seems purely worrying now, in the distant future, will the fate of this race of mankind also be reduced to the same ending as the Pledongs of Bylon Mountain? Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitlenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 846 Practical Reason. Although Joan has not been fully integrated into human society as a half-human half-strange atypical human individual until now, he does not lack self-awareness and social responsibility as a human being. If there is one day, Joan will never treat the Pelican group like this at this moment, and will take a standby attitude of outsiders for disasters that may lead to the extinction of mankind, and he will certainly do his best, even at the expense of his own life, do our best to save human civilization. From Dillon Town to Leiden Harbor, and then to Meadgoat City, Joan felt like a very lucky person. Because of this, he met too many good people, and many more good people than bad people. These well-meaning people have no obligation at all to release their kindness to this unlovable monster, but everyone is so enthusiastic, so kind, and shows a genuine heart to him, making him unable to be moved. The greatest thing about human emotions is that they promote each other. How you treat others, others treat you with the same attitude. On the contrary, if others are good to you, you have an obligation to be better. For a long time, Joan always felt that he could not give back the same sincere love to friends and family. He occasionally treats others well. On the surface it seems to be genuine. However, only when he knew clearly that he released goodwill to others, he always realized at the rational level that he must fulfill his obligation to serve the virtue and must bear this unshakable responsibility before taking action. If you love someone, you must go through absolute rational calculations and logical reasoning before you can put them into action, rather than from impulsive impulses. Can it still be regarded as true love? Is the passion and desire exploded in the human brain derived from the human nature of the soul, or is it the alchemy reaction produced by countless brain cells after precise calculation, and then issued instructions to perform obligations on the limbs? Human nature is like a black box. Irrational passion cannot open this black box, so can rationale-based algorithms open it. If it can be opened, if human nature can be shaped and manipulated at the algorithm level, and then the emotion can be edited and designed accurately, is this really a good thing for human civilization? These questions, Joan can't find the answers yet. He only determines one thing: as long as there are people who are good to him in the world, he has an obligation to protect each other, and then to treat each other's relatives and friends, until his obligations are extended to all mankind and to accountability. Defend the entire human civilization. This logical chain is not invulnerable, but Liaoning would rather follow this overly far-reaching conclusion that he reasoned, because he has a hunch in his life: if he does not force himself to identify with human nature, integrate into the society, and treat human beings well, he will definitely slide to the other extreme and become a completely anti-human, anti-social, anti-human monster. With his talents for spellcasting and his almost ruthless rational mind, if it slips to the other extreme, the threat to human society over time is much more terrifying than the combination of primitive sect and conquered sect. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a humanoid natural disaster. The essence of asceticism is to avoid greater pain by abstaining from a smaller desire. For example, a person who is determined to quit drinking and overcome the desire to drink alcohol is indeed painful, but can help him avoid greater pain. His health is destroyed by alcohol. The choice made by Joan follows the same logic. In the world of self-awareness, he is like the last human survivor in the world. In Wang Yang's Hong, he clings to the only driftwood in front of him, which is both self-saving and trying to save all mankind. In this hypothetical world, if he is overwhelmed by exhaustion and despair, let go of the driftwood in his hands, he will die, and the human society will no longer exist. Unexpectedly, they went down the mountain. Joan and they rushed to the raccoon village near the foothills according to the magic message sent by Major James. Major James' temporary headquarters is located in this village. They landed at the entrance of the village, and immediately guards came to meet them, leading them to the barracks of the Major. Major James has learned the overview of the battle on the mountain from the magic message sent by Arnold before, but he also wants to hear the whole process of the battle. Arnold was responsible for reporting, and other companions occasionally chimed in to add details. On such occasions, Joan always seems to be very non-existent, and he takes pleasure in it. Major James listened to Arnold's return and repeatedly confirmed that they fulfilled the intent of the battle more perfectly than they had expected. The outstanding performance of the Special Operations team basically condemned the death of the Pelican family of Bailun Mountain. So far, this battle has been a complete success, and Major James will win the praise of his boss. Of course, he will not treat the hard-working young people. In addition to the 10 internship points originally agreed, he will additionally reward 8 members who participated in the surprise attack with 5 internship points each. With 15 internship points, the purchasing power on campus is equivalent to 1,500 gold dugger. Not to mention a big step forward from the graduation standard. Everyone is very happy. In addition to the point rewards provided by the military, Joan also had a special spoils for their trip, which was the big pocket of Pelly eggs brought back by Holden. These eggs are nominally Joan's research samples. In fact, he didn't need so many samples at all, and he had already figured out the details of Pelidong, and it was useless to request these eggs. The reason why Holden made the request to collect Pelly's eggs was that he didn't want to see this kind and affectionate young poet endure inner suffering and destroy the animal eggs against his original intention. Now more than 20 animal eggs are piled up in the barracks, and all of them are as big as honeydew melons. Joan looked really worried and scratched his head, and said to Audrey, "Otherwise, everyone put these Pelidon. The eggs are evenly divided. Pelidon is not a pet suitable for keeping in the city. I want these eggs to be useless. I will give them to you." Audrey said carelessly, "Don't dislike it. These eggs are all money." Hayala was full of interest. "You probably don't know yet, the Species Museum in Fort Daning, offers all kinds of Warcraft eggs for a year-round reward. If you send these Pelican eggs to the Species Museum, you can really sell a lot of money. Since this is the case, Fortune Sister Joanne can't use the eggs. You can take them to sell, and we will wait to divide the money. Holden's proposal won everyone's unanimous support, and it was so decided. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untilenovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 847. Everyone didn't sleep all night. They were tired enough to choke. After handing over the tasks in the military camp, Hayla and Zion set up their tents separately, intending to make up their minds at the camp and return to school tomorrow. Joan is also tired, but he still has an unsolved mystery in his heart, eager to go back to the wizard to find an answer. He will temporarily leave the three friends, become the eagle form, and fly directly back to Midget City. Near noon, Joan landed on the campus and returned to human form. He hurried to Moriarty's laboratory, knocked on the door and entered, and only Duo was alone at home. The host went to a friend's luncheon and probably won't come back until the afternoon. Mr. Vader, are you in a hurry to find a master? Is there anything that matters? Facing Duo's curious inquiry, Joan stopped talking. In fact, he hurried to find a tutor just to ask if the Countess Josephine Antoinette de Poisson was an old acquaintance of Professor Moriarty. There is also the reason why Mrs. Josephine's figure is so similar to Duo. It is like a carved in a mold. Actually, it doesn't matter. Since the mentor is not here, it's not too late to visit him in the afternoon. Duo nodded in confusion, did not ask again. Seeing this beautiful face of Duo, Joan couldn't help but doubt. Such two perfect faces are unlikely to be due to coincidence. Either Professor Moriarty imitated Mrs. Josephine's appearance and created Dora, either Mrs. Josephine used Duo as a model and had a facelift on her original face, or she changed her appearance with spells and became exactly like Duo. Either way, it implies a prerequisite. Professor Moriarty has a strong relationship with Mrs. Josephine. Duo, do you know a countess named Josephine? Before Joan went out, he finally couldn't help but express his doubts. Countess? Duo shook his head blankly. I almost never go out. Where can I get to know the countess? Same thing I said. I'll say goodbye. See you in the afternoon. Okay, Mr. Vader. You walk slowly out of Professor Moriarty's laboratory. Joan's mood is a little complicated. If Duo suddenly learns that there is another woman who looks exactly like her and lives in the same city, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Joan had no way of knowing. Returning to the apartment with great care, Joan smelled the aroma of baked apple pie from the kitchen as soon as he entered the door, and his stomach groaned all day long. The host, Mrs. Anderson, was very happy that he could go home early, so that someone would accompany her for afternoon tea. Perhaps because she realized that she was irretrievably aging, Mrs. Anderson was an old woman who was afraid of loneliness. Family members rarely have time to accompany her, so this elderly woman will rent the second floor to a group of energetic college students at a very favorable price and raise a large group of cats to relieve boredom. Among Mrs. Anderson's three tenants, Zion's younger brother often went downstairs to chat with her to relieve her boredom, which pleased her. Joan, on the other hand, rarely chats with him. In fact, Joan couldn't talk much with anyone. It stands to reason that Mrs. Anderson should hate his lonely and gloomy tenant. But it was very strange, and Joan didn't know why, but the old lady paid special attention to him. Every day when I go downstairs to eat, I always treat him like my children and grandchildren, and ask him to greet him. Joanne thought that this kind-hearted old lady might be pitying herself, right? Mrs. Anderson had rare opportunity to get along with Joan alone, and he was very enthusiastic to ask him to drink tea and eat pies, and also talked a lot about it. The first is to take the lead. Mr. Vader, I hope you can open your mouth and chat with my old lady for a while. Why not expect my cat to talk? Sorry, I made you laugh. I really don't know how to talk. Joan was so embarrassed that her ears were hot. The orange cat in his arms is also very naughty. Just lying on Joan's knee and dozing off, He suddenly raised his head and meowed a few times in a live, as if to show that he was indeed more capable than Joanne. Mrs. Anderson's criticism of him was reasonable. Encouraged by the apology, Joan searched the stomach and had nothing to say, and chatted with the landlord wife for half an hour. During the chat, he also had an unexpected gain, which was to verify his previous speculation. Mrs. Anderson personally admitted that among her 3 tenants, she was most concerned about Joan. In the eyes of the old lady with a clear vision, Sister Zion belongs to the kind of people who are very adaptable to the new environment. They can be mixed on campus or in society, and they will not lose money wherever they go. As for people like Joan, they have a lonely personality, few words, nerdy, unflattering, and I am afraid they will be excluded and bullied by naughty children in school. Mrs. Anderson felt that her care for Zion's brother was nothing but icing on the cake, but it was optional, and others' care was not uncommon. At a young age, he left his hometown and came to a strange city to study. There was not even a relative who could take care of him. If even her landlord didn't want to see Joan, wouldn't this poor child be completely abandoned by the society? No one loved it. Of course, Joan's handsome appearance is also an important factor that drives Mrs. Anderson's extra sympathy for her. After all, this is a face-seeking world. Regarding the care of the old woman, besides being secretly touched by Joan, the only thing she can do is to take the time to chat with her old man to relieve boredom. A whole plate of crunchy and sweet apple pie is added to the belly, plus a pot of hot black tea. Joanne was very satisfied, and afterwards he was sleepy and yawned twice. Mrs. Anderson noticed that his face was tired and his eyes darkened, and asked with concern whether he had not slept well last night. Knowing that Joan hadn't slept at all last night, he took Meow away from his arms and urged him to go upstairs to get upset. Joan returned to the bedroom on the 2nd floor, lying on his bed and sleeping comfortably for 2 hours. Wake up, refreshed. The dim sunlight in the afternoon slanted in through the glass window, and the visual inspection time was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Joan got up and stretched, laundering a little bit, and went downstairs to say goodbye to his wife, and went back to school to find a tutor. It was a coincidence this time. As soon as Joan entered the campus gate, he saw Professor Moriarty jumping from an open carriage. His handsome face flushed slightly, and his eyes were slightly drunk. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 848. Old Love. Joan hurried over to help the tutor. Professor Moriarty smiled and did not refuse the student's attentive service. According to Joan's previous experience, this shows that the tutor was not really drunk, otherwise he will be pushed away, claiming that he can walk very well alone, forcibly proving that he is not drunk. Joan, when did you come back? This afternoon. It's only a week since I came back. It seems that your military internship has been completed smoothly. Isn't it easy to deal with, Pelican? Because of the sufficient preparations in advance, Pelican is indeed not difficult to deal with, but during our mission, we had some accidents and met several strange strangers. On the way to the tutor back to the laboratory, Joan reported the experience of the trip to the tutor through a chat. He emphasized that the insectification trio was halfway through, and the Miss Ruby and Countess who arrived later, which led to the topic that had puzzled him for a long time. The tutor, Mrs. Josephine, looks almost exactly like Dua. Is this just a coincidence? Well, it can be said to be a coincidence. Of course not all. Professor Moriarty touched his nose. Seeing his slightly embarrassed look, Joan counted. Teacher, Mrs. Josephine has known you for a long time. Not only acquaintances. In this world, I am afraid that no second person knows her better than me. Professor Moriarty deliberately pretended to be casual, and introduced Joanne to Mrs. Josephine's background, just like introducing an ordinary friend. Don't look at Josephine now pretending to be a noble, but she is actually the bottom of society. Her mother is a street girl, her father ... I'm afraid that even her mother doesn't know who is her dear. Shortly after she was born, Josephine was abandoned by her mother at the gate of the convent, and adopted by a kind nun's maid, hoping to cultivate her as a priesthood, and at least grow into a decent girl. Unfortunately, Josephine was not the material by nature. She prefers to slip to the streets and fooling around than to practice in the monastery. She has a bohemian nature in her bones, which is incompatible with the boring monastic life. Often stealing the monastery's finances, changing hands to sell on the black market, changing some money, buying beautiful clothes or eating and drinking, quickly splurge clean, and then try to steal. In 1 or 2 visits, it is inevitable that her unchecked actions will be exposed, and it is not surprising that she will eventually be driven out of the monastery. Josephine wandered the streets for a while and met a group of not-so-decent friends, including me. We were still young at the time, unknowingly high and thick. We felt that the gangster was cool and pulling the wind. All day, we were shouting and killing the territory. We thought that we were really amazing, until we offended the big people. The big man came down with a word. Our little rogue gang suffered a catastrophe overnight. In the end, only Josephine and I were lucky enough to save our lives. We were so scared that we ran out of the city and escaped from the city overnight. We tried to find a way out of the city and broke the connection. When I met again many years later, I had become a young and promising college student at the Austrian law school. Josephine was actually quite good. He was adopted as the adopted daughter and led by the Pope Angel Potter of the original order. A group of half-worms and half-human villains has become a majestic elder sister, which is much more beautiful than when they were gangsters. Josephine himself was also implanted with a worm insect virus by his adoptive mother, becoming a worm insect person with 3 forms: human, half mosquito, half man and giant mosquito. However, after all, she is not the kind of congenital worm who inherited the wormed blood from the mother's womb, and is more accustomed to appearing in the human image. Unlike other primitives who extremely reject modern urban life, Josephine is a woman who loves vanity and enjoys pleasure. The primitive denomination opposed modern civilization and advocated returning to nature. Following this dogma, we must give up a convenient lifestyle and rich material enjoyment and return to the depths of the jungle to live like a beast. Joan, you don't need me to say that you would expect that a woman like Josephine was born into a flamboyant metropolis. She can't live without Vanity Fair of the drunkards. She can't really agree with the extremely conservative creed of the original church, no matter how beautiful. Her natural beauty cannot fill her worldly desires. Just as she fled from the monastery at first, then she really broke away from the original sect and moved from one extreme to the other, becoming a communicating flower in the Vanity Fair. But having said that, she is also really good at camping, and I don't know what tricks to do. She didn't tear her face completely from the original sect because of this betrayal. Today, she and the old club still maintain a sense of separation. Ambiguous contact. Although the original sect tried to return to the wild era, it is now the era of the magic industry. Any organization that wants to grow and develop cannot be completely separated from the civilized society. Under certain special circumstances, the primitive sect also had to come into contact with civilized society. At this time, they needed an agent to build a bridge to the civilized world. No one is more suitable for this than Josephine. Character. Josephine occasionally serves as the unofficial diplomatic ambassador of the original order, and the two sides cooperate in this weird way, which can be considered as each needs. After a brief introduction to Mrs. Josephine's life, Professor Moriarty talked about his personal relationship with the complex Red Queen. On this issue, Professor Moriarty did not hide it. In front of his students, he admitted that Josephine was his lover. We were all young at the time, and naively thought that as long as we truly love each other, we will have no difficulties that we can't overcome. It's been hot for a while. Unfortunately, the cruel reality has taught us a lesson. In the end, it is because of sharp contradictions in personality and ideas, leading to a broken relationship and having to end this relationship. Shortly after Joseph broke up with me, he climbed the high branch, married an elderly nobleman, transformed into a countess. After a bit of camping, she successfully entered the upper social circle, and at this point, her old husband lost value. Our old Earl who paid Peach Blossom luck is over 70 years old, and his body is not too tough. In spite of his family's opposition, he married a succubus like Josephine, in order to meet the needs of the newlywed wife's excessive prosperity. There is no restraint in the lives of couples. After just 1 year, he died of a heart attack due to excessive indulgence. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 849 Mythology. Professor Moriarty smiled happily and continued to tell Joan the history of his former girlfriend's history with sarcasm. Josephine inherited all of her husband's legacy, including the noble titles she valued most. This widowed widow has been the darling of the social society of the upper-class society of the New World for many years. He has spread scandals with many rich and powerful people and is known as the Red Queen on the social field. It is said that our Red Queen has recently started a new relationship and hooked up with a millionaire. In my opinion, if her new love is not smart enough, it won't take long for her bones and purse to be emptied. The teacher and the student chatted while walking, and came to the laboratory door unconsciously. Dua heard their footsteps and voluntarily ran to open the door. Professor Moriarty didn't seem to want to talk about Mrs. Josephine in front of Dua, and ended this topic. Since Professor Moriarty had known Mrs. Josephine before he started making Dora, and had a passionate experience, even if he did not express it, Joan had reason to suspect that Dora was created by the mentor in the image of his ex-girlfriend. Joan even suspected that Professor Moriarty seemed unforgettable to Mrs. Josephine. It's just that this topic is too sensitive, and Joan, as a student, is inconvenienced to confront the teacher to verify. Moreover, this kind of aging scandal is of little value to know or not, and he was thrown out of his mind in a sudden. After all, Joan is not the kind of character who is keen to explore the privacy of others. Compared with digging out the love history of the mentor and Mrs. Josephine, he still has more serious things to do. On May 9th, the combat mission of Bylon Mountain ended and returned to the school. In the following week, Joan devoted all his energy to the development of the second ring of mythical spells. The highest ring spell position Joan can currently obtain is 3 rings, and the magic level of mythical force is always consistent with his highest ring spell position. Under such circumstances, if you spend mythical power to cast 2 ring spells, a large part of the magic power is actually wasted. If you want to avoid waste, the best strategy is to upgrade the ordinary 2-ring spell to a mythical spell. At first glance, the ring position has not changed. In fact, the effect is similar to the 3-ring spell. It takes a lot of time and effort to develop mythical spells. Based on past experience, Joan first selected the 2 most commonly used and most optimized 2-ring spells as prototypes for the development of mythical spells. The 2 spells chosen by him, one is Transfiguration Technique, the other is Blood Interpretation. After a week of research, the development of mythical transfiguration and mythical blood interpretation are progressing smoothly, and the basic functions of these 2 mythical spells have been achieved in theory. Take mythical transfiguration for example. Compared with the original transfiguration, the type of transfiguration is still limited to humanoids and lineages. There are 2 main aspects to the improvement. The first is that the spell's magic energy level has doubled from 5 degrees to 10 degrees. Any humanoid or strange creature with a vitality level of no more than 10 degrees can be used as a simulation object of mythical transformation. For example, the mutated snow monster that Joan had encountered in the Tusk Mountains was a hybrid product of snow monsters and frost giants. With a height of 18 feet, it is almost the largest humanoid in the world today. The vitality of the mutant snow monster is commensurate with the superlarge body. Converted into magic energy level, the average is about 10 degrees, far beyond the scope of application of ordinary transformation. The mythical transfiguration is different. The upper limit of the magic power can just cover the vitality level of the mutant snow monster. If there is no accident, Joan can use this mythical spell to achieve the goal of transforming into a variant snow monster. Any spell raised from the second ring to the third ring will double the upper limit of the magic level. The equivalent spell level of mythical transfiguration is 3 rings. If you only increase the upper limit of magic power, it is not worth Joan Fay's so much thought. The real qualitative change happened after the transformation. Ordinary transfiguration can only make rough changes to the body of the subject. The appearance looks exactly the same as the target creature, and the limbs and organs can be simulated much the same. But these changes have not penetrated into the cell at the level. It is impossible to accurately simulate the physical properties of the transformed object. Because of this, all 6 basic attributes before and after the transformation remain unchanged. Mythical transfiguration goes a step further. The body changes penetrate into the cell level. Not only can simulate all the physiological functions of the target object, but also can change its own physical attributes. That is, strength, agility and physique. With the target creatures the average level is similar. As for the last 3 spiritual attributes, intelligence, perception, and charm, since only physical changes are involved in the transformation process, and no spirit is involved, they are maintained at their original levels. In this way, when Joan performs mythical transfiguration, if he decides to become a muscular man, such as an orc or a snow monster, he will be greatly improved in strength attributes, and at the same time, his own intelligence level is not. It will be reduced to the level of developed limbs and simple mind, which can be said to have both strength and wisdom. If the mythical transfiguration is exactly as Joan expected, the above effect can be achieved perfectly, then compared with the 4-ring transfiguration, except that the changes are limited to humanoids and weirdness. In other aspects there is almost no difference, and it is not an exaggeration to call it shrinkable version of deformation. Of course, Joan will not only be satisfied with the calculation results on paper, but he will also proceed with experimental tests. In order to more clearly compare the experimental results, Joan removed the gorgeous belt before the test and used his initial attributes as a reference for mythical transfiguration. Putting the gorgeous belt on the desk, Joan opened the experiment log and prepared to record the test data. He first cast a 0-ring endoscopy to view his current attributes. Not counting the total attribute plus 4 bonus provided by gorgeous belt, Joan's current 3 physical attributes are, strength 10, agility 12, and constitution 12. For a healthy young man, this is a moderate level of medical examination data. In a comprehensive evaluation, physical fitness is not bad, but it is still not outstanding, and there is a big gap compared with professional athletes. For the vast majority of ordinary people in the world who do not have extraordinary occupations, such physical data is usually available only during the peak period of physical fitness in a lifetime. It just happens to correspond to the golden age from puberty to maturity. Before going forward, the body is not yet mature, and afterwards, it is aging. Joan first recorded these 3 original data in a logbook. No matter what it looks like, he will compare the new data with the original data, and then find out whether a certain attribute has been enhanced or weakened, and the specific values of fluctuations. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.untitled.novel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest. Chapter 850 Mythical Transfiguration 2. Joan puts down the pen, opens the casting material package, and selects the casting material of the transformation. After careful consideration, he chose the 5 most typical transformation materials. The first 2 types of materials correspond to the strange, which are a piece of Airdreid stalk of the Eye of Insight and a piece of nails of the Lockthroat monster. The latter 3 types of material, including a pinch of halfling's leg hair, a Jotunheim eagle feather, and some snow monster hair, correspond to 3 different types of humanoids. Joan first picked up the Airdreid stalks and inspired a mythical power to perform mythical transformation. At the moment of chanting the spellcasting spell, Joan felt that the blood in his body was slightly hot, and that the phenomenon of the whole body was filled with golden magic aura of the change school. The sensory signs that naturally occur during these casts are, to be honest, no different from ordinary transfigurations. Just 3 seconds later, Joan's body was shrouded in a golden light, twisted into a big ball of meat, waving 4 long eye stalks, suspended about 2 feet above the bedroom floor. Joan turned to float to the front of the floor mirror, observed the reflection in the mirror, and found that the eye of insight in the mirror was no different from the previous transformation, and he could not help frowning slightly. The eye demon in the mirror also blinked the huge main eyeball, revealing a trace of worry. Mythical transfiguration. The eyes of insight that come out are no different than before. Will there really be a substantial improvement? I have spent a lot of effort to develop the mythological transformation. Wouldn't it be in vain? The overfamiliar figure in the mirror disappointed Joan Luo and even affected his confidence. With an upset mood, he opened the endoscopic technique to examine the changes in attributes after the transformation. At a glance, the uneasiness in my heart swept away with one and replaced with ecstasy. The result of the internal view shows that the 3 physical data after the transformation, the strength and agility remain unchanged, and the physique changes from 12 to 14, which is an additional 2 points. This result shows that the power and agility of the Eye of Insight is not much different from the human form before Joan's transformation, but the physique is stronger than the human form. Any changes in the data are unwaveringly strong evidence, enough to confirm that Joan has gotten his wish. The mythical transfiguration technique developed by him can indeed change the physical strength from the cellular level. Restraining his excitement, Joan temporarily suppressed the mythical transfiguration to restore human form, quickly rushed to the desk, raised the pen and dipped the ink, and recorded the body data of the Eye of Insight on the logbook. The first experiment was a great success, and Joan had confidence in his heart, and then restarted mythical transfiguration to become the locked throat monster form. The result this time is even more beautiful. Strength 14, agility 16, constitution 13. Compared with the human form, the locked throat monster power +2, agility +4, physique +1, physical fitness overwhelming human form, is worthy of the excellent physique evolved from the difficult survival in the dark area, especially considering that the size of the larynx is only equivalent to human young children. This physical quality is even more dazzling. Of course, this is mainly due to the harsh environment of the dark area. The throat monster is a strange monster that does not have the ability to cast spells and does not like to live in groups. If the physical quality is not good enough, it can't survive and reproduce in the underground world. It may have been killed by natural enemies. Joan was in a good mood, maintaining a lock throat blame, humming the courtship song that he had learned from Guru, shaking a pair of rubber-banded long arms, grabbing a quill pen 10 feet away. Crooked record the test data in the experiment logbook. Next, Joan grabbed a handful of thick body hair and restarted mythical transfiguration to become a halfling. From the lock-throat monster to the halfling, there is almost no change in height. They are all small squats with less than 4 feet, but the waist circumference can be changed. The laryngeal blame lacks food and drink all day long, lean bones, and almost no trace of fat on his body. Halflings, that's different. This race has a commendable gastronomic talent. Love is one aspect. Most halflings also have excellent cooking skills inherited from their parents. Coupled with an optimistic and cheerful nature, a familiar personality, halflings can deliver a lot of good buddies wherever they go. Even if there are not a few copper plates in their pockets, there is always a way to eat mixed and drink, and eat not bad. Throwing the halflings into the wild mountains and wild forests, they can also collect delicious mushrooms and plant tubers. Under the simple conditions without any cooking tools, they manage to cook on their own fire and make a delicious meal to share with friends. It is conceivable that it is difficult for halflings to think of not gaining weight with such a national nature of worrying about why. Theoretically, mythical transfiguration will not change the spiritual attributes of the caster, so it will not change the character very much. However, After Joan became a halfling, he was still somewhat influenced by the nature of this race. Obviously there was nothing to be happy about, but he still felt inexplicably happy. He bounced to the mirror and saw the chubby peer in the mirror, who couldn't help grinning. A halfling who smiles often is the real halfling. Joan couldn't help but think of it. The mythical transformation invented by him is very effective as a medical treatment and recommended to those with depression. If you are in a bad mood, become a halfling. It's not difficult to find fun and amuse yourself. After loosening the waistband of the slacks, Joan felt that his breathing was much smoother, and he used endoscopy to check his attributes. Well, good mood comes at a price. In the halfling form, Joan's strength attribute is only 8, the agility attribute is increased to 14, and the physique attribute remains unchanged at 12. The power is weakened by 2 points compared to human form, and the agility is increased by 2 points. That being said, but comparing the form of the halfling with the shape of the throat-locked monster, they are all small scorpions. How big is the gap? This contrast does embarrass halflings. However, since Joan is still in the form of a halfling at the moment, he will not be unhappy for this little defect, shrugging, grinning, and let it go. It doesn't matter what physical attributes are, the most important thing now is to get something delicious. In such a quiet and beautiful night, a decent person can never let his mouth go idle, otherwise would it be sorry for the gentle moonlight outside the window? After eating half of the apple pie that the landlord's wife gave herself for supper, Joan fell into the armchair, drinking black tea, rubbing his bloated belly, and gradually woke up. You can't fall like this anymore, otherwise you will eat yourself as a real halfling figure sooner or later. Like Master Mr. Joan, please collect www.mentalnovel.com. Master Mr. Joan's literature update is the fastest.